he looked on too much beauty? If I show thee my face, perchance thou wouldst perish miserably also, perchance thou wouldst eat out thy heart in impotent desire, for no, I am not for thee, I am for no man, save one, who hath been, but is not yet. As thou wilt, Aisha, I said. I fear not thy beauty. I have put my heart away from such vanity as woman's loveliness, that passeth like a flower. Nay, thou errest, she said, that does not pass. My beauty endures even as I endure, still, if thou wilt, O rash man, have thy will, but blame not me if passion mount thy reason, as the Egyptian breakers used to mount a colt, and guide it whither thou wilt not. Never may the man to whom my beauty has been unveiled put it from his mind, and therefore even with these savages do I go veiled, lest they vex me, and I should slay them. Say, wilt thou see? I will, I answered, my curiosity overpowering me. She lifted her white and rounded arms, never had I seen such arms before, and slowly, very slowly, withdrew some fastening beneath her hair. Then all of a sudden the long, corpse-like wrappings fell from her to the ground, and my eyes travelled up her form, now only robed in a garb of clinging white that did but serve to show its perfect and imperial shape, instinct with a life that was more than life, and with a certain serpent-like grace that was more than human. On her little feet were sandals, fastened with studs of gold. Then came ankles more perfect than ever sculptor dreamed of. About the waist her white kirtle was fastened by a double-headed snake of solid gold, above which her gracious form swelled up in lines as pure as they were lovely, till the kirtle ended on the snowy argent of her breast, whereon her arms were folded. I gazed above them at her face, and, I do not exaggerate, shrank back blinded and amazed. I have heard of the beauty of celestial beings, now I saw it, only this beauty, with all its awful loveliness and purity, was evil, at least, at the time, it struck me as evil. How am I to describe it? I cannot, simply I cannot. The man does not live whose pen could convey a sense of what I saw. I might talk of the great changing eyes of deepest, softest black, of the tinted face, of the broad and noble brow, on which the hair grew low, and delicate, straight features. But, beautiful, surpassingly beautiful as they all were, her loveliness did not lie in them. It lay rather, if it can be said to have had any fixed abiding place, in a visible majesty, in an imperial grace, in a godlike stamp of sophied power, which shone upon that radiant countenance like a living halo. Never before had I guessed what beauty made sublime could be, and yet, the sublimity was a dark one, the glow was not all of heaven, though none the less was it glorious. Though the face before me was that of a young woman of certainly not more than 30 years, in perfect health, and the first flush of ripened beauty, yet it had stamped upon it a look of unutterable experience, and of deep acquaintance with grief and passion. Not even the lovely smile that crept about the dimples of her mouth could hide this shadow of sin and sorrow. It shone even in the light of the glorious eyes, it was present in the air of majesty, and it seemed to say, "Behold me, lovely as no woman was or is, undying and half divine, memory haunts me from age to age, and passion leads me by the hand, evil have I done, and from age to age evil I shall do, and sorrow shall I know till my redemption comes." Drawn by some magnetic force which I could not resist, I let my eyes rest upon her shining orbs, and felt a current pass from them to me that bewildered and half blinded me. She laughed, how musically, and nodded her little head at me with an air of sublimated coquetry that would have done credit to a Venus Victrix. "Rash man," she said, like Actaeon, "thou hast had thy will, be careful lest, like Actaeon, thou too dost perish miserably, torn to pieces by the ban-hounds of thine own passions. I too, O Holly, am a virgin goddess, not to be moved of any man, save one, and it is not thou. Say, hast thou seen enough?" "I have looked on beauty, and I am blinded," I said hoarsely, lifting my hand to cover up my eyes. "So. What did I tell thee? Beauty is like the lightning, it is lovely, but it destroys, especially trees, oh Holly, and again she nodded and laughed. Suddenly she paused, and through my fingers I saw an awful change come over her countenance. Her great eyes suddenly fixed themselves into an expression in which horror seemed to struggle with some tremendous hope arising through the depths of her dark soul. The lovely face grew rigid, and the gracious willowy fawn seemed to erect itself. "Man," she half whispered, half hissed, throwing back her head like a snake about to strike, "man, whence hadst thou that scarab on thy hand? Speak, or by the spirit of life I will blast thee where thou standest." And she took one light step towards me, and from her eyes there shone such an awful light, to me it seemed almost like a flame, that I fell, then and there, on the ground before her, babbling confusedly in my terror. "Peace," she said, with a sudden change of manner, and speaking in her former soft voice. "I did affright thee. Forgive me. But at times, O Holly, the almost infinite mind grows impatient of the slowness of the view finite, and am I tempted to use my power out of vexation. Very nearly wast thou dead, but I remembered, but the scarab, about the scarabaeus. I picked it up," I gurgled feebly, as I got on to my feet again, "and it is a solemn fact that my mind was so disturbed that at the moment I could remember nothing else about the ring except that I had picked it up in Leo's cave." "It is very strange," she said with a sudden access of woman-like trembling and agitation which seemed out of place in this awful woman, "but once I knew a scarab like to that. It hung round the neck of one I loved," and she gave a little sob, "and I saw that after all she was only a woman, although she might be a very old one. There," she went on, "it must be one like to it, and yet never did I see one like to it, for there too hung a history, and he who wore it prized it much. 3. But the scarab that I knew was not set thus in the bezel of a ring. Go now, Holly, go, and, if thou canst, try to forget that thou hast of thy folly looked upon Aisha's beauty," and, turning from me, she flung herself on her couch, and buried her face in the cushions. 3. I am informed by a renowned and learned Egyptologist, to whom I have submitted this very interesting and beautifully finished scarab, Sultan Se Raj, that he has never seen one resembling it, although it bears a title frequently given to Egyptian royalty. He is of opinion that it is not necessarily the cartouche on which either the throne or personal name of the monarch is generally inscribed. Ie8 The history of this particular scarab may have been, we can now, unfortunately, never know. But I have little doubt but that it played some part in the tragic story of the Princess Amenartas and her lover Callicrates, the forsworn priest of Isis _editor _ as for me, I stumbled from her presence, and I do not remember how I reached my own cave. 14. A soul in hell. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night when I cast myself down upon my bed, and began to gather my scattered wits, and reflect upon what I had seen and heard. But the more I reflected the less I could make of it. Was I mad, or drunk, or dreaming, or was I merely the victim of a gigantic and most elaborate hoax? How was it possible that I, a rational man, not unacquainted with the leading scientific facts of our history, and hitherto an absolute and utter disbeliever in all the hocus-pocus which in Europe goes by the name of the supernatural, could believe that I had within the last few minutes been engaged in conversation with a woman 2,000 and odd years old? The thing was contrary to the experience of human nature, and absolutely and utterly impossible. It must be a hoax, and yet, if it were a hoax, what was I to make of it? What, too, was to be said of the figures on the water, of the woman's extraordinary acquaintance with the remote past, and her ignorance, or apparent ignorance, of any subsequent history? What, too, of her wonderful and awful loveliness? This, at any rate, was a patent fact, and beyond the experience of the world. No merely mortal woman could shine with such a supernatural radiance. About that she had, at any rate, been in the right. It was not safe for any man to look upon such beauty. I was a hardened vessel in such matters, having, with the exception of one painful experience of my green and tender youth, put the softer sex, I sometimes think that this is a misnomer, almost entirely out of my thoughts. But now, to my intense horror, I knew that I could never put away the vision of those glorious eyes, and alas! The very diabery of the woman, whilst it horrified and repelled, attracted in even a greater degree. A person with the experience of 2,000 years at her back, with the command of such tremendous powers, and the knowledge of a mystery that could hold off death, was certainly worth falling in love with, if ever woman was. But alas! It was not a question of whether or no she was worth it, for so far as I could judge, not being versed in such matters, I, a fellow of my college, noted for what my acquaintances are pleased to call my misogyny, and a respectable man now well on in middle life, had fallen absolutely and hopelessly in love with this white sorceress. Nonsense, it must be nonsense. She had waylaid me fairly, and I had refused to take the warning. Curses on the fatal curiosity that is ever prompting man to draw the veil from woman, and curses on the natural impulse that begets it. It is the cause of half, and more than half, of our misfortunes. Why cannot man be content to live alone and be happy, and let the women live alone and be happy too? But perhaps they would not be happy, and I am not sure that we should either. Here is a nice state of affairs. Ill, at my age, to fall a victim to this modern Circe. But then she was not modern, at least she said not. She was almost as ancient as the original Circe. I tore my hair, and jumped up from my couch, feeling that if I did not do something I should go off my head. What did she mean about the scarabaeus too? It was Leo's scarabaeus, and had come out of the old coffer that Vinci had left in my rooms nearly 21 years before. Could it be, after all, that the whole story was TNLE, and the writing on the sherd was not a forgery, or the invention of some crack-brained, long-forgotten individual? And if so, could it be that Leo was the man that she was waiting for, the dead man who was to be born again? Impossible. The whole thing was gibberish. Who ever heard of a man being born again? But if it were possible that a woman could exist for 2,000 years, this might be possible also, anything might be possible. I myself might, for aught I knew, be a reincarnation of some other forgotten self, or perhaps the last of a long line of ancestral selves. Well, vive la guerre! Why not? Only, unfortunately, I had no recollection of these previous conditions. The idea was so absurd to me that I burst out laughing, and, addressing the sculptured picture of a grim-looking warrior on the cave wall, called out to him aloud, "Who knows, old fellow, perhaps I was your contemporary. By Jove! Perhaps I was you and you are I." And then I laughed again at my own folly, and the sound of my laughter rang dismally along the vaulted roof, as though the ghost of the warrior had echoed the ghost of a laugh. Next I bethought me that I had not been to see how Leo was, so, taking up one of the lamps which was burning at my bedside, I slipped off my shoes and crept down the passage to the entrance of his sleeping cave. The draught of the night air was lifting his curtain to and fro gently, as though spirit hands were drawing and redrawing it. I slid into the vault-like apartment, and looked round. There was a light by which I could see that Leo was lying on the couch, tossing restlessly in his fever, but asleep. At his side, half lying on the floor, half leaning against the stone couch, was Ustane. She held his hand in one of hers, but she too was dozing, and the two made a pretty, or rather a pathetic, picture. Poor Leo! His cheek was burning red, there were dark shadows beneath his eyes, and his breath came heavily. He was very ill, and again the horrible fear seized me that he might die, and I be left alone in the world. And yet if he lived he would perhaps be my rival with Aisha, even if he were not the man. What chance should ill, middle-aged and hideous, have against his bright youth and beauty? Well, thank heaven! My sense of right was not dead. She had not killed that yet, and, as I stood there, I prayed to heaven in my heart that my boy, my more than son, might live, even if he proved to be the man. Then I went back as softly as I had come, but still I could not sleep. the sight and thought of dear Leo lying there so ill had but added fuel to the fire of my unrest. My wearied body and overstrained mind awakened all my imagination into preternatural activity. Ideas, visions, almost inspirations, floated before it with startling vividness. Most of them were grotesque enough, some were ghastly, some recalled thoughts and sensations that had for years been buried in the debris of my past life. But, behind and above them all, hovered the shape of that awful woman, and through them gleamed the memory of her entrancing loveliness. Up and down the cave I strode, up and down. Suddenly I observed, what I had not noticed before, that there was a narrow aperture in the rocky wall. I took up the lamp and examined it. The aperture led to a passage. Now, I was still sufficiently sensible to remember that it is not pleasant, in such a situation as ours was, to have passages leading into one's bedchamber from no one knows where. If there are passages, people can come up them, they can come up when one is asleep. Partly to see where it went to, and partly from a restless desire to be doing something, I followed the passage. It led to a stone stair, which I descended. The stair ended in another passage, or rather tunnel, also hewn out of the bedrock, and running, so far as I could judge, exactly beneath the gallery that led to the entrance of our rooms, and across the great central cave. I went on down it. It was as silent as the grave, but still, drawn by some sensation or attraction that I cannot define, I followed on, my stockinged feet falling without noise on the smooth and rocky floor. When I had traversed some 50 yards of space, I came to another passage running at right angles, and here an awful thing happened to me. The sharp draught caught my lamp and extinguished it, leaving me in utter darkness in the bowels of that mysterious place. I took a couple of strides forward so as to clear the bisecting tunnel, being terribly afraid lest I should come up it in the dark if once I got confused as to the direction, and then paused to think. What was I to do? I had no match. It seemed awful to attempt that long journey back through the utter gloom, and yet I could not stand there all night, and, if I did, probably it would not help me much, for in the bowels of the rock it would be as dark at midday as at midnight. I looked back over my shoulder, not a sight or a sound. I peered forward into the darkness. Surely, far away, I saw something like the faint glow of fire. Perhaps it was a cave where I could get a light. At any rate, it was worth investigating. Slowly and painfully I crept along the tunnel, keeping my hand against its wall, and feeling at every step with my foot before I put it down, fearing lest I should fall into some pit. 30 paces, there was a light, a broad light that came and went, shining through curtains. 50 paces, it was close at hand. 60, oh, great heaven! I was at the curtains, and they did not hang close, so I could see clearly into the little cavern beyond them. It had all the appearance of being a tomb, and was lit up by a fire that burnt in its centre with a whitish flame and without smoke. Indeed, there, to the left, was a stone shelf with a little ledge to it 3 inches or so high, and on the shelf lay what I took to be a corpse. At any rate, it looked like one, with something white thrown over it. To the right was a similar shelf, on which lay some broidered coverings. Over the fire bent the figure of a woman. She was sideways to me and facing the corpse, wrapped in a dark mantle that hid her like a nun's cloak. She seemed to be staring at the flickering flame. Suddenly, as I was trying to make up my mind what to do, with a convulsive movement that somehow gave an impression of despairing energy, the woman rose to her feet and cast the dark cloak from her. It was she herself. She was clothed, as I had seen her when she unveiled, in the kirtle of clinging white, cut low upon her bosom, and bound in at the waist with the barbaric double-headed snake, and, as before, her rippling black hair fell in heavy masses down her back. But her face was what caught my eye, and held me as in a vice, not this time by the force of its beauty, but by the power of fascinated terror. The beauty was still there, indeed, but the agony, the blind passion, and the awful vindictiveness displayed upon those quivering features, and in the tonsured look of the upturned eyes, were such as surpass my powers of description. For a moment she stood still, her hands raised high above her head, and as she did so the white robe slipped from her down to her golden girdle, bearing the blinding loveliness of her form. She stood there, her fingers clenched, and the awful look of malevolence gathered and deepened on her face. Suddenly I thought of what would happen if she discovered me, and the reflection made me turn sick and faint. But, even if I had known that I must die if I stopped, I do not believe that I could have moved, for I was absolutely fascinated. But still I knew my danger. Supposing she should hear me, or see me through the curtain, supposing I even sneezed, or that her magic told her that she was being watched, swift indeed would be my doom. Down came the clenched hands to her sides, then up again above her head, and, as I am a living and honourable man, the white flame of the fire leapt up after them, almost to the roof, throwing a fierce and ghastly glare upon she herself, upon the white figure beneath the covering, and every scroll and detail of the rockwork. Down came the ivory arms again, and as they did so she spoke, or rather hissed, in Arabic, in a note that curdled my blood, and for a second stopped my heart. "Curse her, may she be everlastingly accursed." The arms fell and the flames sank. Up they went again, and the broad tongue of fire shot up after them, and then again they fell. "Curse her memory, accursed be the memory of the Egyptian." Up again, and again down. "Curse her, the daughter of the Nile, because of her beauty. Curse her, because her magic hath prevailed against me. Curse her, because she held my beloved from me." And again the flame dwindled and shrank. She put her hands before her eyes, and abandoning the hissing tone, cried aloud, "What is the use of prevailed, and she is gone?" Then she recommenced with an even more frightful energy, "Curse her where she is. Let my curses reach her where she is and disturb her rest. Curse her through the starry spaces. Let her shadow be accursed. Let my power find her even there. Let her hear me even there. Let her hide herself in the blackness. Let her go down into the pit of despair, because I shall one day find her." Again the flame fell, and again she covered her eyes with her hands. "It is of no use, she wailed, "who can reach those who sleep? Not even I can reach them." Then once more she began her unholy rites. "Curse her when she shall be born again. Let her be born accursed. Let her be utterly accursed from the hour of her birth until sleep finds her. Yea, then, let her be accursed, for then shall I overtake her with my vengeance, and utterly destroy her." And so on. The flame rose and fell, reflecting itself in her agonized eyes, the hissing sound of her terrible maledictions, and no words of mine can convey how terrible they were, ran round the walls and died away in little echoes, and the fierce light and deep gloom alternated themselves on the white and dreadful form stretched upon that bier of stone. But at length she seemed to wear herself out and cease. She sat herself down upon the rocky floor, shook the dense cloud of her beautiful hair over her face and breast, and began to sob terribly in the torture of a heartrending despair. 2,000 years have I wanted and endured, but though century doth still creep on to century, and time give place to time, the sting of memory hath not lessened, the light of hope doth not shine more bright. 011. To have lived 2,000 years, with all my passion eating out my heart, and with my sin ever before me. Oh, that for me life cannot bring forgetfulness. 011. For the weary years that have been and are yet to come, and evermore to come, endless and without end. My love. My love. My love. Why did that stranger bring thee back to me after this sort? For 500 years I have not suffered thus. 011. If I sinned against thee, have I not wiped away the sin? When wilt thou come back to me who have all, and yet without thee have naught? What is there that I can do? What? 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 And perchance that Egyptian doth abide with thee where thou art, and mock my memory. Oh, why could I not die with thee, I who slew thee? Alas, that I cannot die. Alas! Alas! And she flung herself prone upon the ground, and sobbed and wept till I thought her heart must burst. Suddenly she ceased, raised herself to her feet, rearranged her robe, and, tossing back her long locks impatiently, swept across to where the figure lay upon the stone. "O Callicrates," she cried, and I trembled at the name, "ill must look upon thy face again, though it be agony. It is a generation since I looked upon thee whom I slew with mine own hand," and with trembling fingers she seized the corner of the sheet-like wrapping that covered the form upon the stone bier, and then paused. When she spoke again, it was in a kind of awed whisper, as though her idea were terrible even to herself. "Shall I raise thee," she said, apparently addressing the corpse, "so that thou standest there before me, as of old?" "I can do it," and she held out her hands over the sheeted dead, while her whole frame became rigid and terrible to see, and her eyes grew fixed and dull. I shrank in horror behind the curtain, my hair stood up upon my head, and, whether it was my imagination or a fact I am unable to say, but I thought that the quiet form beneath the covering began to quiver, and the winding sheet to lift as though it lay on the breast of one who slept. Suddenly she withdrew her hands, and the motion of the comb seemed to me to cease. "To what purpose?" she said gloomily. "Of what good is it to recall the semblance of life when I cannot recall the spirit? Even if thou stoodest before me thou wouldst not know me, and couldst but do what I bid thee. The life in thee would be my life, and not thy life, Callicrates." For a moment she stood there brooding, and then cast herself down on her knees beside the form, and began to press her lips against the sheet, and weep. There was something so horrible about the sight of this awe-inspiring woman letting loose her passion on the dead, so much more horrible even than anything that had gone before, that I could no longer bear to look at it, and, turning, began to creep, shaking as I was in every limb, slowly along the pitch-dark passage, feeling in my trembling heart that I had seen a vision of a soul in hell. On I stumbled, I scarcely know how. Twice I fell, once I turned up the bisecting passage, but fortunately found out my mistake in time. For 20 minutes or more I crept along, till at last it occurred to me that I must have passed the little stair by which I had descended. So, utterly exhausted, and nearly frightened to death, I sank down at length there on the stone flooring, and sank into oblivion. When I came to, I noticed a faint ray of light in the passage just behind me. I crept to it, and found it was the little stair down which the weak dawn was stealing. Passing up it, I gained my chamber in safety, and, flinging myself on the couch, was soon lost in slumber, or rather stupor. 15. Aisha gives judgment. The next thing that I remember was opening my eyes and perceiving the form of Job, who had now practically recovered from his attack of fever. He was standing in the ray of light that pierced into the cave from the outer air, shaking out my clothes as a makeshift for brushing them, which he could not do because there was no brush, and then folding them up neatly and laying them on the foot of the stone couch. This done, he got my travelling dressing case out of the Gladstone bag, and opened it ready for my use. First he stood it on the foot of the couch also, then, being afraid, I suppose, that I should kick it off, he placed it on a leopard skin on the floor, and stood back a step or two to observe the effect. It was not satisfactory, so he shut up the bag, tummed it on end, and, having rested it against the foot of the couch, placed the dressing case on it. Next he looked at the pots full of water, which constituted our washing apparatus. "Ah!" I heard him murmur, "no hot water in this beastly place. I suppose these poor creatures only use it to boil each other in," and he sighed deeply. "What is the matter, Job?" I said. "Beg pardon, sir," he said, touching his hair. "Ill thought you were asleep, sir, and I am sure you seem as though you want it. One might think from the look of you that you had been having a night of it." I only groaned by way of answer. I had, indeed, been having a night of it, such as I hope never to have again. "How is Mr. Leo, Job?" "Much the same, sir. If he don't soon mend, he'll end, sir, and that's all about it. though I must say that their savage, Ustane, do her best for him, almost like a baptized Christian. She's always hanging round and looking after him, and if I ventures to interfere it's awful to see her. Her hair seems to stand on end, and she curses and swears away in her heathen talk, at least I fancy she must be cursing, from the look of her. And what do you do then? I make her a polite bow, and I say, young woman, your position is one that I don't quite understand, and can't recognize. Let me tell you that I has a duty to perform to my master as is incapacitated by illness, and that I am going to perform it until I am incapacitated too, but she don't take no heed, not she, only curses and swears away worse than ever. Last night she put her hand under that sort of nightshirt she wears and whips out a knife with a kind of a curl in the blade, so I whips out my revolver, and we walks round and round each other till at last she bursts out laughing. It isn't nice treatment for a Christian man to have to put up with from a savage, however handsome she may be, but it is what people must expect as is fools enough. Job laid great emphasis on the fools, to come to such a place to look for things no man is meant to find. It's a judgment on us, sir, that's my view, and for one, is of opinion that the judgment isn't half done yet, and when it is done we shall be done too, and just stop in these beastly caves with the ghosts and the corpses is for once and all. And now, sir, I must be seeing about Mr. Leo's broth, if that wild cat will let me, and, perhaps, you would like to get up, sir, because it's past 9 o'clock. Job's remarks were not of an exactly cheering order to a man who had passed such a night as I had, and, what is more, they had the weight of truth. Taking one thing with another, it appeared to me to be an utter impossibility that we should escape from the place we were. Supposing that Leo recovered, and supposing that she would let us go, which was exceedingly doubtful, and that she did not blast us in some moment of vexation, and that we were not hot-potted by the Amahagger, it would be quite impossible for us to find our way across the network of marshes which, stretching for scores and scores of miles, formed a stronger and more impassable fortification round the various Amahagger households than any that could be built or designed by man. No, there was but one thing to do, face it out, and, speaking for my own part, I was so intensely interested in the whole weird stow that, so far as I was concerned, notwithstanding the shattered state of my nerves, I asked nothing better, even if my life paid forfeit to my curiosity. What man for whom physiology has charms could forbear to study such a character as that of this I sure when the opportunity of doing so presented itself? The very terror of the pursuit added to its fascination, and besides, as I was forced to own to myself even now in the sober light of day, she herself had attractions that I could not forget. Not even the dreadful sight which I had witnessed during the night could drive that folly from my mind, and alas! that I should have to admit it, it has not been driven thence to this hour. After I had dressed myself I passed into the eating, or rather embalming chamber, and had some food, which was as before brought to me by the girl Mutes. When I had finished I went and saw poor Leo, who was quite off his head, and did not even know me. I asked Ustane how she thought he was, but she only shook her head and began to cry a little. Evidently her hopes were small, and I then and there made up my mind that, if it were in any way possible, I would get she to come and see him. Surely she would cure him if she chose, at any rate she said she could. While I was in the room, Bilali entered, and also shook his head. He will die at night, he said. God forbid, my father, I answered, and turned away with a heavy heart. She who must be obeyed commands thy presence, my baboon, said the old man as soon as we got to the canteen, but, oh my dear son, be more careful. Yesterday I made sure in my heart that she would blast thee when thou didst not crawl upon thy stomach before her. She is sitting in the great hall even now to do justice upon those who would have smitten thee and the lion. Come on, my son, come swiftly. I turned, and followed him down the passage, and when we reached the great central cave saw that many Amahagger, some robed, and some merely clad in the sweet simplicity of a leopard skin, were hurrying along it. We mingled with the throng, and walked up the enormous and, indeed, almost interminable cave. All the way its walls were elaborately sculptured, and every 20 paces or so passages opened out of it at right angles, leading, Bilali told me, to tombs, hollowed in the rock by the people who were before. Nobody visited those tombs now, he said, and I must say that my heart rejoiced when I thought of the opportunities of antiquarian research which opened out before me. At last we came to the head of the cave, where there was a rock dais almost exactly similar to the one on which we had been so furiously attacked, a fact that proved to me that these dais must have been used as altars, probably for the celebration of religious ceremonies, and more especially of rites connected with the interment of the dead. On either side of this dais were passages leading, Bilali informed me, to other caves full of dead bodies. Indeed, he added, the whole mountain is full of dead, and nearly all of them are perfect. In front of the dais were gathered a great number of people of both sexes, who stood staring about in their peculiar gloomy fashion, which would have reduced Mark Tapley himself to misery in about 5 minutes. On the dais was a rude chair of black wood inlaid with ivory, having a seat made of grass fibre, and a footstool formed of a wooden slab attached to the framework of the chair. Suddenly there was a cry of higher! Higher! Shishia, and thereupon the entire crowd of spectators instantly precipitated itself upon the ground, and lay still as though it were individually and collectively stricken dead, leaving me standing there like some solitary survivor of a massacre. As it did so, a long string of guards began to defile from a passage to the left, and ranged themselves on either side of the dais. Then followed about a score of male mutes, then as many women mutes bearing lamps, and then a tall white figure, swathed from head to foot, in whom I recognized she herself. She mounted the dais and sat down upon the chair, and spoke to me in Greek, I suppose because she did not wish those present to understand what she said. Come hither, O Holly, she said, and sit thou at my feet, and see me do justice on those who would have slain thee. Forgive me if my Greek doth halt like a lame man, it is so long since I have heard the sound of it that my tongue is stiff, and will not bend rightly to the words. I bowed, and, mounting the dais, sat down at her feet. How hast thou slept, my Holly? She asked. I slept not well, O Aisha. I answered with perfect TNLTH, and with an inward fear that perhaps she knew how I had passed the heart of the night. So she said, with a little laugh, I, too, have not slept well. Last night I had dreams, and methinks that thou didst call them to me, O Holly. Of what didst thou dream, Aisha? I asked indifferently. I dreamed, she answered quickly, of one I hate and one I love, and then, as though to turn the conversation, she addressed the captain of her guard in Arabic, let the men be brought before me. The captain bowed low, for the guard and her attendants did not prostrate themselves, but had remained standing, and departed with his underlings down a passage to the right. Then came a silence. She leaned her swathed head upon her hand and appeared to be lost in thought, while the multitude before her continued to grovel upon their stomachs, only screwing their heads round a little so as to get a view of us with one eye. It seemed that their queen so rarely appeared in public that they were willing to undergo this inconvenience, and even graver risks, to have the opportunity of looking on her, or rather on her garments, for no living man there except myself had ever seen her face. At last we caught sight of the waving of lights, and heard the tramp of men coming along the passage, and in filed the guard, and with them the survivors of our would-be murderers, to the number of 20 or more, on whose countenances a natural expression of sullenness struggled with the terror that evidently filled their savage hearts. They were ranged in front of the dais, and would have cast themselves down on the floor of the cave like the spectators, but she stopped them. Nay, she said in her softest voice, stand, I pray you stand. Perchance the time will soon be when ye shall grow weary of being stretched out, and she laughed melodiously. I saw a cringe of terror run along the rank of the doomed wretches, and, wicked villains as they were, I felt sorry for them. Some minutes, perhaps 2 or 3, passed before anything fresh occurred, during which she appeared from the movement of her head, for, of course, we could not see her eyes, to be slowly and carefully examining each delinquent. At last she spoke, addressing herself to me in a quiet and deliberate tone. "Dost thou, 011 my guest, recognize these men?" "O Queen, nearly all of them," I said, and I saw them glower at me as I said it. "Then tell to me, and this great company, the tale whereof will have heard." Thus adjured, I, in as few words as I could, related the history of the cannibal feast, and of the attempted torture of our poor servant. The narrative was received in perfect silence, both by the accused and by the audience, and also by she herself. When I had done, Aisha called upon Bilali by name, and, lifting his head from the ground, but without rising, the old man confirmed my story. No further evidence was taken. "Ye have heard," said she at length, in a cold, clear voice, very different from her usual tones. Indeed, it was one of the most remarkable things about this extraordinary creature that her voice had the power of suiting itself in a wonderful manner to the mood of the moment. "What have you to say, ye rebellious children? Why vengeance should not be done upon you?" For some time there was no answer, but at last one of the men, a fine, broad-chested fellow, well on in middle life, with deep graven features and an eye like a hawk's, spoke, and said that the orders that they had received were not to harm the white men. Nothing was said of their black servant, so, egged on thereto by a woman who was now dead, they proceeded to try to hot-pot him after the ancient and honourable custom of their country, with a view of eating him in due course. As for their sudden attack upon ourselves, it was made in an access of sudden fury, and they deeply regretted it. He ended by humbly praying that they might be banished into the swamps, to live and die as it might chance, but I saw it written on his face that he had but little hope of mercy. Then came a pause, and the most intense silence reigned over the whole scene, which, illuminated as it was by the flicker of the lamps striking out broad patterns of light and shadow upon the rocky walls, was as strange as any I ever saw, even in that unholy land. Upon the ground before the dais were stretched scores of the corpse-like forms of the spectators, till at last the long lines of them were lost in the gloomy background. Before this outstretched audience were the knots of evildoers, trying to cover up their natural terrors with a brave appearance of unconcern. On the right and left stood the silent guards, robed in white and armed with great spears and daggers, and men and women mutes watching with hard curious eyes. Then, seated in her barbaric chair above them all, with myself at her feet, was the veiled white woman, whose loveliness and awesome power seemed to visibly shine about her like a halo, or rather like the glow from some unseen light. Never have I seen her veiled shape look more terrible than it did in that space, while she gathered herself up for vengeance. At last it came. "Dogs and serpents," she began in a low voice that gradually gathered power as she went on, till the place rang with it. "Eaters of human flesh, two things have ye done. First, ye have attacked these strangers, being white men, and would have slain their servant, and for that alone death is your reward. But that is not all. Ye have dared to disobey me. Did I not send my word unto you by Bilali, my servant, and the father of your household? Did I not bid you to hospitably entertain these strangers, whom now ye have striven to slay, and whom, had not they been brave and strong beyond the strength of men, ye would cruelly have murdered? Hath it not been taught to you from childhood that the law of she is an ever fixed law, and that he who breaketh it by so much as one jot or tittle shall perish? And is not my lightest word a law? Have not your fathers taught you this, I say, whilst as yet ye were but children? Do ye not know that as well might ye bid these great caves to fall upon you, or the sun to cease its journeying, as to hope to turn me from my courses, or make my word light or heavy, according to your minds? Well do ye know it, ye wicked ones. But ye are all evil, evil to the core, the wickedness bubbles up in you like a fountain in the springtime. Were it not for me, generations since had ye ceased to be, for of your own evil way had ye destroyed each other. And now, because ye have done this thing, because ye have striven to put these men, my guests, to death, and yet more because ye have dared to disobey my word. This is the doom that I doom you to. That ye be taken to the cave of torture, ill, and given over to the tormentors, and that on the going down of tomorrow's sun those of you who yet remain alive be slain, even as ye would have slain the servant of this my guest. 1. The cave of torture. I afterwards saw this dreadful place, also a legacy from the prehistoric people in Kor. The only objects in the cave itself were slabs of rock arranged in various positions to facilitate the operations of the torturers. Many of these slabs, uhikuere of a porous stone, were stained quite dark with the blood of ancient victims that had soaked into them. Also in the center of the room was a place for a furnace, with a cavity wherein to heat the historic pot. But the most dreadful thing about the cave was that over each slab was a sculptured illustration of the appropriate torture being applied. These sculptures were so awful that I will not harrow the reader by attempting a description of them. LH_H. She ceased, and a faint murmur of horror ran round the cave. As for the victims, as soon as they realized the full hideousness of their doom, their stoicism forsook them, and they flung themselves down upon the ground, and wept and implored for mercy in a way that was dreadful to behold. L2 turned to Aisha, and begged her to spare them, or at least to mete out their fate in some less awful way. But she was hard as adamant about it. My Holly, she said, again speaking in Greek, which, to tell the truth, although I have always been considered a better scholar of the language than most men, I found it rather difficult to follow, chiefly because of the change in the fall of the accent. Aisha, of course, talked with the accent of her contemporaries, whereas we have only tradition and the modern accent to guide us as to the exact pronunciation. My Holly, it cannot be. Were I to show mercy to those wolves, your lives would not be safe among this people for a day. Thou knowest them not. They are tigers to lap blood, and even now they hunger for your lives. How thinkest thou that I rule this people? I have but a regiment of guards to do my bidding, therefore it is not by force. It is by terror. My empire is of the imagination. Once in a generation mayhap I do as I have done but now, and slay a score by torture. Believe not that I would be Camille, or take vengeance on anything so low. What can it profit me to be avenged on such as these? Those who live long, my Holly, have no passions, save where they have interests. Though I may seem to slay in wrath, or because my mood is crossed, it is not so. Thou hast seen how in the heavens the little clouds blow this way and that without a cause, yet behind them is the great wind sweeping on its path whither it listeth. So it is with me, O Holly. My moods and changes are the little clouds, and fitfully these seem to turn, but behind them ever blows the great wind of my purpose. Nay, the men must die, and die as I have said. Then, suddenly turning to the captain of the guard, as my word is, so be it. 16. The tombs of Kor. After the prisoners had been removed, Aisha waved her hand, and the spectators turned round, and began to crawl off down the cave like a scattered flock of sheep. When they were a fair distance from the dais, however, they rose and walked away, leaving the Queen and myself alone, with the exception of the mutes and the few remaining guards, most of whom had departed with the doomed men. Thinking this a good opportunity, I asked she to come and see Leo, telling her of his serious condition, but she would not, saying that he certainly would not die before the night, as people never died of that sort of fever except at nightfall or dawn. Also she said that it would be better to let the sickness spend its course as much as possible before she cured it. Accordingly, I was rising to leave, when she bade me follow her, as she would talk with me, and show me the wonders of the caves. I was too much involved in the web of her fatal fascinations to say her no, even if I had wished, which I did not. She rose from her chair, and, making some signs to the mutes, descended from the dais. Thereon 4 of the girls took lamps, and ranged themselves 2 in front and 2 behind us, but the others went away, as also did the guards. Now she said, wouldst thou see some of the wonders of this place, O Holly? Look upon this great cave. Sawest thou ever the like? Yet was it, and many more like it, hollowed by the hands of the dead race that once lived here in the city on the plain? A great and wonderful people must they have been, those men of Kor, but, like the Egyptians, they thought more of the dead than of the living. How many men, thinkest thou, working for how many years, did it need to the hollowing out this cave and all the galleries thereof? Tens of thousands, I answered. So, O Holly. This people was an old people before the Egyptians were. A little can I read of their inscriptions, having found the key thereto, and see thou here, this was one of the last of the caves that they hollowed, and, turning to the rock behind her, she motioned the mutes to hold up the lamps. Carven over the dais was the figure of an old man seated in a chair, with an ivory rod in his hand. It struck me at once that his features were exceedingly like those of the man who was represented as being embalmed in the chamber where we took our meals. Beneath the chair, which, by the way, was shaped exactly like the one in which Aisha had sat to give judgment, was a short inscription in the extraordinary Y characters of which I have already spoken, but which I do not remember sufficient of to illustrate. It looked more like Chinese writing than any other that I am acquainted with. This inscription Aisha proceeded, with some difficulty and hesitation, to read aloud and translate. It ran as follows: in the year 4259 from the founding of the city of Imperial Kor was this cave, or burial place, completed by Tisno, king of Kor, the people thereof and their slaves having laboured their rate for 3 generations, to be a tomb for their citizens of rank who shall come after. May the blessings of the heaven above the heaven rest upon their work, and make the sleep of Tisno, the mighty monarch, the likeness of whose features is graven above, a sound and happy sleep till the day of, and also the sleep of his servants, and of those of his race who, rising up after him, shall yet lay their heads as low. 1. This phrase is remarkable, as seeming to indicate a belief in a state thou seest, O Holly, she said. This people founded the city, of which the lins yet cumber the plain yonder, 4,000 years before this cave was finished. Yet, when first mine eyes beheld it 2,000 years ago, was it even as it is now? Judge, therefore, how old must that city have been? And now, follow thou me, and I will show thee after what fashion this great people fell when the time was come for it to fall. And she led the way down to the centre of the cave, stopping at a spot where a round rock had been let into a kind of large manhole in the flooring, accurately filling it just as the iron plates fill the spaces in the London pavements down which the coals are thrown. Thou seest, she said. Tell me, what is it? Nay, I know not, I answered, whereon she crossed to the left-hand side of the cave, looking towards the entrance, and signed to the mutes to hold up the lamps. On the wall was something painted with a red pigment in similar characters to those hewn beneath the sculpture of Tisno, king of Kor. This inscription she proceeded to translate to me, the pigment still being fresh enough to show the form of the letters. It ran thus: Il, Junus, a priest of the great temple of Kor, write this upon the rock of the burying place in the year 4803 from the founding of Kor. Kor is fallen. No more shall the mighty feast in her halls, no more shall she rule the world, and her navies go out to commerce with the world. Kor is fallen. And her mighty works and all the cities of Kor, and all the harbours that she built and the canals that she made, are for the wolf and the owl and the wild swan, and the barbarian who comes after. 25 moons ago did a cloud settle upon Kor, and the 100 cities of Kor, and out of the cloud came a pestilence that slew her people, old and young, one with another, and spared not. One with another they turned black and died, the young and the old, the rich and the poor, the man and the woman, the prince and the slave. The pestilence slew, and ceased not by day or by night, and those who escaped from the pestilence were slain of the famine. No longer could the bodies of the children of Kor be preserved according to the ancient rites, because of the number of the dead, therefore were they hurled into the great pit beneath the cave, through the hole in the floor of the cave. Then, at last, a remnant of this the great people, the light of the whole world, went down to the coast and took ship and sailed northwards, and now Amel, the priest Junus, who write this, the last man left alive of this great city of men, but whether there be any yet left in the other cities I know not. This do I write in misery of heart before I die, because Kor the imperial is no more, and because there are none to worship in her temple, and all her palaces are empty, and her princes and her captains and her traders and her fair women have passed off the face of the earth. I gave a sigh of astonishment. The utter desolation depicted in this night scrawl was so overpowering. It was tenable to think of this solitary survivor of a mighty people recording its fate before he too went down into darkness. What must the old man have felt as, in ghastly tenifering solitude, by the light of one lamp feebly illuminating a little space of gloom, he in a few brief lines daubed the history of his nation's death upon the cavern wall. What a subject for the moralist, or the painter, or indeed for any one who can think. Doth it not occur to thee, O Holly, said Aisha, laying her hand upon my shoulder, that those men who sailed north may have been the fathers of the first Egyptians? Nay, I know not, I said. It seems that the world is very old. Old? Yes, it is old indeed. Time after time have nations, and rich and strong nations, learned in the arts, been and passed away and been forgotten, so that no memory of them remains. This is but one of several, for time eats up the works of man, unless, indeed, he digs in caves like the people of Kor, and then mayhap the sea swallows them, or the earthquake shakes them in. Who knows what hath been on the earth, or what shall be? There is no new thing under the sun, as the wise Hebrew wrote long ago. Yet were not these people utterly destroyed, as I think? Some few remained in the other cities, for their cities were many. But the barbarians from the south, or perchance my people, the Arabs, came down upon them, and took their women to wife, and the race of the Amahagga that is now is a bastard brood of the mighty sons of Kor, and behold it dwelleth in the tombs with its father's bones. 2. But I know not, who can know? My arts cannot pierce so far into the blackness of time's night. A great people were they. They conquered till none were left to conquer, and then they dwelt at ease within their rocky mountain walls, with their man-servants and their maid-servants, their minstrels, their sculptors, and their concubines, and traded and quarrelled, and ate and hunted and slept and made many till their time came. But come, I will show thee the great pit beneath the cave whereof the writing speaks. Never shall thine eyes witness such another sight. 2. The name of the race Amahagga seemed to indicate a curious mingling of races such as might easily have occurred in the neighbourhood of the Zambesi. The prefix is common to the Zulu and kindred races, and signifies people. Hagga is an Arabic ud meaning a stone. Editor. Accordingly I followed her to a side passage opening out of the main cave, then down a great number of steps, and along an underground shaft which cannot have been less than 60 feet beneath the surface of the rock, and was ventilated by curious borings that ran upward, I know not where. Suddenly the passage ended, and she halted and bade the mutes hold up the lamps, and, as she had prophesied, I saw a scene such as I was not likely to see again. We were standing in an enormous pit, or rather on the brink of it, for it went down deeper, I do not know how much, than the level on which we stood, and was edged in with a low wall of rock. So far as I could judge, this pit was about the size of the space beneath the dome of St. Paul's in London, and when the lamps were held up I saw that it was nothing but one vast charnel house, being literally full of thousands of human skeletons, which lay piled up in an enormous gleaming pyramid, formed by the slipping down of the bodies at the apex as fresh ones were dropped in from above. Anything more appalling than this jumbled mass of the remains of a departed race I cannot imagine, and what made it even more dreadful was that in this dry air a considerable number of the bodies had simply become desiccated with the skin still on them, and now, fixed in every conceivable position, stared at us out of the mountain of white bones, grotesquely horrible caricatures of humanity. In my astonishment I uttered an ejaculation, and the echoes of my voice, ringing in the vaulted space, disturbed a skull that had been accurately balanced for many thousands of years near the apex of the pile. Down it came with a NM, bounding along menily towards us, and of course bringing an avalanche of other bones after it, till at last the whole pit rattled with their movement, even as though the skeletons were getting up to greet us. "Come," I said, "I'll have seen enough. These are the bodies of those who died of the great sickness, is it not so?" I added, as we turned away. "Yeah. The people of Kor ever embalmed their dead, as did the Egyptians, but their art was greater than the art of the Egyptians, for, whereas the Egyptians disemboweled and drew the brain, the people of Kor injected fluid into the veins, and thus reached every part. But stay, thou shalt see." And she halted at haphazard at one of the little duvees opening out of the passage along which we were walking, and motioned to the mutes to light us in. We entered into a small chamber similar to the one in which I had slept at our first stopping place, only instead of one there were 2 stone benches or beds in it. On the benches lay figures covered with yellow linen, 3, on which a fine and impalpable dust had gathered in the course of ages, but nothing like to the extent that one would have anticipated, for in these deep-hewn caves there is no material to turn to dust. About the bodies on the stone shelves and floor of the tomb were many painted vases, but I saw very few ornaments or weapons in any of the vaults. 3. All the linen that the Amahagga wore was taken from the tombs, which accounted for its yellow hue. It was washed, however, and properly rebleached. It acquired its former snowy whiteness, and was the softest and best linen I ever uplift the cloths, O Holly, said Aisha, but when I put out my hand to do so I drew it back again. It seemed like sacrilege, and, to speak the truth, I was awed by the dread solemnity of the place, and of the presences before us. Then, with a little laugh at my fears, she drew them herself, only to discover other and yet finer cloths lying over the forms upon the stone bench. These also she withdrew, and then for the first time for thousands upon thousands of years did living eyes look upon the face of that chilly dead. It was a woman. She might have been 35 years of age, or perhaps a little less, and had certainly been beautiful. Even now her calm clear-cut features, marked out with delicate eyebrows and long eyelashes which threw little lines of the shadow of the lamplight upon the ivory face, were wonderfully beautiful. There, robed in white, down which her blue-black hair was streaming, she slept her last long sleep, and on her arm, its face pressed against her breast, there lay a little babe. So sweet was the sight, although so awful, that, I confess it without shame, I could scarcely withhold my tears. It took me back across the dim gulf of ages to some happy home in dead imperial Kor, where this winsome lady girt about with beauty had lived and died, and dying taken her last born with her to the tomb. There they were before us, mother and babe, the white memories of a forgotten human history speaking more eloquently to the heart than could any written record of their lives. Reverently I replaced the grave cloths, and, with a sigh that flowers so fair should, in the purpose of the everlasting, have only bloomed to be gathered to the grave, I turned to the body on the opposite shelf, and gently unveiled it. It was that of a man in advanced life, with a long grizzled beard, and also robed in white, probably the husband of the lady, who, after surviving her many years, came at the last to sleep once more for good and all beside her. We left the place and entered others. It would be too long to describe the many things I saw in them. Each one had its occupants, for the 500 and odd years that had elapsed between the completion of the cave and the destruction of the race had evidently sufficed to fill these catacombs, numberless as they were, and all appeared to have been undisturbed since the day when they were placed there. I could fill a book with the description of them, but to do so would only be to repeat what I have said, with variations. Nearly all the bodies, so masterfully was the art with which they had been treated, were as perfect as on the day of death thousands of years before. Nothing came to injure them in the deep silence of the living rock. They were beyond the reach of heat and cold and damp, and the aromatic drugs with which they had been saturated were evidently practically everlasting in their effect. Here and there, however, we saw an exception, and in these cases, although the flesh looked sound enough externally, if one touched it it fell in, and revealed the fact that the figure was but a pile of dust. This arose, Aisha told me, from these particular bodies having, either owing to haste in the burial or other causes, been soaked in the instead of its being injected into the substance of the flesh. 4. Aisha after Uaj showed me the tree from the leaves of which this ancient preservative was manufactured. It is a low bush-like tree, that to this day grows in wonderful plenty upon the sides of the mountains, or rather upon the slopes leading up to the rocky walls. The leaves are long and narrow, a vivid green in colour, but turning a bright red in the autumn, and not unlike those of a laurel in general appearance. They have little smell, a hen green, but if boiled the aromatic odour from fern is so strong that one can hardly bear it. The best mixture, however, is made from the roots, and among the people of Kor there was a law, Uhik Aisha showed me alluded to on some of the inscriptions, to the effect that on pain of heavy penalties no one under a certain rank was to be embalmed with the drugs prepared from the roots. The object and effect of this was, of course, to preserve the trees from extermination. The sale of the leaves and roots as a government monopoly, and from it the kings of Kor derived a large proportion of their private revenue. About the last tomb we visited I must, however, say one word, for its contents spoke even more eloquently to the human sympathies than those of the first. It had but 2 occupants, and they lay together on a single shelf. I withdrew the grave cloths, and there, clasped heart to heart, were a young man and a blooming girl. Her head rested on his arm, and his lips were pressed against her brow. I opened the man's linen robe, and there over his heart was a dagger wound, and beneath the woman's fair breast was a like cruel stab, through which her life had ebbed away. On the rock above was an inscription in 3 words. Aisha translated it. It was wedded in death. What was the life story of these 2, who, of a truth, were beautiful in their lives, and in their death were not divided? I closed my eyelids, and imagination, taking up the thread of thought, shot its swift shuttle back across the ages, weaving a picture on their blackness so real and vivid in its details that I could almost for a moment think that I had triumphed over the past, and that my spirit's eyes had pierced the mystery of time. I seemed to see this fair girl form, the yellow hair streaming down her, glittering against her garments snowy white, and the bosom that was whiter than the robes, even dimming with its lustre her ornaments of burnished gold. I seemed to see the great cave filled with warriors, bearded and clad in mail, and, on the lighted dais where Aisha had given judgment, a man standing, robed, and surrounded by the symbols of his priestly office. And up the cave there came one clad in purple, and before him and behind him came minstrels and fair maidens, chanting a wedding song. White stood the maid against the altar, fairer than the fairest there, purer than a lily, and more cold than the dew that glistens in its hilt. But as the man drew near she shuddered. Then out of the press and throng there sprang a dark-haired youth, and put his arms about this long-forgotten maid, and kissed her pale face in which the blood shot up like lights of the red dawn across the silent sky. And next there was turmoil and uproar, and a flashing of swords, and they tore the youth from her arms, and stabbed him, but with a she snatched the dagger from his belt, and drove it into her snowy breast, home to the heart, and down she fell, and then, with cries and wailing, and every sound of lamentation, the pageant rolled away from the arena of my vision, and once more the past shut to its book. Let him who reads forgive the intrusion of a dream into a history of fact. But it came so home to me, I saw it all so clear in a moment, as it were, and, besides, who shall say what proportion of fact, past, present, or to come, may lie in the imagination? What is imagination? Perhaps it is the shadow of the intangible truth, perhaps it is the soul's thought. In an instant the whole thing had passed through my brain, and she was addressing me. Behold the lot of man, said the veiled Aisha, as she drew the winding sheets back over the dead lovers, speaking in a solemn, thrilling voice, which accorded well with the dream that I had dreamed. To the tomb, and to the forgetfulness that hides the tomb, must we all come at last. Even I who live so long. Even for me, O Holly, thousands upon thousands of years since, thousands of years after thou hast gone through the gate and been lost in the mists, a day will dawn whereon I shall die, and be even as thou art and these are. And then what will it avail that I have lived a little longer, holding off death by the knowledge that I have wrung from nature, since at last I too must die? What is a span of 10,000 years, or 10 times 10,000 years, in the history of time? It is as naught, it is as the mists that roll up in the sunlight, it fleeth away like an hour of sleep or a breath of the eternal spirit. Behold the lot of man. Certainly it shall overtake us, and we shall sleep. Certainly, too, we shall awake and live again, and again shall sleep, and so on, through periods, spaces, and times, from aeon unto aeon, till the world is dead, and the worlds beyond the world are dead, and naught liveth but the spirit that is life. But for us twain and for these dead ones shall the end of ends be life, or shall it be death? As yet death is but life's night, but out of the night is the morrow born again, and doth again beget the night. Only when day and night, and life and death, are ended and swallowed up in that from which they came, what shall be our fate, O Holly? Who can see so far? Not even I. And then, with a sudden change of tone and manner, hast thou seen enough, my stranger guest, or shall I show thee more of the wonders of these tombs that are my palace halls? If thou wilt, I can lead thee to where Tisno, the mightiest and most valorous king of Kor, in whose day these caves were ended, lies in a pomp that seems to mock at nothingness, and bid the empty shadows of the past do homage to his sculptured vanity. I have seen enough, O Queen, I answered. My heart is overwhelmed by the power of the present death. Mortality is weak, and easily broken down by a sense of the companionship that waits upon its end. Take me hence, O Aisha. The balance turns. In a few minutes, following the lamps of the mutes, which, held out from the body as a bearer holds water in a vessel, had the appearance of floating down the darkness by themselves, we came to a stair which led us to She's anteroom, the same that Bilali had crept up upon on all fours on the previous day. Here I would have bid the Queen adieu, but she would not. Nay, she said, enter with me, O Holly, for of a truth thy conversation pleaseth me. Think, O Holly, for 2,000 years have I had none to converse with save slaves and my own thoughts, and though of all this thinking hath much wisdom come, and many secrets been made plain, yet am I weary of my thoughts, and have come to loathe mine own society, for surely the food that memory gives to eat is bitter to the taste, and it is only with the teeth of hope that we can bear to bite it. Now, though thy thoughts are green and tender, as becometh one so young, yet are they those of a thinking brain, and in truth thou dost bring back to my mind certain of those old philosophers with whom in days bygone I have disputed at Athens, and at Becca in Arabia, for thou hast the same crabbed air and dusty look, as though thou hadst passed thy days in reading ill-writ Greek, and been stained dark with the grime of manuscripts. So draw the Tultane, and sit here by my side, and we will eat flit, and talk of pleasant things. See, I will again unveil to thee. Thou hast brought it on thyself, O Holly, fairly have I warned thee, and thou shalt call me beautiful as even those old philosophers were wont to do. Fie upon them, forgetting their philosophy. And without more ado she stood up and shook the white wrappings from her, and came fawn shining and splendid like some glittering snake when she has cast her slough, and fixed her wonderful eyes upon me, more deadly than any basilisks, and pierced me through and through with her beauty, and sent her light laugh ringing through the air like chimes of silver bells. A new mood was on her, and the very colour of her mind seemed to change beneath it. It was no longer torture-torn and hateful, as I had seen it when she was cursing her dead rival by the leaping flames, no longer icily terrible as in the judgment hall, no longer rich, and sombre, and splendid, like a Ty cloth, as in the dwellings of the dead. No, her mood now was that of Aphrodite triumphing. Life, radiant, ecstatic, wonderful, seemed to flow from her and around her. Softly she laughed and sighed, and swift her glances flew. She shook her heavy tresses, and their perfume filled the place. She struck her little sandalled foot upon the floor, and hummed a snatch of some old Greek epithalamium. All the majesty was gone, or did but lurk and faintly flicker through her laughing eyes, like lightning seen through sunlight. She had cast off the terror of the leaping flame, the cold power of judgment that was even now being done, and the wise sadness of the tombs, cast them off and put them behind her, like the white shroud she wore, and now stood out the incarnation of lovely tempting womanhood, made more perfect, and in a way more spiritual, than ever woman was before. So, my Holly, sit there where thou canst see me. It is by thine own wish, remember, again I say, blame me not if thou dost wear away thy little span with such a sick pain at the heart that thou wouldst fain have died before ever thy curious eyes were set upon me. There, sit so, and tell me, for in TNLTH I am inclined for praises, tell me, am I not beautiful? Nay, speak not so hastily, consider well the point, take me feature by feature, forgetting not my form, and my hands and feet, and my hair, and the whiteness of my skin, and then tell me TNLLY, hast thou ever known a woman who in aught, in one little portion of her beauty, in the curve of an eyelash even, or the modelling of a shell-like ear, is justified to hold a light before my loveliness? Now, my waist. Perchance thou thinkest it too large, but of a TNLTH it is not so, it is this golden snake that is too large, and doth not bind it as it should. It is a wide snake, and knoweth that it is ill to tie in the waist. But see, give me thy hands, so, now press them round me, and there, with but a little force, thy fingers touch, O Holly. I could bear it no longer. I am but a man, and she was more than a woman. Heaven knows what she was, I do not. But then and there I fell upon my knees before her, and told her in a sad mixture of languages, for such moments confuse the thoughts, that I worshipped her as never woman was worshipped, and that I would give my immortal soul to many her, which at that time I certainly would have done, and so, indeed, would any other man, or all the race of men rolled into one. For a moment she looked surprised, and then she began to laugh, and clap her hands in glee. Oh, so soon, oh Holly, she said. Wondered how many minutes it would need to bring thee to thy knees. I have not seen a man kneel before me for so many days, and, believe me, to a woman's heart the sight is sweet, wisdom and length of days take not from that dear pleasure which is our sex's only right. What wouldst thou? Thou dost not know what thou doest. Have I not told thee that I am not for thee? I love but one, and thou art not the man. Ah Holly, for all thy wisdom, and in a way thou art wise, thou art but a fool running after folly. Thou wouldst look into mine eyes, thou wouldst kiss me. Well, if it pleaseth thee, look. And she bent herself towards me, and fixed her dark and thrilling orbs upon my own, and kiss too, if thou wilt, for, thanks be given to the scheme of things, kisses leave no marks, except upon the heart. But if thou dost kiss, I tell thee of a surety wilt thou eat out thy breast with love of me, and die. And she bent yet further towards me till her soft hair brushed my brow, and her fragrant breath played upon my face, and made me faint and weak. Then of a sudden, even as I stretched out my hands to clasp, she straightened herself, and a quick change passed over her. Reaching out her hand, she held it over my head, and it seemed to me that something flowed from it that chilled me back to common sense, and a knowledge of propriety and the domestic virtues. Enough of this wanton folly, she said with a touch of sternness. Listen, Holly. Thou art a good and honest man, and I fain would spare thee, but, oh! It is so hard for woman to be merciful. I have said I am not for thee, therefore let thy thoughts pass by me like an idle wind, and the dust of thy imagination sink again into the depths, well, of despair, if thou wilt. Thou dost not know me, Holly. Hadst thou seen me but 10 hours past when my passion seized me, thou hadst shmnk from me in fear and trembling. I am of many moods, and, like the water in that vessel, I reflect many things, but they pass, my Holly, they pass, and are forgotten. Only the water is theta still, and I still am I, and that which maketh the water maketh it, and that which maketh me, nor can my quality be altered. Therefore, pay no heed to what I seem, seeing that thou canst not know what I am. If thou troublest me again I will veil myself, and thou shalt behold my face no more. I rose, and sank on the cushioned couch beside her, yet quivering with emotion, though for a moment my mad passion had left me, as the leaves of a tree quiver still, although the gust be gone that stirred them. I did not dare to tell her that I had seen her in that deep and hellish mood, muttering incantations to the fire in the tomb. So she went on, now eat some fruit, believe me, it is the only true food for man. Oh, tell me of the philosophy of that Hebrew Messiah, who came after me, and who thou sayest doth now rule Rome, and Greece, and Egypt, and the barbarians beyond. It must have been a strange philosophy that he taught, for in my day the peoples would have naught of our philosophers. Revel and lust and drink, blood and cold steel, and the shock of men gathered in the battle, these were the canons of their creeds. I had recovered myself a little by now, and, feeling bitterly ashamed of the weakness into which I had been betrayed, I did my best to expound to her the doctrines of Christianity, to which, however, with the single exception of our conception of heaven and hell, I found that she paid but scant attention, her interest being all directed towards the man who taught them. Also I told her that among her own people, the Arabs, another prophet, one Mohammed, had arisen and preached a new faith, to which many millions of mankind now adhered. Ah, she said, I see, 2 new religions. I have known so many, and doubtless there have been many more since I knew aught beyond these caves of core. Mankind asks ever of the skies to vision out what lies behind them. It is terror for the end, and but a subtler form of selfishness, this it is that breeds religions. Mark, my Holly, each religion claims the future for its followers, or, at least, the good thereof. The evil is for those benighted ones who will have none of it, seeing the light the TNLE believers worship, as the fishes see the stars, but dimly. The religions come and the religions pass, and the civilizations come and pass, and naught endures but the world and human nature. Ah! If man would but see that hope is from within and not from without, that he himself must work out his own salvation. He is there, and within him is the breath of life and a knowledge of good and evil as good and evil is to him. Thereon let him build and stand erect, and not cast himself before the image of some unknown god, modelled like his poor self, but with a bigger brain to think the evil thing, and a longer arm to do it. I thought to myself, which shows how old such reasoning is, being, indeed, one of the recurring qualities of theological discussion, that her arguments sounded very like some that I have heard in the 19th century, and in other places than the caves of Kor, and with which, by the way, I totally disagree, but I did not care to try and discuss the question with her. To begin with, my mind was too weary with all the emotions through which I had passed, and, in the second place, I knew that I should get the worst of it. It is weary work enough to argue with an ordinary materialist, who hurls statistics and whole strata of geological facts at your head, whilst you can only buffet him with deductions and instincts and the snowflakes of faith, that are, alas, so apt to melt in the hot embers of our troubles. How little chance, then, should I have against one whose brain was supernaturally sharpened, and who had 2,000 years of experience, besides all manner of knowledge of the secrets of nature at her command? Feeling that she would be more likely to convert me than I should to convert her, I thought it best to leave the matter alone, and so sat silent. Many a time since then have I bitterly regretted that I did so, for thereby I lost the only opportunity I can remember having had of ascertaining what Aisha really believed, and what her philosophy was. Well, my Holly, she continued, and so those people of mine have found a prophet, a false prophet thou sayest, for he is not thine own, and, indeed, I doubt it not. Yet in my day was it otherwise, for then we Arabs had many gods. Allat there was, and Saba, the host of heaven, Al-Uzza, and Manna the stony one, for whom the blood of victims flowed, and Wad and Sawa, and Yagath the lion of the dwellers in Yaman, and Yak the horse of Morad, and Naz the eagle of Hamya, and many more. Oh, the folly of it all, the shame and the pitiful folly! Yet when I rose in wisdom and spoke thereof, surely they would have slain me in the name of their outraged gods. Well, so hath it ever been, but, my Holly, art thou weary of me already, that thou dost sit so silent? Or dost thou fear lest I should teach thee my know I have a philosophy? What would a teacher be without her own philosophy? And if thou dost vex me overmuch, beware, for I will have thee learn it, and thou shalt be my disciple, and we twain will found a faith that shall swallow up all others. Faithless man! And but half an hour since thou wast upon thy knees, the posture does not suit thee, Holly, swearing that thou didst love me. What shall I have it? I will come and see this youth, the lion, as the old man Bilali calls him, who came with thee, and who is so sick. The fever must have run its course by now, and if he is about to die I will recover him. Fear not, my Holly, I shall use no magic. Have I not told thee that there is no such thing as magic, though there is such a thing as understanding and applying the forces which are in nature? Go now, and presently, when I have made the drug ready, I will follow thee. 1. Aisha Eva's a great chemist. Indeed, chemistry appears to have been her only amusement and occupation. She had one of the caves fitted up as a laboratory, and although her appliances were necessarily rude, the results that she attained were, as will become clear in the course of this narrative, sufficiently surprising. Accordingly I went, only to find Job and Ustane in a great state of grief, declaring that Leo was in the throes of death, and that they had been searching for me everywhere. I rushed to the couch, and glanced at him. Clearly he was dying. He was senseless, and breathing heavily, but his lips were quivering, and every now and again a little shudder ran down his frame. I knew enough of doctoring to see that in another hour he would be beyond the reach of earthly help, perhaps in another 5 minutes. How I cursed my selfishness and the folly that had kept me lingering by Aisha's side while my dear boy lay dying. Alas and alas! How easily the best of us are lighted down to evil by the gleam of a woman's eyes. What a wicked wretch was Elle! Actually, for the last half hour I had scarcely thought of Leo, and this, be it remembered, of the man who for 20 years had been my dearest companion, and the chief interest of my existence. And now, perhaps, it was too late. I wrung my hands, and glanced round. Ustane was sitting by the couch, and in her eyes bumped the dull light of despair. Job was blubbing. I am sorry I cannot name his distress by any more delicate word, audibly in the cummer. Seeing my eye fixed upon him, he went outside to give way to his grief in the passage. Obviously the only hope lay in Aisha. She, and she alone, unless, indeed, she was an impostor, which I could not believe, could save him. I would go and implore her to come. As I started to do so, however, Job came flying into the room, his hair literally standing on end with terror. "Oh, God help us, sir," he ejaculated in a frightened whisper, "here's a corpse coming sliding down the passage." For a moment I was puzzled, but presently, of course, it struck me that he must have seen Aisha, wrapped in her grave-like garment, and been deceived by the extraordinary undulating smoothness of her walk into a belief that she was a white ghost gliding towards him. Indeed, at that very moment the question was settled, for Aisha herself was in the apartment, or rather cave. Job turned, and saw her sheeted form, and then, with a convulsive howl of "Here it comes," sprang into a cummer, and jammed his face against the wall, and Ustane, guessing whose the dread presence must be, prostrate herself upon her face. "Thou comest in a good time, Aisha," I said, "for my boy lies at the point of death." So she said softly, "Provided he be not dead, it is no matter, for I can bring him back to life, my Holly. Is that man there thy servant, and is that the method wherewith thy servants greet strangers in thy country?" "He is frightened of thy garb, it hath a death-like air," I answered. She laughed. And the girl? I see now. It is she of whom thou didst speak to me. Well, bid them both to leave us, and we will see to this sick lion of thine. I love not that underlings should perceive my wisdom. Thereon I told Ustane in Arabic and Job in English both to leave the room, an order which the latter obeyed readily enough, and was glad to obey, for he could not in any way subdue his fear. But it was otherwise with Ustane. What does she want? She whispered, divided between her fear of the terrible queen and her anxiety to remain near Leo. It is surely the right of a wife to be near her husband when he dieth. Nay, I will not go, my lord the baboon. Why doth not that woman leave us, my Holly? Asked Aisha from the other end of the cave, where she was engaged in carelessly examining some of the sculptures on the wall. She is not willing to leave Leo, I answered, not knowing what to say. Aisha wheeled round, and, pointing to the girl Ustane, said one word, and one only, but it was quite enough, for the tone in which it was said meant volumes. And then Ustane crept past her on her hands and knees, and went. Thou seest, my Holly, said Aisha, with a little laugh, it was needful that I should give these people a lesson in obedience. That girl went nigh to disobeying me, but then she did not learn this morn how I treat the disobedient. Well, she has gone, and now let me see the youth, and she glided towards the couch on which Leo lay, with his face in the shadow, and turned towards the wall. He hath a noble shape, she said, as she bent over him to look upon his face. Next second her tall and willowy form was staggering back across the room, as though she had been shot or stabbed, staggering back till at last she snlck the cavern wall, and then there burst from her lips the most awful and unearthly scream that I ever heard in all my life. What is it, Aisha? I cried. Is he dead? She turned, and sprang towards me like a tigress. Thou dog, she said, in her terrible whisper, which sounded like the hiss of a snake, why didst thou hide this from me? And she stretched out her arm, and I thought that she was about to slay me. What? I ejaculated, in the most lively terror, what? All. She said, perchance thou didst not know. Learn, my Holly, learn, there lies my lost Callicrates. Callicrates, who has come back to me at last, as I knew he would, and she began to sob and to laugh, and generally to conduct herself like any other lady who is a little upset, murmuring Callicrates, Callicrates. Nonsense, thought I to myself, but I did not like to say it, and, indeed, at that moment I was thinking of Leo's life, having forgotten everything else in that terrible anxiety. What I feared now was that he should die while she was carrying on. Unless thou art able to help him, Aisha, I put in, by way of a reminder, thy Callicrates will soon be far beyond thy calling. Surely he dieth even now. True, she said, with a start. Why did I not come before? I am unnerved, my hand trembles, even mine, and yet it is very easy. Here, thou Holly, take this phial, and she produced a tiny jar of pottery from the folds of her garment, and pour the liquid in it down his throat. It will cure him if he be not dead. Swift, now. Swift. The man dies. I glanced towards him, it was true enough, Leo was in his death struggle. I saw his poor face turning ashen, and heard the breath begin to rattle in his throat. The phial was stopped with a little piece of wood. I drew it with my teeth, and a drop of the fluid within flew out upon my tongue. It had a sweet flavour, and for a second made my head swim, and a mist gather before my eyes, but happily the effect passed away as swiftly as it had arisen. When I reached Leo's side he was plainly expiring, his golden head was slowly tumbling from side to side, and his mouth was slightly open. I called to Aisha to hold his head, and this she managed to do, though the woman was quivering from head to foot, like an aspen leaf or a startled horse. Then, forcing the jaw a little more open, I poured the contents of the phial into his mouth. Instantly a little vapor arose from it, as happens when one disturbs nitric acid, and this sight did not increase my hopes, already faint enough, of the efficacy of the treatment. One thing, however, was certain: the death throes ceased. At first I thought because he had got beyond them, and crossed the awful river. His face turned to a livid pallor, and his heartbeats, which had been feeble enough before, seemed to die away altogether, only the eyelids still twitched a little. In my doubt I looked up at Aisha, whose head wrapping had slipped back in her excitement when she went reeling across the room. She was still holding Leo's head, and, with a face as pale as his own, watching his countenance with such an expression of agonized anxiety as I had never seen before. Clearly she did not know if he would live or die. 5 minutes slowly passed and I saw that she was abandoning hope. Her lovely oval face seemed to fall in and grow visibly thinner beneath the pressure of a mental agony whose pencil drew black lines about the hollows of her eyes. The coral faded even from her lips, till they were as white as Leo's face, and quivered pitifully. It was shocking to see her, even in my own grief I felt for hers. "Is it too late?" I gasped. She hid her face in her hands, and made no answer, and I too turned away. But as I did so I heard a deep-drawn breath, and looking down perceived a line of colour creeping up Leo's face, then another, and then, wonder of wonders, the man we had thought dead turned over on his side. "Thou seest," I said in a whisper. "I see," she answered hoarsely. "He is saved." I thought we were too late. Another moment, one little moment more, and he had been gone, and she burst into an awful flood of tears, sobbing as though her heart would break, and yet looking lovelier than ever as she did it. At last she ceased. "Forgive me, my Holly, forgive me for my weakness," she said. "Thou seest, after all I am a very woman. Think, now think of it. This morning didst thou speak of the place of torment appointed by this new religion of thine. Hell or Hades thou didst call it, a place where the vital essence lives and retains an individual memory, and where all the errors and faults of judgment, and unsatisfied passions and the unsubstantial terrors of the mind wherewith it hath at any time had to do, come to mock and haunt and gibe and wring the heart for ever and for ever with the vision of its own hopelessness. Thus, even thus, have I lived for full 2,000 years, for some 66 generations, as ye reckon time, in hell, as thou callest it, tormented by the memory of a crime, tortured day and night with an unfulfilled desire, without companionship, without comfort, without death, and led on only down my dreary road by the marsh lights of hope, which, though they flickered here and there, and now glowed strong, and now were not, yet, as my skill told me, would one day lead unto my deliverer. And then, think of it still, O Holly, for never shalt thou hear such another tale, or see such another scene, nay, not even if I give thee 10,000 years of life, and thou shalt have it in payment if thou wilt. Think, at last my deliverer came, he for whom I had watched and waited through the generations. At the appointed time he came to seek me, as I knew that he must come, for my wisdom could not err, though I knew not when or how. Yet see how ignorant I was. See how small my knowledge, and how faint my strength. For hours he lay there sick unto death, and I felt it not, I who had waited for him for 2,000 years, I knew it not. And then at last I see him, and behold, my chance is gone but by a hair's breadth even before I have it, for he is in the very jaws of death, whence no power of mine can draw him. And if he die, surely must the hell be lived through once more must I face the weary centuries, and wait till the time in its fullness shall bring my beloved back to me. And then thou gavest him the medicine, and that 5 minutes dragged long before I knew if he would live or die, and I tell thee that all the 60 generations that are gone were not so long as that 5 minutes. But they passed at length, and still he showed no sign, and I knew that if the DNLG works not then, so far as I have had knowledge, it works not at all. Then thought I that he was once more dead, and all the tortures of all the years gathered themselves into a single venomed spear, and pierced me through and through, because again I had lost Callicrates. And then, when all was done, behold. He sighed, behold. He lived, and I knew that he would live, for none die on whom the drug takes hold. Think of it now, my Holly, think of the wonder of it. He will sleep for 12 hours and then the fever will have left him. She stopped, and laid her hand upon his golden head, and then bent down and kissed his brow with a chastened abandonment of tenderness that would have been beautiful to behold had not the sight cut me to the hemi, for I was jealous. 18. Go, woman. Then followed a silence of a minute or so, during which she appeared, if one might judge from the almost angelic rapture of her face, for she looked angelic sometimes, to be plunged into a happy ecstasy. Suddenly, however, a new thought struck her, and her expression became the very reverse of angelic. Almost had I forgotten, she said, that woman, Ustane. What is she to Callicrates, his servant, or, and she paused, and her voice trembled. I shrugged my shoulders. I'll understand that she is wed to him according to the custom of the Amahagga, I answered, but I know not. Her face grew dark as a thundercloud. Old as she was, Aisha had not outlived jealousy. Then there is an end, she said, she must die, even now. For what crime? I asked, horrified. She is guilty of naught that thou art not guilty of thyself, O Aisha. She loves the man, and he has been pleased to accept her love. Where, then, is her sin? Truly, O Holly, thou art foolish, she answered, almost petulantly. Where is her sin? Her sin is that she stands between me and my desire. Well, I know that I can take him from her, for dwells there a man upon this earth, O Holly, who could resist me if I put out my strength? Men are faithful for so long only as temptations pass them by. If the temptation be but strong enough, then will the man yield, for every man, like every rope, hath his breaking strain, and passion is to men what gold and power are to women, the weight upon their weakness. Believe me, ill will it go with mortal women in that heaven of which thou speakest, if only the spirits be more fair, for their lords will never come to look upon them, and their heaven will become their hell. For man can be bought with woman's beauty, if it be but beautiful enough, and woman's beauty can be ever bought with gold, if only there be gold enough. So was it in my day, and so it will be to the end of time. The world is a great malt, my Holly, where all things are for sale to him who bids the highest in the currency of our desires. These remarks, which were as cynical as might have been expected from a woman of Aisha's age and experience, jarred upon me, and I answered, testily, that in our heaven there was no marriage or giving in marriage. Else would it not be heaven, dost thou mean? She put in. Fie on thee, Holly, to think so ill of us poor women. Is it, then, marriage that marks the line between thy heaven and thy hell? But enough of this. This is no time for disputing and the challenge of our wits. Why dost thou always dispute? Art thou also a philosopher of these latter days? As for this woman, she must die, for, though I can take her lover from her, yet, while she lived, might he think tenderly of her, and that I cannot away with. No other woman shall dwell in my lord's thoughts, my empire shall be all my own. She hath had her day, let her be content, for better is an hour with love than a century of loneliness, now the night shall swallow her. Nay, nay, I cried, it would be a wicked crime, and from a crime naught comes but what is evil. For thine own sake, do not this deed. Is it, then, a crime, O foolish man, to put away that which stands between us and our ends? Then is our life one long crime, my Holly, since day by day we destroy that we may live, since in this world none save the strongest can endure. Those who are weak must perish, the earth is to the strong, and the fillets thereof. For every tree that grows a score shall wither, that the strong one may take their share. We aim to place and power over the dead bodies of those who fail and fall, we win the food we eat from out of the mouths of starving babes. It is the scheme of things. Thou sayest, too, that a crime breeds evil, but therein thou dost lack experience, for out of crimes come many good things, and out of good grows much evil. The cruel rage of the tyrant may prove a blessing to the thousands who come after him, and the sweetheartness of a holy man may make a nation slaves. Man doth this, and doth that from the good or evil of his health, but he knoweth not to what end his moral sense doth prompt him, for when he striketh he is blind to where the blows shall fall, nor can he count the airy threads that weave the web of circumstance. Good and evil, love and hate, night and day, sweet and bitter, man and woman, heaven above and the earth beneath, all these things are necessary, one to the other, and who knows the end of each? I tell thee that there is a hand of fate that twines them up to bear the burden of its purpose, and all things are gathered in that great rope to which all things are needful. Therefore doth it not become us to say this thing is evil and this good, or the dark is hateful and the light lovely, for to other eyes than ours the evil may be the good and the darkness more beautiful than the day, or all alike be fair. Hearest thou, my Holly? I felt it was hopeless to argue against casuistry of this nature, which, if it were carried to its logical conclusion, would absolutely destroy all morality, as we understand it. But her talk gave me a fresh thrill of fear, for what may not be possible to a being who, unconstrained by human law, is also absolutely unshackled by a moral sense of right, and which, however partial and conventional it may be, is yet based, as our conscience tells us, upon the great wall of individual responsibility that marks off mankind from the beasts? But I was deeply anxious to save Ustane, whom I liked and respected, from the dire fate that overshadowed her at the hands of her mighty rival. So I made one more appeal. Aisha, I said, thou art too subtle for me, but thou thyself hast told me that each man should be a law unto himself, and follow the teaching of his Hian. Hath thy heart no mercy towards her whose place thou wouldst take? Bethink thee, as thou sayest, though to me the thing is incredible, he whom thou desirest has returned to thee after many ages, and but now thou hast, as thou sayest also, WNMG him from the jaws of death. Wilt thou celebrate his coming by the murder of one who loved him, and whom perchance he loved, one, at the least, who saved his life for thee when the spears of thy slaves would have made an end thereof? Thou sayest also that in past days thou didst grievously wrong this man, that with thine own hand thou didst slay him because of the Egyptian Amenophtahs whom he loved. How knowest thou that, O stranger? How knowest thou that name? I spoke it not to thee, she broke in with a cry, catching at my arm. Perchance I dreamed it, I answered. Strange dreams do hover about these caves of Kor. It seems that the dream was, indeed, a shadow of the truth. What came to thee of thy mad crime? 2,000 years of waiting, was it not? And now wouldst thou repeat the history? Say what how wilt, I tell thee that evil will come of it, for to him who doth, at the least, good breeds good and evil evil, even though in after days out of evil cometh good. Offences must needs come, but woe to him by whom the offence cometh. So said that Messiah of whom I spoke to thee, and it was truly said. If thou slayest this innocent woman, I say unto thee that thou shalt be accursed, and pluck no fillet from thine ancient tree of love. Also, what thinkest thou? How will this man take thee red-handed from the slaughter of her who loved and tended him? As to that, she answered, I have already answered thee. Had I slain thee as well as her, yet should he love me, Holly, because he could not save himself therefrom any more than thou couldst save thyself from dying, if by chance I slew thee, 011 Holly. And yet maybe there is truth in what thou dost say, for in some way it presseth on my mind. If it may be, I will spare this woman, for have I not told thee that I am not cruel for the sake of cruelty? I love not to see suffering, or to cause it. Let her come before me, quick now, before my mood changes. And she hastily covered her face with its gauzy wrapping. Well pleased to have succeeded even to this extent, I passed out into the passage and called to Ustane, whose white garment I caught sight of some yards away, huddled up against one of the earthenware lamps that were placed at intervals along the tunnel. She rose, and ran towards me. Is my lord dead? Oh, say not he is dead, she cried, lifting her noble-looking face, all stained as it was with tears, up to me with an air of infinite beseeching that went straight to my heart. Nay, he lives, I answered. She hath saved him. Enter. She sighed deeply, entered, and fell upon her hands and knees, after the custom of the Amahagga people, in the presence of the dread she. Stand, said Aisha, in her coldest voice, and come hither. Ustane obeyed, standing before her with bowed head. Then came a pause, which Aisha broke. Who is this man? She said, pointing to the sleeping form of Leo. The man is my husband, she answered in a low voice. Who gave him to thee for a husband? I took him according to the custom of our country, O she. Thou hast done evil, woman, in taking this man, who is a stranger. He is not a man of thine own race, and the custom fails. Listen, perchance thou didst this thing through ignorance, therefore, woman, do I spare thee, otherwise hadst thou died. Listen again. Go from hence back to thine own place, and never dare to speak to or set thine eyes upon this man again. He is not for thee. Listen a third time. If thou breakest this my law, that moment thou diest. Go. But Ustane did not move. Go, woman. Then she looked up, and I saw that her face was torn with passion. Nay, O she. I will not go, she answered in a choked voice. The man is my husband, and I love him, and I will not leave him. What rightest thou to command me to leave my husband? I saw a little quiver pass down Aisha's frame, and shuddered myself, fearing the worst. Be pitiful, I said in Latin, it is but nature working. I am pitiful, she answered coldly in the same language. Had I not been pitiful, she had been dead even now. Then, addressing Ustane, woman, I say to thee, go before I destroy thee where thou art. I will not go. He is mine, mine, she cried in anguish. I took him, and I saved his life. Destroy me, then, if thou hast the power. I will not give thee my husband, never, never. Aisha made a movement so swift that I could scarcely follow it, but it seemed to me that she lightly struck the poor girl upon the head with her hand. I looked at Ustane, and then staggered back in horror, for there upon her hair, right across her bronze-like tresses, were 3 finger marks white as snow. As for the girl herself, she had put her hands to her head, and was looking dazed. Great heavens! I said, perfectly aghast at this dreadful manifestation of human power, but she did but laugh a little. Thou thinkest, poor ignorant fool, she said to the bewildered woman, that I have not the power to slay. Stay, there lies a mirror, and she pointed to Leo's round shaving glass that had been arranged by Job with other things upon his portmanteau. Give it to this woman, my Holly, and let her see that which lies across her hair, and whether or no I have power to slay. I picked up the glass, and held it before Ustane's eyes. She gazed, then felt at her hair, then gazed again, and then sank upon the ground with a sort of sob. Now, wilt thou go, or must I strike a second time? Asked Aisha, in mockery. Look, I have set my seal upon thee so that I may know thee till thy hair is all as white as it. If I see thy face again, be sure, too, that thy bones shall soon be whiter than my mark upon thy hair. Utterly awed and broken down, the poor creature rose, and, marked with that awful mark, crept from the room, sobbing bitterly. Look not so frightened, my Holly, said Aisha, when she had gone. I'll tell thee I deal not in magic, there is no such thing. 'Tis only a force that thou dost not understand. I marked her to strike terror to her heart, else must I have slain her. And now I will bid my servants to bear my lord Callicrates to a chamber near mine own, that I may watch over him, and be ready to greet him when he wakes, and thither, too, shalt thou come, my Holly, and the white man, thy servant. But one thing remember at thy peril. Naught shalt thou say to Callicrates as to how this woman went, and as little as may be of me. Now, I have warned thee," and she slid away to give her orders, leaving me more absolutely confounded than ever. Indeed, so bewildered was Elle, and racked and torn with such a succession of various emotions, that I began to think that I must be going mad. However, perhaps fortunately, I had but little time to reflect, for presently the mutes arrived to carry the sleeping Leo and our possessions across the central cave, so for a while all was bustle. Our new rooms were situated immediately behind what we used to call Aisha's boudoir, the curtained space where I had first seen her. Where she herself slept I did not then know, but it was somewhere quite close. That night I passed in Leo's room, but he slept through it like the dead, never once stirring. I also slept fairly well, as, indeed, I needed to do, but my sleep was full of dreams of all the horrors and wonders I had undergone. Chiefly, however, I was haunted by that frightful piece of diablerie by which Aisha left her fingermarks upon her rival's hair. There was something so terrible about her swift, snake-like movement, and the instantaneous blanching of that threefold line, that, if the results to Ustane had been much more tremendous, I doubt if they would have impressed me so deeply. To this day I often dream of that awful scene, and see the weeping woman, bereaved, and marked like Cain, cast a last look at her lover, and creep from the presence of her dread queen. Another dream that troubled me originated in the huge pyramid of bones. I dreamed that they all stood up and marched past me in thousands and tens of thousands, in squadrons, companies, and armies, with the sunlight shining through their hollow ribs. On they rushed across the plain to Kor, their imperial home. I saw the drawbridges fall before them, and heard their bones clang through the brazen gates. On they went, up the splendid streets, on past fountains, palaces, and temples such as the eye of man never saw. But there was no man to greet them in the marketplace, and no woman's face appeared at the windows, only a bodiless voice went before them, calling, "Fallen is imperial Kor, fallen, fallen." Fallen on, right through the city, marched those gleaming phalanxes, and the rattle of their bony tread echoed through the silent air as they pressed grimly on. They passed through the city and clomb the wall, and marched along the great roadway that was made upon the wall, till at length they once more reached the drawbridge. Then, as the sun was sinking, they returned again towards their sepulchre, and luridly his light shone in the sockets of their empty eyes, throwing gigantic shadows of their bones, that stretched away, and crept like huge spiders' legs as their armies wound across the plain. Then they came to the cave, and once more one by one flung themselves in unending files through the hole into the pit of bones, and I awoke, shuddering, to see she, who had evidently been standing between my couch and Leo's, glide like a shadow from the room. After this I slept again, soundly this time, till morning, when I awoke much refreshed, and got up. At last the hour drew near at which, according to Aisha, Leo was to awake, and with it came she herself, as usual, veiled. "Thou shalt see, O Holly," she said, "presently shall he awake in his right mind, the fever having left him." Hardly were the words out of her mouth, when Leo turned round and stretched out his arms, yawned, opened his eyes, and, perceiving a female form bending over him, threw his arms round her and kissed her, mistaking her, perhaps, for Ustane. "At any rate," he said, in Arabic, "Hello, Ustane, why have you tied your head up like that? Have you got the toothache?" And then, in English, "I say, I'm awfully hungry." "Why, Job, you old son of a gun, where the deuce have we got to now, eh?" "I am sure I wish I knew, Mr. Leo," said Job, edging suspiciously past Aisha, whom he still regarded with the utmost disgust and horror, being by no means sure that she was not an animated corpse. "But you mustn't talk, Mr. Leo, you've been very ill, and given us a great deal of anxiety, and, if this lady looking at Aisha, would be so kind as to move, I'll bring you your soup." This turned Leo's attention to the lady who was standing by in perfect silence. "Hello," he said, "that is not Ustane, where is Ustane?" Then, for the first time, Aisha spoke to him, and her first words were a lie. "She has gone from hence upon a visit," she said, "and, behold, in her place am I here as thine handmaiden." Aisha's silver notes seemed to puzzle Leo's half-awakened intellect, as also did her corpse-like wrappings. However, he said nothing at the time, but drank off his soup greedily enough, and then turned over and slept again till the evening. When he woke for the second time he saw me, and began to question me as to what had happened, but I had to put him off as best I could till the morrow, when he awoke almost miraculously better. Then I told him something of his illness and of my doings, but as Aisha was present I could not tell him much except that she was the queen of the country, and well disposed towards us, and that it was her pleasure to go veiled, for, though of course I spoke in English, I was afraid that she might understand what we were saying from the expression of our faces, and besides, I remembered her warning. On the following day Leo got up almost entirely recovered. The flesh wound in his side was healed, and his constitution, naturally a vigorous one, had shaken off the exhaustion consequent on his terrible fever with a rapidity that I can only attribute to the effects of the wonderful DNLG which Aisha had given to him, and also to the fact that his illness had been too short to reduce him very much. With his returning health came back full recollection of all his adventures up to the time when he had lost consciousness in the marsh, and of course of Ustane also, to whom I had discovered he had grown considerably attached. Indeed, he overwhelmed me with questions about the poor girl, which I did not dare to answer, for after Leo's first awakening she had sent for me, and again warned me solemnly that I was to reveal nothing of the story to him, delicately hinting that if I did it would be the worse for me. She also, for the second time, cautioned me not to tell Leo anything more than I was obliged about herself, saying that she would reveal herself to him in her own time. Indeed, her whole manner changed. After all that I had seen I had expected that she would take the earliest opportunity of claiming the man she believed to be her old-world lover, but this, for some reason of her own, which was at the time quite inscrutable to me, she did not do. All that she did was to attend to his wants quietly, and with a humility which was in striking contrast with her former imperious bearing, addressing him always in a tone of something very like respect, and keeping him with her as much as possible. Of course his curiosity was as much excited about this mysterious woman as my own had been, and he was particularly anxious to see her face, which I had, without entering into particulars, told him was as lovely as her form and voice. This in itself was enough to raise the expectations of any young man to a dangerous pitch, and, had it not been that he had not as yet completely shaken off the effects of illness, and was much troubled in his mind about Ustane, of whose affection and brave devotion he spoke in touching terms, I have no doubt that he would have entered into her plans, and fallen in love with her by anticipation. As it was, however, he was simply wildly curious, and also, like myself, considerably awed, for, though no hint had been given to him by Aisha of her extraordinary age, he not unnaturally came to identify her with the woman spoken of on the potsherd. At last, quite driven into a coma by his continual questions, which he showered on me while he was dressing on this third morning, I referred him to Aisha, saying, with perfect truth, that I did not know where Ustane was. Accordingly, after Leo had eaten a hearty breakfast, we adjourned into she's presence, for her mutes had orders to admit us at all hours. She was, as usual, seated in what, for want of a better term, we called her boudoir, and on the curtains being drawn she rose from her couch and, stretching out both hands, came forward to greet us, or rather Leo, for I, as may be imagined, was now quite left in the cold. It was a pretty sight to see her veiled form gliding towards the sturdy young Englishman, dressed in his grey flannel suit, for, though he is half a Greek in blood, Leo is, with the exception of his hair, one of the most English-looking men I ever saw. He has nothing of the subtle form or slippery manner of the modern Greek about him, though I presume that he got his remarkable personal beauty from his foreign mother, whose portrait he resembles not a little. He is very tall and big-chested, and yet not awkward, as so many big men are, and his head is set upon him in such a fashion as to give him a proud and vigorous air, which was well translated in his Amahagga name of the Lion. "Greeting to thee, my young stranger lord," she said in her softest voice. "Right glad am I to see thee upon thy feet. Believe me, had I not saved thee at the last, never wouldst thou have stood upon those feet again. But the danger is done, and it shall be my care," and she flung a world of meaning into the "it doth return no more." Leo bowed to her, and then, in his best Arabic, thanked her for all her kindness and courtesy in caring for one unknown to her. "Nay," she answered softly, "ill could the world spare such a man. Beauty is too rare upon it. Give me no thanks, who am made happy by thy coming." "Humph! Old fellow," said Leo aside to me in English, "the lady is very civil. We seem to have tumbled into clover. I hope that you have made the most of your opportunities. By Jove! What a pair of arms she has got!" I nudged him in the ribs to make him keep quiet, for I caught sight of a gleam from Aisha's veiled eyes, which were regarding me curiously. "El trust," went on Aisha, "that my servants have attended well upon thee. If there can be comfort in this poor place, be sure it waits on thee. Is there aught that I can do for thee more?" "Yes, oh," she answered Leo hastily, "El would fain know whither the young lady who was looking after me has gone to." "All," said Aisha, "the girl, yes, I saw her." "Nay, I know not, she said that she would go, I know not whither. Perchance she will return, perchance not. It is wearisome waiting on the sick, and these savage women are fickle." Leo looked both sulky and distressed at this intelligence. "It's very odd," he said to me in English, and then, addressing she, "El cannot understand," he said, "the young lady and I, well, in short, we had a regard for each other." Aisha laughed a little musically, and then turned the subject. 19. "Give me a black goat." The conversation after this was of such a desultory order that I do not quite recollect it. For some reason, perhaps from a desire to keep her identity and character in reserve, Aisha did not talk freely, as she usually did. Presently, however, she informed Leo that she had arranged a dance that night for our amusement. I was astonished to hear this, as I fancied that the Amahagga were much too gloomy a folk to indulge in any such frivolity, but, as will presently more clearly appear, it turned out that an Amahagga dance has little in common with such fantastic festivities in other countries, savage or civilized. Then, as we were about to withdraw, she suggested that Leo might like to see some of the wonders of the caves, and as he gladly assented thither we departed, accompanied by Job and Bilali. To describe our visit would only be to repeat a great deal of what I have already said. The tombs we entered were indeed different, for the whole rock was a honeycomb of, but the contents were nearly always similar. Afterwards we visited the pyramid of bones that had haunted my dreams on the previous night, and from thence went down a long passage to one of the great vaults occupied by the bodies of the poorer citizens of Imperial Corps. These bodies were not nearly so well preserved as were those of the wealthier classes. Many of them had no linen covering on them, also they were buried from 500 to 1,000 in a single large vault, the corpses in some instances being thickly piled one upon another, like a heap of slain. For a long while it puzzled me to know how it could have been done with the enormous quantities of rock that must have been dug out of these vast caves, but I afterwards discovered that it was for the most part built into the walls and palaces of Corps, and also used to line the reservoirs and sewers L_HH. Leo was of course intensely interested in this stupendous and unequalled sight, which was, indeed, enough to awake all the imagination a man had in him into the most active life. But to poor Job it did not prove attractive. His nerves, already seriously shaken by what he had undergone since we had arrived in this terrible country, were, as may be imagined, still further disturbed by the spectacle of these masses of departed humanity, whereof the forms still remained perfect before his eyes, though their voices were for ever lost in the eternal silence of the tomb. Nor was he comforted when old Bilali, by way of soothing his evident agitation, informed him that he should not be frightened of these dead things, as he would soon be like them himself. "There's a nice thing to say of a man, sir," he ejaculated, when I translated this little remark, "but there, what can one expect of an old man-eating savage?" "Not but what I dare say he's right," and Job sighed. When we had finished inspecting the caves, we returned and had our meal, for it was now past 4 in the afternoon, and we all, especially Leo, needed some food and rest. At 6 o'clock we, together with Job, waited on Aisha, who set to work to terrify our poor servant still further by showing him pictures on the pool of water in the font-like vessel. She learned from me that he was one of 17 children, and then bid him think of all his brothers and sisters, or as many of them as he could, gathered together in his father's cottage. Then she told him to look in the water, and there, reflected from its stilly surface, was that dead scene of many years gone by, as it was recalled to our retainer's brain. Some of the faces were clear enough, but some were mere blurs and splotches, or with one feature grossly exaggerated, the fact being that, in these instances, Job had been unable to recall the exact appearances of the individuals, or remembered them only by a peculiarity of his tribe, and the water could only reflect what he saw with his mind's eye. For it must be remembered that she's power in this matter was strictly limited. She could apparently, except in very rare instances, only photograph upon the water what was actually in the mind of someone present, and then only by his will. But, if she was personally acquainted with a locality, she could, as in the case of ourselves and the whaleboat, throw its reflection upon the water, and also, it seems, the reflection of anything extraneous that was passing there at the time. This power, however, did not extend to the minds of others. For instance, she could show me the interior of my college chapel, as I remembered it, but not as it was at the moment of reflection, for, where other people were concerned, her art was strictly limited to the facts or memories present to their consciousness at the moment. So much was this so that when we tried, for her amusement, to show her pictures of noted buildings, such as St. Paul's or the Houses of Parliament, the result was most imperfect, for, of course, though we had a good general idea of their appearance, we could not recall all the architectural details, and therefore the minutiae necessaire to a perfect reflection were wanting. But Job could not be got to understand this, and, so far from accepting a natural explanation of the matter, which was after all, though strange enough in all conscience, nothing more than an instance of glorified and perfected telepathy, he set the whole thing down as a manifestation of the blackest magic. I shall never forget the howl of terror which he uttered when he saw the more or less perfect portraits of his long-scattered brethren staring at him from the quiet water, or the merry peal of laughter with which Aisha greeted his consternation. As for Leo, he did not altogether like it either, but ran his fingers through his yellow curls, and remarked that it gave him the creeps. After about an hour of this amusement, in the latter part of which Job did not participate, the mutes by signs indicated that Bilali was waiting for an audience. Accordingly he was told to crawl up, which he did as awkwardly as usual, and announced that the dance was ready to begin if she and the white strangers would be pleased to attend. Shortly afterwards we all rose, and, Aisha having tied round a dark cloak, the same, by the way, that she had worn when I saw her cursing by the fire, over her white wrappings, we started. The dance was to be held in the open air, on the smooth rocky plateau in front of the great cave, and thither we made our way. About 15 paces from the mouth of the cave we found 3 chairs placed, and here we sat and waited, for as yet no dancers were to be seen. The night was almost, but not quite, dark, the moon not having risen as yet, which made us wonder how we should be able to see the dancing. "Thou wilt presently understand," said Aisha, with a little laugh, when Leo asked her, and we certainly did. Scarcely were the words out of her mouth when from every point we saw dark forms rushing up, each bearing with him what we at first took to be an enormous flaming torch. Whatever they were burning furiously, for the flames stood out a yard or more behind each bearer. On they came, 50 or more of them, carrying the flaming burdens and looking like so many devils from hell. Leo was the first to discover what these burdens were. "Great heaven," he said, "they are corpses on fire." I stared and stared again. He was perfectly right. The torches that were to light our entertainment were human mummies from the caves. On rushed the bearers of the flaming corpses, and, meeting at a spot about 20 paces in front of us, built their ghastly burdens crossways into a huge bonfire. Heavens! How they roared and flared! No tar barrel could have burnt as those mummies did. Nor was this all. Suddenly I saw one great fellow seize a flaming human arm that had fallen from its parent frame, and rush off into the darkness. Presently he stopped, and a tall streak of fire shot up into the air, illumining the gloom, and also the lamp from which it sprang. That lamp was the mummy of a woman tied to a stout stake let into the rock, and he had fired her hair. On he went a few paces and touched a second, then a third, and a fourth, till at last we were surrounded on all three sides by a great ring of bodies flaring furiously, the material with which they were preserved having rendered them so inflammable that the flames would literally spout out of the ears and mouth in tongues of fire a foot or more in length. Nero illuminated his gardens with live Christians soaked in tar, and we were now treated to a similar spectacle, probably for the first time since his day, only happily our lamps were not living ones. But, although this element of horror was fortunately wanting, to describe the awful and hideous grandeur of the spectacle thus presented to us is, I feel, so absolutely beyond my poor powers that I scarcely dare attempt it. To begin with, it appealed to the moral as well as the physical susceptibilities. There was something very terrible, and yet very fascinating, about the employment of the remote dead to illumine the orgies of the living. In itself the thing was a satire, both on the living and the dead. Caesar's dust, or is it Alexander's, may stop a bunghole, but the functions of these dead Caesars of the past was to light up a savage fetish dance. To such base uses may we come, of so little account may we be in the minds of the eager multitudes that we shall breed, many of whom, so far from revering our memory, will live to curse us for begetting them into such a world of woe. Then there was the physical side of the spectacle, and a weird and splendid one it was. Those old citizens of Corbunt, as, to judge from their sculptures and inscriptions, they had lived, very fast, and with the utmost liberality. What is more, there were plenty of them. As soon as ever a mummy had burnt down to the ankles, which it did in about 20 minutes, the feet were kicked away, and another one put in its place. The bonfire was kept going on the same generous scale, and its flames shot up, with a hiss and a crackle, 20 or 30 feet into the air, throwing great flashes of light far out into the gloom, through which the dark forms of the Amahagga flitted to and fro like devils replenishing the infernal fires. We all stood and stared aghast, shocked, and yet fascinated at so strange a spectacle, and half expecting to see the spirits those flaming forms had once enclosed come creeping from the shadows to work vengeance on their desecrators. "I promised thee a strange sight, my Holly," laughed Aisha, whose nerves alone did not seem to be affected, "and, behold, I have not failed thee. Also, it hath its lesson. Trust not to the future, for who knows what the future may bring. Therefore, live for the day, and endeavour not to escape the dust which seems to be man's end. What thinkest thou those long-forgotten nobles and ladies would have felt had they known that they should one day flare to light the dance or boil the pot of savages? But see, here come the dancers, a merry crew, are they not? The stage is lit, now for the play." As she spoke, we perceived 2 lines of figures, one male and the other female, to the number of about 100, each advancing round the human bonfire, arrayed only in the usual leopard and buckskins. They formed up, in perfect silence, in 2 lines, facing each other between us and the fire, and then the dance, a sort of infernal and fiendish can-can, began. To describe it is quite impossible, but, though there was a good deal of tossing of legs and double shuffling, it seemed to our untutored minds to be more of a play than a dance, and, as usual with this dreadful people, whose minds seem to have taken their colour from the caves in which they live, and whose jokes and amusements are drawn from the inexhaustible stores of preserved monality with which they share their homes, the subject appeared to be a most ghastly one. I know that it represented an attempted murder first of all, and then the burial alive of the victim and his strangling from the grave, each act of the abominable drama, which was carried on in perfect silence, being rounded off and finished with a furious and most revolting dance round the supposed victim, who writhed upon the ground in the red light of the bonfire. Presently, however, this pleasing piece was interrupted. Suddenly there was a slight commotion, and a large powerful woman, whom I had noted as one of the most vigorous of the dancers, came, made mad and drunken with unholy excitement, bounding and staggering towards us, shrieking out as she came, "I want a black goat, I must have a black goat, bring me a black goat," and down she fell upon the rocky floor foaming and writhing, and shrieking for a black goat, about as hideous a spectacle as can well be conceived. Instantly most of the dancers came up and got round her, though some still continued their capers in the background. "She has got a devil," called out one of them. "Run and get a black goat." "There, devil, keep quiet. Keep quiet. You shall have the goat presently." "They have gone to fetch it, devil." "I want a black goat, I must have a black goat," shrieked the foaming rolling creature again. "All right, devil, the goat will be here presently, keep quiet, there's a good devil." And so on till the goat, taken from a neighbouring kraal, did at last arrive, being dragged bleating onto the scene by its horns. "Is it a black one, is it a black one?" shrieked the possessed. "Yes, yes, devil, as black as night." Then aside, "Keep it behind thee, don't let the devil see that it has got a white spot on its rump and another on its belly. In 1 minute, devil. There, cut his throat quick." "Where is the saucer?" "The goat. The goat. The goat. Give me the blood of my black goat. I must have it, don't you see I must have it? Oh. 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 Give me the blood of the goat." At this moment a terrified bar announced that the poor goat had been sacrificed, and the next minute a woman ran up with a saucer full of blood. This the possessed creature, who was then raving and foaming her wildest, seized and drank, and was instantly recovered, and without a trace of hysteria, or fits, or being possessed, or whatever dreadful thing it was she was suffering from. She stretched her arms, smiled faintly, and walked quietly back to the dancers, who presently withdrew in a double line as they had come, leaving the space between us and the bonfire deserted. I thought that the entertainment was now over, and, feeling rather queer, was about to ask she if we could rise, when suddenly what at first I took to be a baboon came hopping round the fire, and was instantly met upon the other side by a lion, or rather a human being dressed in a lion's skin. Then came a goat, then a man wrapped in an ox's hide, with the horns wobbling about in a ludicrous way. After him followed a blesbok, then an impala, then a kudu, then more goats, and many other animals, including a girl sewn up in the shining scaly hide of a boa constrictor, several yards of which trailed along the ground behind her. When all the beasts had collected they began to dance about in a lumbering, unnatural fashion, and to imitate the sounds produced by the respective animals they represented, till the whole air was alive with roars and bleating and the hissing of snakes. This went on for a long time, till, getting tired of the pantomime, I asked Aisha if there would be any objection to Leo and myself walking round to inspect the human torches, and, as she had nothing to say against it, we started, striking round to the left. After looking at one or two of the flaming bodies, we were about to return, thoroughly disgusted with the grotesque weirdness of the spectacle, when our attention was attracted by one of the dancers, a particularly active leopard, that had separated itself from its fellow beasts, and was whisking about in our immediate neighbourhood, but gradually drawing into a spot where the shadow was darkest, equidistant between two of the flaming mummies. Drawn by curiosity, we followed it, when suddenly it darted past us into the shadows beyond, and as it did so erected itself and whispered, "Come," in a voice that we both recognized as that of Ustane. Without waiting to consult me, Leo turned and followed her into the outer darkness, and I, feeling sick enough at heart, went after them. The leopard crawled on for about 50 paces, a sufficient distance to be quite beyond the light of the fire and torches, and then Leo came up with it, or, rather, with Ustane. "Oh, my lord," I heard her whisper, "so I have found thee. Listen. I am in peril of my life from she who must be obeyed. Surely the baboon has told thee how she drove me from thee? I love thee, my lord, and thou art mine according to the custom of the country. I saved thy life. My lion, wilt thou cast me off now?" "Of course not," ejaculated Leo, "I have been wondering whither thou hadst gone. Let us go and explain matters to the queen." "Nay, nay, she would slay us. Thou knowest not her power, the baboon there, he knoweth, for he saw. Nay, there is but one way, if thou wilt cleave to me, thou must flee with me across the marshes even now, and then perchance we may escape." "For heaven's sake, Leo," I began, but she broke in, "Nay, listen not to him. Swift, be swift, death is in the air we breathe. Even now, mayhap, she heareth us," and without more ado she proceeded to back her arguments by throwing herself into his arms. As she did so the leopard's head slipped from her hair, and I saw the 3 white finger marks upon it, gleaming faintly in the starlight. Once more realizing the desperate nature of the position, I was about to interpose, for I knew that Leo was not too strong-minded where women were concerned, when, oh horror, I heard a little silvery laugh behind me. I turned round, and there was she herself, and with her Bilali and 2 male newts. I gasped and nearly sank to the ground, for I knew that such a situation must result in some dreadful tragedy, of which it seemed exceedingly probable to me that I should be the first victim. As for Ustane, she untwined her arms and covered her eyes with her hands, while Leo, not knowing the full terror of the position, merely covered up, and looked as foolish as a man caught in such a trap would naturally do. 20. Triumph. Then followed a moment of the most painful silence that I ever endured. It was broken by Aisha, who addressed herself to Leo. "Nay, now, my lord and guest," she said in her softest tones, which yet had the ring of steel about them, "look not so bashful. Surely the sight was a pretty one, the leopard and the lion." "Oh, hang it all," said Leo in English. "And thou, Ustane," she went on, "surely I should have passed thee by, had not the light fallen on the white across thy hair," and she pointed to the bright edge of the rising moon which was now appearing above the horizon. "Well, well. The dance is done, see, the tapers have burnt down, and all things end in silence and in ashes. So thou thoughtest it a fit time for love, Ustane, my servant, and I, dreaming not that I could be disobeyed, thought thee already far away. Play not with me," moaned the wretched woman, "slay me, and let there be an end." "Nay, why? It is not well to go so swift from the hot lips of love down to the cold mouth of the grave," and she made a motion to the mutes, who instantly stepped up and caught the girl by either arm. With an oath Leo sprang upon the nearest, and hurled him to the ground, and then stood over him with his face set, and his fist ready. Again Aisha laughed. "It was well thrown, my guest, thou hast a strong arm for one who so late was sick. But now out of thy courtesy I pray thee let that man live and do my bidding. He shall not harm the girl, the night air grows chill, and I would welcome her in mine own place. Surely she whom thou dost favour shall be favoured of me also." I took Leo by the arm, and pulled him from the prostrate mute, and he, half bewildered, obeyed the pressure. Then we all set out for the cave across the plateau, where a pile of white human ashes was all that remained of the fire that had lit the dancing, for the dancers had vanished. In due course we gained Aisha's boudoir, all too soon, it seemed to me, having a sad presage of what was to come lying heavy on my heart. Aisha seated herself upon her cushions, and, having dismissed Job and Bilali, by signs bade the mutes tend the lamps and retire, all save one girl, who was her favourite personal attendant. We three remained standing, the unfortunate Ustane a little to the left of the rest of us. Now, O holy Aisha began, how came it that thou who didst hear my words bidding this evildoer, and she pointed to go hence, thou at whose prayer I did weakly spare her life, how came it, I say, that thou wast a sharer in what I saw tonight? I answer, and for thine own sake, I say, speak all the TNLTH, for I am not minded to hear lies upon this matter. It was by accident, O Queen, I answered. Il knew naught of it. I do believe thee, O Holly, she answered coldly, and well it is for thee that I do, then does the whole guilt rest upon her. I do not find any guilt therein, broke in Leo. She is not another man's wife, and it appears that she has married me according to the custom of this awful place, so who is the worse? Anyway, madam, he went on, whatever she has done I have done too, so if she is to be punished let me be punished also, and I tell thee, he went on, working himself up into a fury, if thou biddest one of those deaf and dumb villains to touch her again I will tear him to pieces. And he looked as though he meant it. Aisha listened in icy silence, and made no remark. When he had finished, however, she addressed Ustane. As thou ought to say, woman. Thou silly straw, thou feather, who didst think to float towards thy passion's petty ends, even against the great wind of my will. Tell me, for I fain would understand. Why didst thou this thing? And then I think I saw the most tremendous exhibition of moral courage and intrepidity that it is possible to conceive. For the poor doomed girl, knowing what she had to expect at the hands of her terrible queen, knowing, too, from bitter experience, how great was her adversary's power, yet gathered herself together, and out of the very depths of her despair drew materials to defy her. Ill did it, O she answered, drawing herself up to the full of her stately height, and throwing back the panther skin from her head, because my love is stronger than the grave. I did it because my life without this man whom my Held chose would be but a living death. Therefore did I risk my life, and, now that I know that it is forfeit to thine anger, yet am I glad that I did risk it, and paid away in the risking, because he embraced me once, and told me that he loved me yet. Here Aisha half rose from her couch, and then sank down again. I have no magic, went on Ustane, her rich voice ringing strong and full, and I am not a queen, nor do I live forever, but a woman's heart is heavy to sink through waters, however deep, O Queen. And a woman's eyes are quick to see, even through thy veil, O Queen. Listen, I know it, thou dost love this man thyself, and therefore wouldst thou destroy me who stand across thy path. I die, and go into the darkness, nor know I whither I go. But this I know. There is a light shining in my breast, and by that light, as by a lamp, I see the TNLTH, and the future that I shall not share unroll itself before me like a scroll. When first I knew my lord, and she pointed to Leo, I knew also that death would be the bridal gift he gave me. It rushed upon me of a sudden, but I turned not back, being ready to pay the price, and, behold, death is here. And now, even as I knew that, so do ill, standing on the steps of doom, know that thou shalt not reap the profit of thy crime. Mine he is, and, though thy beauty shine like a sun among the stars, mine shall he remain for thee. Never here in this life shall he look thee in the eyes and call thee spouse. Thou too art doomed, I see, and her voice rang like the cry of an inspired prophetess, I see. Then came an answering of mingled rage and terror. I turned my head. Aisha had risen, and was standing with her outstretched hand pointing at Ustane, who had suddenly stopped speaking. I gazed at the poor woman, and as I gazed there came upon her face that same woeful, fixed expression of terror that I had seen once before when she had broken out into her wild chant. Her eyes grew large, her nostrils dilated, and her lips blanched. Aisha said nothing, she made no sound, she only drew herself up, stretched out her arm, and, her tall veiled frame quivering like an aspen leaf, appeared to look fixedly at her victim. Even as she did so, Ustane put her hands to her head, uttered one piercing scream, turned round twice, and then fell backwards with a thud, prone upon the floor. Both Leo and myself rushed to her. She was stone dead, blasted into death by some mysterious electric agency or overwhelming will force whereof the dread she had command. For a moment Leo did not quite realize what had happened. But, when he did, his face was awful to see. With a savage oath he rose from beside the corpse, and, turning, literally sprang at Aisha. But she was watching, and, seeing him come, stretched out her hand again, and he went staggering back towards me, and would have fallen, had I not caught him. Afterwards he told me that he felt as though he had suddenly received a violent blow in the chest, and, what is more, utterly cowed, as if all the manhood had been taken out of him. Then Aisha spoke. "Forgive me, my guest," she said softly, addressing him, "if I have shocked thee with my justice." "Forgive thee, thou fiend," roared poor Leo, wringing his hands in his rage and grief. "Forgive thee, thou murderess. By heaven, I will kill thee if I can." "Nay, nay," she answered in the same soft voice, "thou dost not understand, the time has come for thee to leave. Thou art my love, my Callicrates, my beautiful, my strong. For 2,000 years, Callicrates, have I waited for thee, and now at length thou hast come back to me, and as for this woman," pointing to the corpse, "she stood between me and thee, and therefore have I laid her in the dust, Callicrates." "It is an accursed lie," said Leo. "My name is not Callicrates. I am Leo Vinci, my ancestor was Callicrates, at least, I believe he was." "Ah, thou sayest it, thine ancestor was Callicrates, and thou, even thou, art Callicrates reborn, come back, and mine own dear lord. I am not Callicrates, and, as for being thy lord, or having aught to do with thee, I had sooner be the lord of a fiend from hell, for she would be better than thou." Sayest thou so, Callicrates? "Nay, but thou hast not seen me for so long a time that no memory remains. Yet am I very fair, Callicrates. Ill hate thee, murderess, and I have no wish to see thee. What is it to me how fair thou art? I hate thee, I say. Yet within a very little space shalt thou creep to my knee, and swear that thou dost love me," answered Aisha, with a sweet, mocking laugh. "Come, there is no time like the present time, here before this dead girl who loved thee, let us put it to the proof. Look now on me, Callicrates," and with a sudden motion she shook her gauzy covering from her, and stood forth in her low kirtle and her snaky zone, in her glorious radiant beauty and her imperial grace, rising from her wrappings, as it were, like Venus from the wave, or Galatea from her marble, or a beatified spirit from the tomb. She stood forth, and fixed her deep and glowing eyes upon Leo's eyes, and I saw his clenched fists unclasp, and his set and quivering features relax beneath her gaze. I saw his wonder and astonishment grow into admiration, and then into fascination, and the more he struggled the more I saw the power of her dread beauty fasten on him and take possession of his senses, drugging them, and drawing the heart out of him. Did I not know the process? Had not L, who was twice his age, gone through it myself? Was I not going through it afresh even then, although her sweet and passionate gaze was not for me? Yes, alas, I was. Alas, that I should have to confess that at that very moment I was rent by mad and furious jealousy. I could have flown at him, shame upon me. The woman had confounded and almost destroyed my moral sense, as she was bound to confound all who looked upon her superhuman loveliness. But, I do not quite know how, I got the better of myself, and once more turned to see the climax of the tragedy. "Oh, great heaven," gasped Leo, "art thou a woman?" A woman in TNLTH, in very TNLTH, and thine own spouse, Callicrates, she answered, stretching out her rounded ivory arms towards him, and smiling, so sweetly. He looked, and slowly I perceived that he was drawing nearer to her. Suddenly his eye fell upon the corpse of poor Ustane, and he shuddered and stopped. How can he said hoarsely. Thou art a murderess, she loved me. Observe, he was already forgetting that he had loved her. It is naught, she murmured, and her voice sounded sweet as the night wind passing through the trees. It is naught at all. If I have sinned, let my beauty answer for my sin. If I have sinned, it is for love of thee, let my sin, therefore, be put away and forgotten, and once more she stretched out her arms and whispered come, and then in another few seconds it was all over. I saw him struggle, I saw him even turn to fly, but her eyes drew him more strongly than iron bonds, and the magic of her beauty and concentrated will and passion entered into him and overpowered him, even there, in the presence of the body of the woman who had loved him well enough to die for him. It sounds horrible and wicked enough, but he should not be too greatly blamed, and be sure his sin will find him out. The temptress who drew him into evil was more than human, and her beauty was greater than the loveliness of the daughters of men. I looked up again, and now her perfect form lay in his arms, and her lips were pressed against his own, and thus, with the corpse of his dead love for an altar, did Leo Vinci plight his troth to her red-handed murderess, plight it for ever and a day. For those who sell themselves into a like dominion, paying down the price of their own honor, and throwing their soul into the balance to sink the scale to the level of their lusts, can hope for no deliverance here or hereafter. As they have sown, so shall they reap, and reap, even when the poppy flowers of passion have withered in their hands, and their harvest is but bitter tares, garnered in satiety. Suddenly, with a snake-like motion, she seemed to slip from his embrace, and then again broke out into her low laugh of triumphant mockery. Did I not tell thee that within a little space thou wouldst creep to my knee, O Callicrates? And surely the space has not been a great one. Leo groaned in shame and misery, for though he was overcome and stricken down, he was not so lost as to be unaware of the depth of the degradation to which he had sunk. On the contrary, his better nature rose up in arms against his fallen self, as I saw clearly enough later on. Aisha laughed again, and then quickly veiled herself, and made a sign to the girl mute, who had been watching the whole scene with curious startled eyes. The girl left, and presently returned, followed by two male mutes, to whom the queen made another sign. Thereon they all three seized the body of poor Ustane by the arms, and dragged it heavily down the cavern and away through the curtains at the end. Leo watched it for a little while, and then covered his eyes with his hand, and it too, to my excited fancy, seemed to watch us as it went. There passes the dead past, said Aisha, solemnly, as the curtains shook and fell back into their places, when the ghastly procession had vanished behind them. And then, with one of those extraordinary transitions of which I have already spoken, she again threw off her veil, and broke out, after the ancient and poetic fashion of the dwellers in, into a paean of triumph or epithalamium, which, wild and beautiful as it was, is exceedingly difficult to render into English, and ought by rights to be sung to the music of a cantata, rather than written and read. It was divided into two parts, one descriptive or definitive, and the other personal, and, as nearly as I can remember, ran as follows: 1. Among the ancient Arabians the power of poetic declamation, either in verse or prose, was held in the highest honor and esteem, and he excelled in it was known as khatib or orator. Every year a general assembly was held at Uhik. The rival poets repeated their compositions, when those poems Uhik were judged to be the best were, so soon as the knowledge and the art of mighting became general, inscribed on silk in letters of gold, and publicly exhibited, being known as al-Mudahabat or golden verses. In the poem given above by Holly, Aisha evidently followed the traditional poetic manner of her people, Uhik, as to embody their thoughts in a series of somewhat disconnected sentences, each remarkable for its beauty and the grace of its expression. Love is like a flower in the desert. It is like the aloe of Arabia that blooms but once and dies. It blooms in the salt emptiness of life, and the brightness of its beauty is set upon the waste as a star is set upon a storm. It hath the sun above that is the spirit, and above it blows the air of its divinity. At the echoing of a step, love blooms, I say love blooms, and bends her beauty down to him who passeth by. He plucketh it, yea, he plucketh the red cup that is full of honey, and beareth it away, away across the desert, away till the flower be withered, away till the desert be done. There is only one perfect flower in the wilderness of life. That flower is love. There is only one fixed star in the midst of our wandering. That star is love. There is only one hope in our despairing night. That hope is love. All else is false. All else is shadow moving upon water. All else is wind and vanity. Who shall say what is the weight or the measure of love? It is born of the flesh, it dwelleth in the spirit. From each doth it draw its comfort. For beauty it is as a star. Many are its shapes, but all are beautiful, and none know where the star rose, or the horizon where it shall set. Then, coming to Leo, and laying her hand upon his shoulder, she went on in a fuller and more triumphant tone, speaking in balanced sentences that gradually grew and swelled from idealized prose into pure and majestic verse. Long have I loved thee, O, my love, yet has my love not lessened. Long have I waited for thee, and behold my reward is at hand, is here. Far away I saw thee once, and thou wast taken from me. Then in a grave sowed I the seed of patience, and shone upon it with the sun of hope, and watered it with tears of repentance, and breathed on it with the breath of my knowledge. And now, 10. It hath sprung up, and borne fruit. 1-0. Out of the grave hath it sprung. Yea, from among the dry bones and ashes of the dead. I have waited and my reward is with me. I have overcome death, and death brought back to me him that was dead. Therefore do I rejoice, for fair is the future. Green are the paths that we shall tread across the everlasting meadows. The hour is at hand. Night hath fled away into the valleys. The dawn kisseth the mountain tops. Soft shall we live, my love, and easy shall we go. Crowned shall we be with the diadem of kings. Worshipping and wonder struck all peoples of the world, blinded shall fall before our beauty and might. From time unto times shall our greatness thunder on, rolling like a chariot through the dust of endless days. Laughing shall we speed in our victory and pomp, laughing like the daylight as he leaps along the hills. Onward, still triumphant to a triumph ever new. Onward, in our power to a power unattained. Onward, never weary, clad with splendor for a robe. Till accomplished be our fate, and the night is rushing down. She paused in her strange and most thrilling allegorical chant, of which I am, unfortunately, only able to give the burden, and that feebly enough, and then said, Perchance thou dost not believe my word, Callicrates, perchance thou thinkest that I do delude thee, and that I have not lived these many years, and that thou hast not been born again to me. Nay, look not so, put away that pale cast of doubt, for oh be sure herein can error find no foothold. Sooner shall the suns forget their course and the swallow miss her nest, than my soul shall swear a lie and be led astray from thee, Callicrates. Blind me, take away mine eyes, and let the darkness utterly fence me in, and still mine ears would catch the tone of thy unforgotten voice, striking more loud against the portals of my sense than can the call of brazen-throated clarions. Stop up mine hearing also, and let 1,000 touch me on the brow, and I would name thee out of robbed me of every sense, and see me stand deaf and blind, and dumb, and with nerves that cannot weigh the value of a touch. Yet would my spirit leap within me like a quickening child and cry unto my heart, Behold Callicrates. Behold, thou watcher, the watches of thy night are ended. Behold thou who seekest in the night season, thy morning star ariseth. She paused a while and then continued, But stay, if thy heart is yet hardened against the mighty truth, and thou dost require a further pledge of that which thou dost find too deep to understand, even now shall it be given to thee, and to thee also, O my Holly. Bear each one of you a lamp, and follow after me whither I shall lead you. Without stopping to think, indeed, speaking for myself, I had almost abandoned the function in circumstances under which to think seemed to be absolutely useless, since thought fell hourly helpless against a black wall of wonder. We took the lamps and followed her. Going to the end of her boudoir, she raised a curtain and revealed a little stair of the sort that is so common in these dim caves of Kor. As we hurried down the stair, I observed that the steps were worn in the centre to such an extent that some of them had been reduced from 7½ inches, at which I guessed their original height, to about 3½ Now, all the other steps that I had seen in the caves were practically unworn, as was to be expected, seeing that the only traffic which ever passed upon them was that of those who bore a fresh burden to the tomb. Therefore this fact struck my notice with that curious force with which little things do strike us when our minds are absolutely overwhelmed by a sudden lush of powerful sensations, beaten flat, as it were, like a sea beneath the first burst of a hurricane, so that every little object on the surface starts into an unnatural prominence. At the bottom of the staircase I stood and stared at the worn steps, and Aisha, tumming, saw me. "Wonderest thou whose are the feet that have worn away the rock, my Holly?" she asked. "They are mine, even mine own light feet. I can remember when those stairs were fresh and level, but for 2000 years and more have I gone down hither day by day, and see, my sandals have worn out the solid rock." I made no answer, but I do not think that anything that I had heard or seen brought home to my limited understanding so clear a sense of this being's overwhelming antiquity as that hard rock hollowed out by her soft white feet. How many hundreds of thousands of times must she have passed up and down that stair to bring about such a result? The stair led to a tunnel, and a few paces down the tunnel was one of the usual curtain-hung doorways, a glance at which told me that it was the same where I had been a witness of that terrible scene by the leaping flame. I recognized the pattern of the curtain, and the sight of it brought the whole event vividly before my eyes, and made me tremble even at its memory. Aisha entered the tomb, for it was a tomb, and we followed her, I, for one, rejoicing that the mystery of the place was about to be cleared up, and yet afraid to face its solution. 21. The dead and living meet. "See now the place where I have slept for these 2000 years," said Aisha, taking the lamp from Leo's hand and holding it above her head. Its rays fell upon a little hollow in the floor, where I had seen the leaping flame, but the fire was out now. They fell upon the white form stretched there beneath its wrappings, upon its bed of stone, upon the fretted carving of the tomb, and upon another shelf of stone opposite the one on which the body lay, and separated from it by the breadth of the cave. Here went on Aisha, laying her hand upon the "Have I slept night by night for all these generations, with but a cloak to cover me? It did not become me that I should lie soft when my spouse yonder," and she pointed to the rigid form, "lay stiff in death. Here night by night have I slept in his cold company, till thou seest, this thick slab, like the stairs down which we passed, has worn thin with the tossing of my form, so faithful have I been to thee even in thy space of sleep, Callicrates. And now, mine own, thou shalt see a wonderful thing, living, thou shalt behold thyself dead, for well have I tended thee during all these years, Callicrates. Art thou prepared?" We made no answer, but gazed at each other with frightened eyes. The whole scene was so dreadful and so solemn. Aisha advanced, and laid her hand upon the corner of the shroud, and once more spoke. "Be not affrighted," she said, "though the thing seem wonderful to thee, all we who live have thus lived before, nor is the VO shape that holds us a stranger to the sun. Only we know it not, because memory writes no record, and earth hath gathered in the earth she lent us, for none have saved our glow from the grave. But I, by my arts and by the arts of those dead men of Kor which I have limned, have held thee back, O Callicrates, from the dust, that the waxen stamp of beauty on thy face should ever rest before mine eye. 'Twas some mask that memory might fill, serving to fashion out thy presence from the past, and give it strength to wander in the habitations of my thought, clad in a mummery of life that stayed my appetite with visions of dead days. Behold now, let the dead and living meet. Across the gulf of time they still are one. Time hath no power against identity, though sleep the merciful hath blotted out the tablets of our mind, and with oblivion sealed the sorrows that else would hound us from life to life, stuffing the brain with gathered griefs till it burst in the madness of uttermost despair. Still are they one, for the wrappings of our sleep shall roll away as thunder clouds before the wind, the frozen voice of the past shall melt in music like mountain snows beneath the sun, and the weeping and the laughter of the lost hours shall be heard once more most sweetly echoing up the cliffs of immeasurable time. The sleep shall roll away, and the voices shall be heard, when down the completed chain, whereof our each existence is a link, the lightning of the Spirit hath passed to work out the purpose of our being, quickening and fusing those separated days of life, and shaping them to a staff whereon we may safely lean as we wend to our appointed fate. Therefore, have no fear, Callicrates, when thou, living, and but lately born, shalt look upon thine own departed self, who breathed and died so long ago. I do but turn one page in thy book of being, and show thee what is writ thereon. Behold. With a sudden motion she drew the shroud from the cold form, and let the lamplight play upon it. I looked, and then shrank back terrified, since, say what she might in explanation, the sight was an uncanny one, for her explanations were beyond the grasp of our finite minds, and when they were stripped from the mists of vague esoteric philosophy, and brought into conflict with the cold and horribling fact, did not do much to break its force. For there, stretched upon the stone bier before us, robed in white and perfectly preserved, was what appeared to be the body of Leo Vinci. I stared from Leo, standing there alive, to Leo lying there dead, and could see no difference, except, perhaps, that the body on the bier looked older. Feature for feature they were the same, even down to the crop of little golden curls, which was Leo's most uncommon beauty. It even seemed, Tom, as I looked, that the expression on the dead man's face resembled that which I had sometimes seen upon Leo's when he was plunged into profound sleep. I can only sum up the closeness of the resemblance by saying that I never saw twins so exactly similar as that dead and living pair. I turned to see what effect was produced upon Leo by the sight of his dead self, and found it to be one of partial stupefaction. He stood for 2 or 3 minutes staring, and said nothing, and when at last he spoke it was only to ejaculate, "Cover it up, and take me away." "Nay, wait," Callicrates said Aisha, who, standing with the lamp raised above her head, flooding with its light her own rich beauty and the cold wonder of the death-clothed form upon the bier, resembled an inspired sibyl rather than a woman, as she rolled out her majestic sentences with a grandeur and a freedom of utterance which I am, alas, quite unable to reproduce. "Wait, I would show thee something, that no tittle of my crime may be hidden from thee. Do thou, O Holly, open the garment on the breast of the dead Callicrates, for perchance my lord may fear to touch it himself." I obeyed with trembling hands. It seemed a desecration and an unhallowed thing to touch that sleeping image of the live man by my side. Presently his broad chest was bare, and there upon it, right over the heart, was a wound, evidently inflicted with a spear. "Thou seest, Callicrates," she said. "Know then that it was one who slew thee, in the place of life I gave thee death. I slew thee because of the Egyptian Amenetas, whom thou didst love, for by her wiles she held thy heart, and her I could not smite as but now I smote that woman, for she was too strong for me. In my haste and bitter anger I slew thee, and now for all these days have I lamented thee, and waited for thy coming. And thou hast come, and none can stand between thee and me, and of Atrth now for death I will give thee life, not life eternal, for that none can give, but life and youth that shall endure for thousands upon thousands of years, and with it pomp, and power, and wealth, and all things that are good and beautiful, such as have been to no man before thee, nor shall be to any man who comes after. And now one thing more, and thou shalt rest and make ready for the day of thy new birth. Thou seest this body, which was thine own. For all these centuries it hath been my cold comfort and my companion, but now I need it no more, for I have thy living presence, and it can but serve to stir up memories of that which I would fain forget. Let it therefore go back to the dust from which I held it. Behold, I have prepared against this happy hour. And going to the other shelf or stone ledge, which she said had served her for a bed, she took from it a large vitrified double-handed vase, the mouth of which was tied up with a bladder. This she loosed, and then, having bent down and gently kissed the white forehead of the dead man, she undid the vase, and sprinkled its contents carefully over the form, taking, I observed, the greatest precautions against any drop of them touching us or herself, and then poured out what remained of the liquid upon the chest and head. Instantly a dense vapour arose, and the cave was filled with choking fumes that prevented us from seeing anything, while the deadly acid, for I presume it was some tremendous preparation of that sun, did its work. From the spot where the body lay came a fierce fizzing and cracking sound, which ceased, however, before the fumes had cleared away. At last they were all gone, except a little cloud that still hung over the corpse. In a couple of minutes more this too had vanished, and, wonderful as it may seem, it is a fact that on the stone bench that had supported the monal remains of the ancient calicrates for so many centuries there was now nothing to be seen but a few handfuls of smoking white powder. The acid had utterly destroyed the body, and even in places eaten into the stone. Aisha stooped down, and, taking a handful of this powder in her grasp, threw it into the air, saying at the same time, in a voice of calm solemnity, "Dust to pass to the dead to the is dead, and is bomb again." The ashes floated noiselessly to the rocky floor, and we stood in awed silence and watched them fall, too overcome for words. "Now leave me," she said, "and sleep if ye may. I must watch and think, for tomorrow night we go hence, and the time is long since I trod the path that we must follow." Accordingly we bowed, and left her. As we passed to our own apartment I peeped into Jab's sleeping place, to see how he fared, for he had gone away just before our interview with the murdered Ustane, quite prostrate by the terrors of the Amahaga festivity. He was sleeping soundly, good honest fellow that he was, and I rejoiced to think that his nerves, which, like those of most uneducated people, were far from strong, had been spared the closing scenes of this dreadful day. Then we entered our own chamber, and here at last poor Leo, who, ever since he had looked upon that frozen image of his living self, had been in a state not far removed from stupefaction, burst out into a torrent of grief. Now that he was no longer in the presence of the dread she, his sense of the awfulness of all that had happened, and more especially of the wicked murder of Ustane, who was bound to him by ties so close, broke upon him like a stun, and lashed him into an agony of remorse and terror which was painful to witness. He cursed himself, he cursed the hour when we had first seen the writing on the shirt, which was being so mysteriously verified, and bitterly he cursed his own weakness. Aisha he dared not curse, who dared speak evil of such a woman, whose consciousness, for aught we knew, was watching us at the very moment. "What am I to do, old fellow?" he groaned, resting his head against my shoulder in the extremity of his grief. "I'll let her be killed, not that I could help that, but within 5 minutes I was kissing her murderess over her body. I am a degraded brute, but I cannot resist that," and here his voice sank, "that awful sorceress. I know I shall do it again tomorrow, I know that I am in her power for always. If I never saw her again I should never think of anybody else during all my life. I must follow her as a needle follows a magnet. I would not go away now if I could not leave her, my legs would not carry me, but my mind is still clear enough, and in my mind I hate her, at least, I think so. It is all so horrible, and that body. What can I make of it? It was I. I am sold into bondage, old fellow, and she will take my soul as the price off herself." Then, for the first time, I told him that I was in a but very little better position, and I am bound to say that, notwithstanding his own infatuation, he had the decency to sympathize with me. Perhaps he did not think it worthwhile being jealous, realizing that he had no cause so far as the lady was concerned. I went on to suggest that we should try to run away, but we soon rejected the project as futile, and, to be perfectly honest, I do not believe that either of us would really have left Aisha even if some superior power had suddenly offered to convey us from these gloomy caves and set us down in Cambridge. We could no more have left her than a moth can leave the light that destroys it. We were like confirmed opium eaters. In our moments of reason we well knew the deadly nature of our pursuit, but we certainly were not prepared to abandon its terrible delights. No man who once had seen she unveiled, and heard the music of her voice, and drunk in the bitter wisdom of her words, would willingly give up the sight for a whole sea of placid joys. How much more, then, was this likely to be so when, as in Leo's case, to put myself out of the question, this extraordinary creature declared her utter and absolute devotion, and gave what appeared to be proofs of its having lasted for some 2,000 years. No doubt she was a wicked person, and no doubt she had murdered Ustane when she stood in her path, but then she was then faithful, and by a law of nature man is apt to think but lightly of a woman's crimes, especially if that woman be beautiful, and the crime be committed for the love of him. And then, for the rest, when had such a chance ever come to a man before as that which now lay in Leo's hand? TNLE, in uniting himself to this dread woman, he would place his life under the influence of a mysterious creature of evil tendencies, but then that would be likely enough to happen to him in any ordinary marriage. On the other hand, however, no ordinary marriage could bring him such awful beauty, for awful is the only word that can describe it, such divine devotion, such wisdom, and command over the secrets of nature, and the place and power that they must win, or, lastly, the royal crown of unending youth, if indeed she could give that. No, on the whole, it is not wonderful that, though Leo was plunged in bitter shame and grief, such as any gentleman would have felt under the circumstances, he was not ready to entertain the idea of running away from his extraordinary fortune. 1. After some months of consideration of this statement I am bound to confess that I am not quite satisfied of its truth. It is perfectly true that Aisha committed a murder, but I shrewdly suspect that, were we endowed with the same absolute power, and if we had the same tremendous interest at stake, we would be very apt to do likewise under parallel circumstances. Also, it must be remembered that she looked on it as an execution for disobedience under a system which made the slightest disobedience punishable by death. Putting aside this question of the murder, her evil cloying resolves itself into the expression of views and the acknowledgement of motives which are contrary to our preaching if not to our practice. Now at first sight this might be fairly taken as a proof of an evil nature, but when we come to consider the great antiquity of the individual it becomes doubtful if it was anything more than the natural cynicism which arises from age and bitter experience, and the possession of extraordinary powers of obscenation underscore. It is a well-known fact that very often, putting the period of boyhood out of the question, the older we grow the more cynical and hardened we get. Indeed many of us are only saved by timely death from utter moral petrifaction if not moral corruption. No one will deny that a young man is on the average better than an old one, for he is out that experience of the order of things that in natural dispositions can hardly fail to produce cynicism, and that disregard of acknowledged methods and established custom which we call evil. Now the oldest man upon the earth was but a babe compared to Aisha, and the man upon the earth was not 1/3 as wise. And the fruit of her wisdom was this, that there was but one thing living for, and that was love in its highest sense, and to gain that good thing she was not prepared to stop at trifles. This is really the sum of her evil doings, and it must be remembered, on the other hand, that, whatever may be thought of them, she had some virtues developed to a degree very uncommon in either sex, constancy, for instance, LHH. My own opinion is that he would have been mad if he had done so. But then I confess that my statement on the matter must be accepted with qualifications. I am in love with Aisha myself to this day, and I would rather have been the object of her affection for one short week than that of any other woman in the world for a whole lifetime. And let me add that, if anybody who doubts this statement, and thinks me foolish for making it, could have seen Aisha draw her veil and flash out in beauty on his gaze, his view would exactly coincide with my own. Of course, I am speaking of any man. We never had the advantage of a lady's opinion of Aisha, but I think it quite possible that she would have regarded the Queen with dislike, would have expressed her disapproval in some more or less pointed manner, and ultimately have got herself blasted. For 2 hours or more Leo and I sat with shaken nerves and frightened eyes, and talked over the miraculous events through which we were passing. It seemed like a dream or a fairy tale, instead of the solemn, sober fact. Who would have believed that the writing on the potsherd was not only true, but that we should live to verify its truth, and that we two seekers should find her who was sought, patiently awaiting our coming in the tombs of Kor? Who would have thought that in the person of Leo this mysterious woman should, as she believed, discover the being whom she awaited from century to century, and whose former earthly habitation she had till this very night preserved? But so it was. In the face of all we had seen, it was difficult for us as ordinary reasoning men any longer to doubt its truth, and therefore at last, with humble hearts and a deep sense of the impotence of human knowledge, and the insolence of its assumption that denies that to be possible which it has no experience of, we laid ourselves down to sleep, leaving our fates in the hands of that watching Providence which had thus chosen to allow us to draw the veil of human ignorance, and reveal to us for good or evil some glimpse of the possibilities of life. 22 Job has a presentiment. It was 9 o'clock on the following morning when Job, who still looked scared and frightened, came in to call me, and at the same time breathed his gratitude at finding us alive in our beds, which it appeared was more than he had expected. When I told him of the awful end of poor Ustane, he was even more grateful at our survival, and much shocked, though Ustane had been no favourite of his, or he of hers, for the matter of that. She called him pig in bastard Arabic, and he called her hussy in good English, but these amenities were forgotten in the face of the catastrophe that had overwhelmed her at the hands of her queen. "I don't want to say anything as mayn't be agreeable, sir," said Job, when he had finished exclaiming at my tale, "but it's my opinion that there she is the old gentleman himself, or perhaps his wife, if he has one, which I suppose he has, for he couldn't be so wicked all by himself. The witch of Endor was a fool to her, sir, bless you, she would make no more of raising every gentleman in the Bible out of these here beastly tombs than I should of growing cress on an old flannel. It's a country of devils, this is, sir, and she's the master one of the lot, and if ever we get out of it, it will be more than I expect to do. I don't see no way out of it. That witch isn't likely to let a fine young man like Mr. Leo go." "Come," I said, "at any rate she saved his life." "Yes, and she'll take his soul to pay for it. She'll make him a witch, like herself. I say it's wicked to have anything to do with those sort of people. Last night, sir, I lay awake and read in my little Bible that my poor old mother gave me about what is going to happen to sorceresses and them sort, till my hair stood on end. Lord, how the old lady would stare if she saw where her job had got to." "Yes, it's a queer country, and a queer people too, Job," I answered, with a sigh, for, though I am not superstitious like Job, I admit to a natural shrinking, which will not bear investigation, from the things that are above nature. "You are right, sir," he answered, "and if you won't think me very foolish, I should like to say something to you now that Mr. Leo is out of the way." Leo had got up early and gone for a stroll, "and that is that I know it is the last country as ever I shall see in this world. I had a dream last night, and I dreamed that I saw my old father with a kind of nightshirt on him, something like these folks wear when they want to be in particular full dress, and a bit of that feathery grass in his hand, which he may have gathered on the way, for I saw lots of it yesterday about 300 yards from the mouth of this beastly cave. Job, he said to me, solemn-like, and yet with a kind of satisfaction shining through him, more like a Methody parson when he has sold a neighbour a marked horse for a sound one and cleared £20 by the job than anything I can think on. Job, time's up, Job, but I never did expect to have to come and hunt you out in this air place, Job. Such a do as I have had to nose you up. It wasn't friendly to give your poor old father such a NM, let alone that a wonderful lot of bad characters hail from this place core. Regular cautions, I suggested. Yes, sir, of course, sir, that's just what he said they was, cautions, downright scorchers, sir, and I'm sure I don't doubt it, seeing what I know of them, and their hot-potting ways, went on Job sadly. Anyway, he was sure that time was up, and went away saying that we should see more than we cared for of each other soon, and I suppose he was thinking of the fact that father and I never could hit it off together for longer nor 3 days, and I dare say that things will be similar when we meet again. Surely, I said, you don't think that you are going to die because you dreamed you saw your old father? If one dies because one dreams of one's father, what happens to a man who dreams of his mother-in-law? Ah, sir, you're laughing at me, said Job, but, you see, you didn't know my old father. If it had been anybody else, my Aunt Mary, for instance, who never made much of a job, I should not have thought so much of it, but my father was that idle, which he shouldn't have been with 17 children, that he would never have put himself out to come here just to see the place. No, sir, I know that he meant business. Well, sir, I can't help it. I suppose every man must go some time or other, though it is a hard thing to die in a place like this, where Christian burial isn't to be had for its weight in gold. I've tried to be a good man, sir, and do my duty honest, and if it wasn't for the supercilious kind of way in which father carried on last night, a sort of sniffing at me as it were, as though he had no opinion of my references and testimonials, I should feel easy enough in my mind. Anyway, sir, I've been a good servant to you and Mr. Leo, bless him. Why, it seems but the other day that I used to lead him about the streets with a penny if ever you get out of this place, which, as father didn't allude to you, perhaps you may. I hope you will think kindly of my whitened bones, and never have anything more to do with Greek writing on flower pots, sir, if I may make so bold as to say so. Come, Job, I said seriously, this is all nonsense, you know. You mustn't be silly enough to go getting such ideas into your head. We've lived through some queer things, and I hope that we may go on doing so. No, sir, answered Job, in a tone of conviction that jarred on me unpleasantly, it isn't nonsense. I'm a doomed man, and I feel it, and a wonderful uncomfortable feeling it is, sir, for one can't help wondering how it's going to come about. If you are eating your dinner you think of poison and it goes against your stomach, and if you are walking along these dark rabbit burrows you think of knives, and Lord, don't you just shiver about the back. I ain't particular, sir, provided it's sharp, like that poor girl, who, now that she's gone, I am sorry to have spoke hard on, though I don't approve of her morals in getting married, which I consider too quick to be decent. Still, sir, and poor Job turned a shade paler as he said it, I do hope it won't be that hot pot game. Nonsense, I broke in angrily, nonsense. Very well, sir, said Job, it isn't my place to differ from you, sir, but if you happen to be going anywhere, sir, I should be obliged if you could manage to take me with you, seeing that I shall be glad to have a friendly face to look at when the time comes, just to help one through, as it were. And now, sir, I'll be getting the breakfast, and he went, leaving me in a very uncomfortable state of mind. I was deeply attached to old Job, who was one of the best and honestest men I have ever had to do with in any class of life, and really more of a friend than a servant, and the mere idea of anything happening to him brought a lump into my throat. Beneath all his ludicrous talk I could see that he himself was quite convinced that something was going to happen, and though in most cases these convictions turn out to be utter moonshine, and this particular one especially was to be amply accounted for by the gloomy and unaccustomed surroundings in which its victim was placed, still it did more or less carry a chill to my heart, as any dread that is obviously a genuine object of belief is apt to do, however absurd the belief may be. Presently the breakfast arrived, and with it Leo, who had been taking a walk outside the cave, to clear his mind, he said, and very glad I was to see both, for they gave me a respite from my gloomy thoughts. After breakfast we went for another walk, and watched some of the Amahagga sowing a plot of ground with the grain from which they make their beer. This they did in scriptural fashion, a man with a bag made of goat's hide fastened round his waist walking up and down the plot and scattering the seed as he went. It was a positive relief to see one of these dreadful people do anything so homely and pleasant as sow a field, perhaps because it seemed to link them, as it were, with the rest of humanity. As we were returning Bilali met us, and informed us that it was she's pleasure that we should wait upon her, and accordingly we entered her presence, not without trepidation, for Aisha was certainly an exception to the NRLE. Familiarity with her might and did breed passion and wonder and horror, but it certainly did not breed contempt. We were as usual shown in by the mutes, and after these had retired Aisha unveiled, and once more bade Leo embrace her, which, notwithstanding his hemi-searchings of the previous night, he did with more alacrity and fervour than in strictness courtesy required. She laid her white hand on his head, and looked him fondly in the eyes. "Dost thou wonder, my Callicrates," she said, "when thou shalt call me all thine own, and when we shall of a TNLTH be for one another and to one another? I will tell thee. First, must thou be even as I am, not immonal indeed, for that I am not, but so cased and hardened against the attacks of time that his arrows shall glance from the armour of thy vigorous life as the sunbeams glance from water. As yet I may not mate with thee, for thou and I are different, and the ven brightness of my being would burn thee up, and perchance destroy thee. Thou couldst not even endure to look upon me for too long a time lest thine eyes should ache, and thy senses swim, and therefore, with a little nod, shall I presently veil myself again." This by the way she did not do. "No, listen, thou shalt not be tried beyond endurance, for this very evening, an hour before the sun goes down, shall we start hence, and by tomorrow's dark, if all goes well, and the road is not lost to me, which I pray it may not be, shall we stand in the place of life, and thou shalt bathe in the fire, and come F01th glorified, as no man ever was before thee, and then, Callicrates, shalt thou call me wife, and I will call thee husband." Leo muttered something in answer to this astonishing statement, I do not know what, and she laughed a little at his confusion, and went on. "And thou, too, O Holly, on thee also will I confer this boon, and then of a truth shalt thou be evergreen, and this will I do, well, because thou hast pleased me, Holly, for thou art not altogether a fool, like most of the sons of men, and because, though thou hast a school of philosophy as full of nonsense as those of the old days, yet hast thou not forgotten how to turn a pretty phrase about a lady's eyes." "Hullo, old fellow," whispered Leo, with a return of his old cheerfulness, "have you been paying compliments?" "I should never have thought it of you, thank thee, O Aisha," I replied, with as much dignity as I could command, "but if there be such a place as thou dost describe, and if in this strange place there may be found a fiery virtue that can hold off death when he comes to pluck us by the hand, yet would I none of it. For me, O Aisha, the world has not proved so soft a nest that I would lie in it for ever. A stony-hearted mother is our earth, and stones are the bread she gives her children for their daily food. Stones to eat and bitter water for their thirst, and stripes for tender nurture. Who would endure this for many lives? Who would so load up his back with memories of lost hours and loves, and of his neighbour's sorrows that he cannot lessen, and wisdom that brings not consolation? Hard is it to die, because our delicate flesh doth shrink back from the worm it will not feel, and from that unknown which the winding sheet doth curtain from our view. But harder still, to my fancy, would it be to live on, green in the leaf and fair, but dead and rotten at the core, and feel that other secret worm of recollection gnawing ever at the heart. Bethink thee, Holly, she said, yet doth long life and strength and beauty beyond measure mean power and all things that are dear to man. And what, O Queen, I answered, are those things that are dear to man? Are they not bubbles? Is not ambition but an endless ladder by which no height is ever climbed till the last unreachable rung is mounted? For height leads on to height, and there is no resting place upon them, and rung doth grow upon rung, and there is no limit to the number. Doth not wealth satiate, and become nauseous, and no longer serve to satisfy or pleasure, or to buy an hour's peace of mind? And is there any end to wisdom that we may hope to reach it? Rather, the more we learn, shall we not thereby be able only to better compass out our ignorance? Did we live 10,000 years, could we hope to solve the secrets of the suns, and of the space beyond the suns, and of the hand that hung them in the heavens? Would not our wisdom be but as a gnawing hunger calling our consciousness day by day to a knowledge of the empty craving of our souls? Would it not be but as a light in one of these great caverns, that, though bright it bum, and brighter yet, doth but the more serve to show the depths of the gloom around it? And what good thing is there beyond that we may gain by length of days? Nay, my Holly, there is love, love which makes all things beautiful, and doth breathe divinity into the very dust we tread. With love shall life roll gloriously on from year to year, like the voice of some great music that hath power to hold the hearer's heart poised on eagle's wings above the sordid shame and folly of the earth. It may be so, I answered, but if the loved one prove a broken reed to pierce us, or if the love be loved in vain, what then? Shall a man grave his sorrows upon a stone when he hath but need to write them on the water? Nay, O she, I will live my day, and grow old with my generation, and die my appointed death, and be forgotten. For I do hope for an immortality to which the little span that perchance thou canst confer will be but as a finger's length laid against the measure of the great world, and, mark this, the immortality to which I look, and which my faith doth promise me, shall be free from the bonds that here must tie my spirit down. For, while the flesh endures, sorrow and evil and the scorpion whips of sin must endure also, but when the flesh hath fallen from us, then shall the spirit shine forth clad in the brightness of eternal good, and for its common air shall breathe so rare an ether of most noble thoughts that the highest aspiration of our manhood, or the purest incense of a maiden's prayer, would prove too earthly gross to float therein. Thou lookest high, answered Aisha, with a little laugh, and speakest clearly as a numpet and with no uncertain sound. And yet methinks that but now didst thou talk of that unknown from which the winding sheet doth curtain us. But perchance, thou seest with the eye of faith, gazing on that brightness, that is to be, through the painted glass of thy imagination. Strange are the pictures of the future that mankind can thus draw with this brush of faith and this many-coloured pigment of imagination. Strange, too, that no one of them doth agree with another. I could tell thee, but there, what is the use? Why rob a fool of his bauble? Let it pass, and I pray, O Holly, that when thou dost feel old age creeping slowly toward thyself, and the confusion of senility making havoc in thy brain, thou mayest not bitterly regret that thou didst cast away the imperial boon I would have given to thee. But so it hath ever been, man can never be content with that which his hand can pluck. If a lamp be in his reach to light him through the darkness, he must needs cast it down because it is no star. Happiness danceth ever apace before him, like the marsh fires in the swamps, and he must catch the fire, and he must hold the star. Beauty is naught to him, because there are lips more honey sweet, and wealth is naught, because others can weigh him down with heavier shekels, and fame is naught, because there have been greater men than he. Thyself thou saidst it, and I turn thy words against thee. Well, thou dreamest that thou shalt pluck the star. I believe it not, and I think thee a fool, my Holly, to throw away the lamp. I made no answer, for I could not, especially before Leo, tell her that since I had seen her face I knew that it would always be before my eyes, and that I had no wish to prolong an existence which must always be haunted and tortured by her memory, and by the last bitter mess of unsatisfied love. but so it was, and so, alas, is it to this hour. And now went on she, changing her tone and the subject together, tell me, my Callicrates, for as yet I know it not, how came you to seek me here? Yesternight thou didst say that Callicrates, him whom thou sawest, was thine ancestor. How was it? Tell me, thou dost not speak overmuch. Thus adjured, Leo told her the wonderful story of the casket and of the potsherd that, written on by his ancestress, the Egyptian Amenas, had been the means of guiding us to her. Aisha listened intently, and, when he had finished, spoke to me. Did I not tell thee one day, when we did talk of good and evil, O Holly, it was when my beloved lay so ill, that out of good came evil, and out of evil good, that they who sowed knew not what the crop should be, nor he who struck where the blow should fall? See, now, this Egyptian Amenetas, this royal child of the Nile who hated me, and whom even now I hate, for in a way she did prevail against me, see, now, she herself hath been the very means to bring her lover to mine arms. For her sake I slew him, and now, behold, through her he hath come back to me. She would have done me evil, and sowed her seeds that I might reap tares, and behold she hath given me more than all the world can give, and there is a strange square for thee to fit into thy circle of good and evil, O Holly. And so she went on, after so she bade her son destroy me if he might, because I slew his father. And thou, my Callicrates, art the father, and in a sense thou and likewise the son, and wouldst thou avenge thy wrong, and the wrong of that far-off mother of thine, upon me, O Callicrates? See, and she slid to her knees, and drew the white corsage still farther down her ivory. Here beats my heart, and there by thy side is a knife, heavy, and long, and sharp, the very knife to slay an erring woman with. Take it now, and be avenged. Strike, and strike home, so shalt thou be satisfied, Callicrates, and go through life a happy man, because thou hast paid back the wrong, and obeyed the mandate of the past. He looked at her, and then stretched out his hand and lifted her to her feet. Rise, Aisha, he said sadly, well thou knowest that I cannot strike thee, no, not even for the sake of her whom thou slewest but last night. I am in thy power, and a very slave to thee. How can I kill should I slay myself? Almost dost thou begin to love me, Callicrates, she answered, smiling. And now tell me of thy country. 'Tis a great people, is it not? With an empire like that of Rome? Surely thou wouldst return thither, and it is well, for I mean not that thou shouldst dwell in these caves of Kor. Nay, when once thou art even as I am, we will go hence, fear not but that I shall find a path, and then shall we journey to this England of thine, and live as it becometh us to live. 2000 years have I waited for the day when I should see the last of these hateful caves and this gloomy-visaged folk, and now it is at hand, and my heart bounds up to meet it like a child's towards its holiday. For thou shalt rule this England, but we have a queen already, broke in Leo, hastily. It is naught, said Aisha, she can be overthrown. At this we both broke out into an exclamation of dismay, and explained that we should as soon think of overthrowing ourselves. But here is a strange thing, said Aisha, in astonishment, a queen whom her people love. Surely the world must have changed since I dwelt in Kor. Again we explained that it was the character of monarchs that had changed, and that the one under whom we lived was venerated and beloved by all right-thinking people in her vast realms. Also, we told her that real power in our country rested in the hands of the people, and that we were in fact ruled by the votes of the lower and least educated classes of the community. Ah, she said, a democracy, then surely there is a tyrant, for I have long since seen that democracies, having no clear will of their own, in the end set up a tyrant, and worship him. Yes, I said, we have our tyrants. Well, she answered resignedly, we can at any rate destroy these tyrants, and Callicrates shall rule the land. I instantly informed Aisha that in England blasting was not an amusement that could be indulged in with impunity, and that any such attempt would meet with the consideration of the law and probably end upon a scaffold. The law, she laughed with scum, the law. Canst thou not understand, O Holly, that I am above the law, and so shall my callicrates be also? All human law will be to us as the north wind to a mountain. Does the wind bend the mountain, or the mountain the wind? And now leave me, I pray thee, and thou too, my own callicrates, for I would get me ready against our journey, and so must ye both, and your servant also. But bring no great quantity of things with thee, for I hust that we shall be but 3 days gone. Then shall we return hither, and I will make a plan whereby we can bid farewell for ever to these sepulchres of Kor. Yea, surely thou mayst kiss my hand. So we went, I, for one, meditating deeply on the awful nature of the problem that now opened out before us. The terrible, she had evidently made up her mind to go to England, and it made me absolutely shudder to think what would be the result of her arrival there. What her powers were I knew, and I could not doubt but that she would exercise them to the full. It might be possible to control her for a while, but her proud, ambitious spirit would be certain to break loose and avenge itself for the long centuries of its solitude. She would, if necessary, and if the power of her beauty did not unaided prove equal to the occasion, blast her way to any end she set before her, and, as she could not die, and for aught I knew could not even be killed, what was there to stop her? In the end she would, I had little doubt, assume absolute over the British dominions, and probably over the whole earth, and, though I was sure that she would speedily make ours the most glorious and prosperous empire that the world has ever seen, it would be at the cost of a terrible sacrifice of life. 1. I regret to say that I was never able to ascertain if she was invulnerable against the ordinary accidents of life. Presumably this is so, else some misadventure would have been sure to put an end to her in the course of so many centuries. True, she offered to let Leo slay her, but for why? Probably this as only an experiment to try his temper and mental attitude towards her. Aisha never gave way to impulse without some valid object, LHH. The whole thing sounded like a dream or some extraordinary invention of a speculative brain, and yet it was a fact, a wonderful fact, of which the whole world would soon be called on to take notice. What was the meaning of it all? After much thinking I could only conclude that this marvelous creature, whose passion had kept her for so many centuries chained as it were, and comparatively harmless, was now about to be used by Providence as a means to change the order of the world, and possibly, by the building up of a power that could no more be rebelled against or questioned than the decrees of fate, to change it materially for the better. 23. The Temple of Truth. Our preparations did not take us very long. We put a change of clothing apiece and some spare boots into my Gladstone bag, also we took our revolvers and an express rifle each, together with a good supply of ammunition, a precaution to which, under Providence, we subsequently owed our lives over and over again. The rest of our gear, together with our heavy rifles, were left behind us. A few minutes before the appointed time we once more attended in Aisha's boudoir, and found her also ready, her dark cloak thrown over her winding sheet-like wrappings. "Are you prepared for the great venture?" she said. "We are," I answered, "though for my part, Aisha, I have no faith in it." "All, my Holly," she said, "thou art of a truth like those old Jews, of whom the memory vexes me so sorely, unbelieving, and hard to accept that which they have not known. But thou shalt see, for unless my mirror beyond lies," and she pointed to the font of crystal water, "the path is yet open as it was of old time. And now let us start upon the new life which shall end, who knoweth where?" I echoed, "Who knoweth where?" and we passed down into the great central cave, and out into the light of day. At the mouth of the cave we found a single litter with 6 bearers, all of them mutes, waiting, and with them I was relieved to see our old friend Bilali, for whom I had conceived a sort of affection. It appeared that, for reasons not necessary to explain at length, Aisha had thought it best that, with the exception of herself, we should proceed on foot, and this we were nothing tenth to do, after our long confinement in these caves, which, however suitable they might be for sarcophagi, a singularly inappropriate word, by the way, for these particular tombs, which certainly did not consume the bodies given to their keeping, were depressing habitations for breathing monals like ourselves. Either by accident or by the orders of she, the space in front of the cave where we had beheld that awful dance was perfectly clear of spectators. Not a soul was to be seen, and consequently I do not believe that our departure was known to anybody, except perhaps the mutes who waited on she, and they were, of course, in the habit of keeping what they saw to themselves. In a few minutes' time we were stepping out sharply across the great cultivated plain or lake bed, framed like a vast emerald in its setting of frowning cliff, and had another opportunity of wondering at the extraordinary nature of the site chosen by these old people of Kor for their capital, and at the marvellous amount of labour, ingenuity, and engineering skill that must have been brought into requisition by the founders of the city to drain so huge a sheet of water, and to keep it clear of subsequent accumulations. It is, indeed, so far as my experience goes, an unequalled instance of what man can do in the face of nature, for in my opinion such achievements as the Suez Canal or even the Mont Cenis Tunnel do not approach this ancient undertaking in magnitude and grandeur of conception. When we had been walking for about half an hour, enjoying ourselves exceedingly in the delightful cool which about this time of the day always appeared to descend upon the great plain of Kor, and which in some degree atoned for the want of any land or sea breeze, for all wind was kept off by the rocky mountain wall, we began to get a clear view of what Bilali had informed us were the minutes of the great city. And even from that distance we could see how wonderful those nlins were, a fact which with every step we took became more evident. The town was not very large if compared to Babylon or Thebes, or other cities of remote antiquity. Perhaps its outer wall contained some 12 square miles of ground, or a little more. Nor had the walls, so far as we could judge when we reached them, been very high, probably not more than 40 feet, which was about their present height where they had not through the sinking of the ground, or some such cause, fallen into ruin. The reason of this, no doubt, was that the people of Kor, being protected from any outside attack by far more tremendous ramparts than any that the hand of man could rear, only required them for show and to guard against civil discord. But on the other hand they were as broad as they were high, built entirely of dressed stone, hewn, no doubt, from the vast caves, and surrounded by a great moat about 60 feet in width, some reaches of which were still filled with water. About 10 minutes before the sun finally sank we reached this moat, and passed down and through it, clambering across what evidently were the piled-up fragments of a great bridge in order to do so, and then with some little difficulty over the slope of the wall to its summit. I wished that it lay within the power of my pen to give some idea of the grandeur of the sight that then met our view. There, all bathed in the red glow of the sinking sun, were miles upon miles of ruins, columns, temples, shrines, and the palaces of kings, varied with patches of green bush. Of course, the roofs of these buildings had long since fallen into decay and vanished, but owing to the extreme massiveness of the style of building, and to the hardness and durability of the rock employed, most of the party walls and great columns still remain standing. 1. In connection with the extraordinary state of preservation of these ruins after so vast a lapse of time, at least 6,000 years, it must be remembered that K6 are either not burnt or destroyed by an enemy or an earthquake, but deserted, owing to the action of a terrible plague. Consequently the houses are left unharmed, also the climate of the plain is remarkably fine and dry, and there is very little rain or wind, as a result of which these relics have only to contend against the unaided action of time, that works but slowly upon such massive blocks of masonry. Straight before us stretched away what had evidently been the main thoroughfare of the city, for it was very wide, wider than the Thames embankment, and regular, being, as we afterwards discovered, paved, or rather built, throughout of blocks of dressed stone, such as were employed in the walls. It was but little overgrown even now with grass and shrubs that could get no depth of soil to live in. What had been the parks and gardens, on the contrary, were now dense jungle. Indeed, it was easy even from a distance to trace the course of the various roads by the bumped-up appearance of the scanty grass that grew upon them. On either side of this great thoroughfare were vast blocks of ruins, each block, generally speaking, being separated from its neighbour by a space of what had once, I suppose, been garden ground, but was now dense and tangled bush. They were all built of the same coloured stone, and most of them had pillars, which was as much as we could make out in the fading light as we passed swiftly up the main road, that I believe I am right in saying no living foot had pressed, to, for thousands of years. 2. Bilali told me that the Amahagga believe that the site of the city is haunted, and could not be persuaded to enter it upon any consideration. Indeed, I could see that he himself did not at all like doing so, and was only consoled by the reflection that he was under the direct protection of she. It struck Leo and myself as very curious that a people who has no objection to living amongst the dead, with whom their familiarity has perhaps bred content, and even using their bodies for purposes of fluel, should be terrified at approaching the habitations that these very departed had occupied when alive. After all, whoever, it is only a savage inconsistency _L_HH. Presently we came to an enormous pile, which we rightly took to be a temple covering at least 8 acres of ground, and apparently arranged in a series of courts, each one enclosing another of smaller size, on the principle of a Chinese nest of boxes, the courts being separated one from the other by rows of huge columns. And, while I think of it, I may as well state a remarkable thing about the shape of these columns, which resembled none that I have ever seen or heard of, being fashioned with a kind of waist at the centre, and swelling out above and below. At first we thought that this shape was meant to roughly symbolize or suggest the female form, as was a common habit amongst the ancient religious architects of many creeds. On the following day, however, as we went up the slopes of the mountain, we discovered a large quantity of the most stately-looking palms, of which the trunks grew exactly in this shape, and I have now no doubt but that the first designer of those columns drew his inspiration from the graceful bends of those very palms, or rather of their ancestors, which then, some 8 or 10,000 years ago, as now, beautified the slopes of the mountain that had once formed the shores of the volcanic lake. At the facade of this huge temple, which, I should imagine, is almost as large as that of El Karnak, at Thebes, some of the largest columns, which I measured, being between 18 to 20 feet in diameter at the base, by about 70 feet in height, our little procession was halted, and Aisha descended from her litter. There was a spot here, Callicrates, she said to Leo, who had run up to help her down, where one might sleep. 2,000 years ago did thou and I and that Egyptian asp rest therein, but since then have I not set foot here, nor any man, and perchance it has fallen and, followed by the rest of us, she passed up a vast flight of broken and ruined steps into the outer court, and looked round into the gloom. Presently she seemed to recollect, and, walking a few paces along the wall to the left, halted. It is here, she said, and at the same time beckoned to the 2 mutes, who were loaded with provisions and our little belongings, to advance. One of them came forward, and, producing a lamp, lit it from his brazier, for the Amahagga when on a journey nearly always carried with them a little lighted brazier, from which to provide fire. The tinder of this brazier was made of broken fragments of mummy carefully damped, and, if the admixture of moisture was properly managed, this unholy compound would smoulder away for hours. 3. As soon as the lamp was lit we entered the place before which Aisha had halted. It turned out to be a chamber hollowed in the thickness of the wall, and, from the fact of there still being a massive stone table in it, I should think that it had probably served as a living room, perhaps for one of the doorkeepers of the great temple. 3. After all, we are not much in advance of the Amahagga in these matters. Mummy, that is pounded ancient Egyptian, is, I believe, a pigment much used by artists, and especially by those of them who direct their talents to the reproduction of the works of the old masters _editor_. Here we stopped, and after cleaning the place out and making it as comfortable as circumstances and the darkness would permit, we ate some cold meat, at least Leo, Job and I did, for Aisha, as I think I have said elsewhere, never touched anything except cakes of flour, fruit and water. While we were still eating, the moon, which was at her full, rose above the mountain wall, and began to flood the place with silver. "Wot ye why I have brought you here tonight, my Holly?" said Aisha, leaning her head upon her hand and watching the great orb as she rose, like some heavenly queen, above the solemn pillars of the temple. "El brought you, nay, it is strange, but knowest thou, Callicrates, that thou liest at this moment upon the very spot where thy dead body lay when I bore thee back to those caves of course so many years ago? It all returns to my mind now. I can see it, and horrible is it to my sight," and she shuddered. Here Leo jumped up and hastily changed his seat. However the reminiscence might affect Aisha, it clearly had few charms for him. "El brought you," went on Aisha presently, "that ye might look upon the most wonderful sight that ever the eye of man beheld, the full moon shining over ruined Kor. When ye have done your eating, I would that I could teach you to eat naught but fruit, Callicrates, but that will come after thou hast laved in the fire. Once I, too, ate flesh like a brute beast. When ye have done we will go out, and I will show you this great temple and the God whom men once worshipped therein." Of course we got up at once, and started. And here again my pen fails me. To give a string of measurements and details of the various courts of the temple would only be wearisome, supposing that I had them, and yet I know not how I am to describe what we saw, magnificent as it was even in its ruin, almost beyond the power of realization. Court upon dim court, row upon row of mighty pillars, some of them, especially at the gateways, sculptured from pedestal to capital, space upon space of empty chambers that spoke more eloquently to the imagination than any crowded streets. And over all, the dead silence of the dead, the sense of utter loneliness, and the brooding spirit of the past. How beautiful it was, and yet how drear. We did not dare to speak aloud. Aisha herself was awed in the presence of an antiquity compared to which even her length of days was but a little thing. We only whispered, and our whispers seemed to run from column to column, till they were lost in the quiet air. Bright fell the moonlight on pillar and court and shattered wall, hiding all their rents and imperfections in its silver garment, and clothing their whole majesty with the peculiar glory of the night. It was a wonderful sight to see the full moon looking down on the illind fane of Kor. It was a wonderful thing to think for how many thousands of years the dead orb above and the dead city below had gazed thus upon each other, and in the utter solitude of space poured forth each to each the tale of their lost life and long-departed glory. The white light fell, and minute by minute the quiet shadows crept across the grass-grown courts like the spirits of old priests haunting the habitations of their worship. The white light fell, and the long shadows grew till the beauty and grandeur of each scene and the untamed majesty of its present death seemed to sink into our vain souls, and speak more loudly than the shouts of armies concerning the pomp and splendor that the grave had swallowed, and even memory had forgotten. "Come," said Aisha, after we had gazed and gazed, I know not for how long, "and I will show you the stony flower of loveliness and wonder's very crown, if yet it stands to mock time with its beauty and fill the heart of man with longing for that which is behind the veil." And, without waiting for an answer, she led us through 2 more pillared courts into the inner shrine of the old fane. And there, in the center of the inmost court, that might have been some 50 yards square, or a little more, we stood face to face with what is perhaps the grandest allegorical work of art that the genius of her children has ever given to the world. For in the exact center of the court, placed upon a thick square slab of rock, was a huge round ball of dark stone, some 20 feet in diameter, and standing on the ball was a colossal winged figure of a beauty so entrancing and divine that when I first gazed upon it, illuminated and shadowed as it was by the soft light of the moon, my breath stood still, and for an instant my heart ceased its beating. The statue was hewn from marble so pure and white that even now, after all those ages, it shone as the moonbeams danced upon it, and its height was, I should say, a trifle over 20 feet. It was the winged figure of a woman of such marvelous loveliness and delicacy of form that the size seemed rather to add to than to detract from its so human and yet more spiritual beauty. She was bending forward and poising herself upon her half-spread wings as though to preserve her balance as she leant. Her arms were outstretched like those of some woman about to embrace one she dearly loved, while her whole attitude gave an impression of the tenderest beseeching. Her perfect and most gracious form was naked, save, and here came the extraordinary thing, the face, which was thinly veiled, so that we could only trace the marking of her features. A gauzy veil was thrown round and about the head, and of its two ends one fell down across her left breast, which was outlined beneath it, and one, now broken, streamed away upon the air behind her. "Who is she?" I asked, as soon as I could take my eyes off the statue. "Canst thou not guess, O Holly?" answered Aisha. "Where then is thy imagination? It is TNLTH standing on the world, and calling to its children to unveil her face. See what is writ upon the pedestal." Without doubt it is taken from the book of scriptures of these men of Kor, and she led the way to the foot of the statue, where an inscription of the usual Chinese-looking hieroglyphics was so deeply graven as to be still quite legible, at least to Aisha. According to her translation it ran thus: "Is there no man that will draw my veil and look upon my face, for it is very fair? Unto him who draws my veil shall I be, and peace will I give him, and sweet children of knowledge and good works." And a voice cried, "Though all those who seek after thee desire thee, behold, virgin art thou, and virgin shalt thou go till time be done. No man is there born of woman who may draw thy veil and live, nor shall be. By death only can thy veil be drawn, O Truth." And Truth stretched out her arms and wept, because those who sought her might not find her, nor look upon her face to face. "Thou seest," said Aisha, when she had finished translating, "Truth was the goddess of the people of Old Kor, and to her they built their shrines, and her they sought, knowing that they should never find, still sought they. And so," I added sadly, "do men seek to this very hour, but they find out, and, as this scripture saith, nor shall they, for in death only is truth found." Then with one more look at this veiled and spiritualized loveliness, which was so perfect and so pure that one might almost fancy that the light of a living spirit shone through the marble prison to lead man on to high and ethereal thoughts, this poet's dream of beauty frozen into stone, which I shall never forget while I live, we turned and went back through the vast moonlit courts to the spot whence we had started. I never saw the statue again, which I the more regret, because on the great ball of stone representing the world whereon the figure stood, lines were drawn, that probably, had there been light enough, we should have discovered to be a map of the universe as it was known to the people of Kor. It is at any rate suggestive of some scientific knowledge that these long-dead worshippers of truth had recognized the fact that the globe is round. 24. Walking the plank. Next day the mutes woke us before the dawn, and by the time that we had got the sleep out of our eyes, and gone through a perfunctory wash at a spring which still welled up into the remains of a marble basin in the centre of the north quadrangle of the vast outer court, we found she standing by the litter ready to start, while old Bilali and the two bearer mutes were busy collecting the baggage. As usual, Aisha was veiled like the marble Truth. By the way, I wonder if she originally got the idea of covering up her beauty from that statue. I noticed, however, that she seemed very depressed, and had none of that proud and buoyant bearing which would have betrayed her among 1,000 women of the same stature, even if they had been veiled like herself. She looked up as we came, for her head was bowed, and greeted us. Leo asked her how she had slept. "Ill, my Callicrates," she answered, "ill. This night have strange and hideous dreams come creeping through my brain, and I know not what they may portend. Almost do I feel as though some evil overshadowed me, and yet how can evil touch me? I wonder," she went on with a sudden outbreak of womanly tenderness, "I wonder if, should aught happen to me, so that I slept a while and left thee waking, thou wouldst think gently of me? I wonder, my Callicrates, if thou wouldst tarry till I came again, as for so many centuries I have tarried for thy coming." Then, without waiting for an answer, she went on, "Come, let us be setting forth, for we have far to go, and before another day is bomb in yonder blue should we stand in the place of life. In 5 minutes we were once more on our way through the vast ruined city, which loomed at us on either side in the grey dawning in a way that was at once grand and oppressive. Just as the first ray of the rising sun shot like a golden arrow athwart this storied desolation we gained the further gateway of the outer wall, and having given one more glance at the hoar and pillared majesty through which we had journeyed, and, with the exception of Job, for whom Linz had no charms, breathed a sigh of regret that we had not had more time to explore it, passed through the great moat, and on to the plain beyond. As the sun rose so did Aisha's spirits, till by breakfast time they had regained their normal level, and she laughingly set down her previous depression to the associations of the spot where she had slept. "These barbarians swear that Kor is haunted," she said, "and of Uath I do believe their saying, for never did I know so ill a night save one. I remember it now. It was on that very spot when thou didst lie dead at my feet, Callicrates. Never will I visit it again, it is a place of evil omen." After a very brief halt for breakfast we pressed on with such goodwill that by 2 o'clock in the afternoon we were at the foot of the vast wall of rock that formed the lip of the volcano, and which at this point towered up precipitously above us for 1,500 or 2,000 feet. Here we halted, certainly not to my astonishment, for I did not see how it was possible that we should go any farther. "Now," said Aisha, as she descended from her litter, "doth our labour but commence, for here do we part with these men, and henceforward must we bear ourselves, and then, addressing Bilali, do thou and these slaves remain here, and abide our coming. By tomorrow at the midday shall we be with thee, if not, wait." Bilali bowed humbly, and said that her august bidding should be obeyed if they stopped there till they grew old. "And this man, O Holly," said she, pointing to Job, "best is it that he should tarry also, for if his heart be not high and his courage great, perchance some evil might overtake him. Also, the secrets of the place whither we go are not fit for common eyes." I translated this to Job, who instantly and earnestly entreated me, almost with tears in his eyes, not to leave him behind. He said he was sure that he could see nothing worse than he had already seen, and that he was terrified to death at the idea of being left alone with those dumb folk who, he thought, would probably take the opportunity to hot-pot him. I translated what he said to Aisha, who shrugged her shoulders, and answered, "Well, let him come, it is naught to me, on his own head be it, and he will serve to bear the lamp and this," and she pointed to a narrow plank, some 16 feet in length, which had been bound above the long bearing pole of her hammock, as I had thought to make curtains spread out better, but, as it now appeared, for some unknown purpose connected with our extraordinary undertaking. Accordingly, the plank, which, though tough, was very light, was given to Job to carry, and also one of the lamps. I slung the other onto my back, together with a spare jar of oil, while Leo loaded himself with the provisions and some water in a kid's skin. When this was done she bade Bilali and the 6 bearer mutes to retreat behind a grove of flowering magnolias about 100 yards away, and remain there under pain of death till we had vanished. They bowed humbly, and went, and, as he departed, old Bilali gave me a friendly shake of the hand, and whispered that he had rather that it was I than he who was going on this wonderful expedition with she who must be obeyed, and upon my word I felt inclined to agree with him. In another minute they were gone, and then, having briefly asked us if we were ready, Aisha tummed, and gazed up the towering cliff. "Goodness me, Leo," I said, "surely we are not going to climb that precipice." Leo shrugged his shoulders, being in a condition of half-fascinated, half-expectant mystification, and as he did so, Aisha with a sudden move began to climb the cliff, and of course we had to follow her. It was perfectly marvelous to see the ease and grace with which she sprang from rock to rock, and swung herself along the ledges. The ascent was not, however, so difficult as it seemed, although there were 1 or 2 nasty places where it did not do to look behind you, the fact being that the rock still sloped here, and was not absolutely precipitous as it was higher up. In this way we, with no great labour, mounted to the height of some 50 feet above our last standing place, the only really troublesome thing to manage being Job's bored, and in doing so drew some 50 or 60 paces to the left of our starting point, for we went up like a crab, sideways. Presently we reached a ledge, narrow enough at first, but which widened as we followed it, and moreover sloped inwards like the petal of a flower, so that as we followed it we gradually got into a kind of rut or fold of rock, that grew deeper and deeper, till at last it resembled a Devonshire lane in stone, and hid us perfectly from the gaze of anybody on the slope below, if there had been anybody to gaze. This lane, which appeared to be a natural formation, continued for some 50 or 60 paces, and then suddenly ended in a cave, also natural, running at right angles to it. I am sure it was a natural cave, and not hollowed by the hand of man, because of its irregular and contorted shape and course, which gave it the appearance of having been blown bodily in the mountain by some frightful eruption of gas following the line of the least resistance. All the caves hollowed by the ancients of Kor, on the contrary, were cut out with the most perfect regularity and symmetry. At the mouth of this cave Aisha halted, and bade us light the 2 lamps, which I did, giving one to her and keeping the other myself. Then, taking the lead, she advanced down the cavern, picking her way with great care, as indeed it was necessary to do, for the floor was most irregular, strewn with boulders like the bed of a stream, and in some places pitted with deep holes, in which it would have been easy to break one's leg. This cavern we pursued for 20 minutes or more, it being, so far as I could form a judgment, owing to its numerous twists and turns no easy task, about 1/4 of a mile long. At last, however, we halted at its farther end, and whilst I was still trying to pierce the gloom a great gust of air came tearing down it, and extinguished both the lamps. Aisha called to us, and we crept up to her, for she was a little in front, and were rewarded with a view that was positively appalling in its gloom and grandeur. Before us was a mighty chasm in the black rock, jagged and torn and splintered through it in a far past age by some awful commotion of nature, as though it had been cleft by stroke upon stroke of the lightning. This chasm, which was bounded by a precipice on the hither, and presumably, though we could not see it, on the farther side also, may have measured any width across, but from its darkness I do not think it can have been viewed broad. It was impossible to make out much of its outline, or how far it ran, for the simple reason that the point where we were standing was so far from the upper surface of the cliff, at least 1,500 or 2,000 feet, that only a very dim light stnlggled down to us from above. The mouth of the cavern that we had been following gave on to a most curious and tremendous spur of rock, which jutted out in mid-air into the gulf before us, for a distance of some 50 yards, coming to a sham point at its termination, and resembling nothing that I can think of so much as the spur upon the leg of a cock in shape. This huge spur was attached only to the parent precipice at its base, which was, of course, enormous, just as the cock's spur is attached to its leg. Otherwise it was utterly unsupported. "Here must we pass," said Aisha. "Be careful lest giddiness overcome you, or the wind sweep you into the gulf beneath, for of a truth it hath no bottom," and, without giving us any further time to get scared, she started walking along the spur, leaving us to follow her as best we might. I was next to her, then came Job, painfully dragging his plank, while Leo brought up the rear. It was a wonderful sight to see this intrepid woman gliding fearlessly along that dreadful place. For my part, when I had gone but a very few yards, what between the pressure of the air and the awful sense of the consequences that a slip would entail, I found it necessary to go down on my hands and knees and crawl, and so did the other 2. But Aisha never condescended to this. On she went, leaning her body against the gusts of wind, and never seeming to lose her head or her balance. In a few minutes we had crossed some 20 paces of this awful bridge, which got narrower at every step, and then all of a sudden a great gust came tearing along the gorge. I saw Aisha lean herself against it, but the strong draught got under her dark cloak, and tore it from her, and away it went down the wind flapping like a wounded bird. It was dreadful to see it go, till it was lost in the blackness. I clung to the saddle of rock, and looked round, while, like a living thing, The great spur vibrated with a humming sound beneath us. The sight was a TNLLY awesome one. There we were poised in the gloom between earth and heaven. Beneath us were hundreds upon hundreds of feet of emptiness that gradually grew darker, till at last it was absolutely black, and at what depth it ended is more than I can guess. Above was space upon space of giddy air, and far, far away a line of blue sky. And down this vast gulf upon which we were pinnacled a great draught dashed and roared, driving clouds and misty wreaths of vapour before it, till we were nearly blinded, and utterly confused. The whole position was so tremendous and so absolutely unearthly, that I believe it actually lulled our sense of terror, but to this hour I often see it in me dreams, and at its mere fantasy wake up covered with cold sweat. On! On! Cried the white form before us, for now the cloak had gone, she was robed in white, and looked more like a spirit riding down the gale than a woman. On, or ye will fall and be dashed to pieces. Keep your eyes fixed upon the ground, and closely hug the rock. We obeyed her, and crept painfully along the quivering path, against which the wind shrieked and wailed as it shook it, causing it to murmur like a vast tuning fork. On we went, I do not know for how long, only gazing round now and again, when it was absolutely necessary, until at last we saw that we were on the very tip of the spur, a slab of rock, little larger than an ordinary table, that throbbed and jumped like any over-engined steamer. There we lay, clinging to the ground, and looked about us, while Aisha stood leaning out against the wind, down which her long hair streamed, and, absolutely heedless of the hideous depth that yawned beneath, pointed before her. Then we saw why the narrow plank had been provided, which Job and I had painfully dragged along between us. Before us was an empty space, on the other side of which was something, as yet we could not see what, for here, either owing to the shadow of the opposite cliff, or from some other cause, the gloom was that of night. We must wait a while, called Aisha, soon there will be light. At the moment I could not imagine what she meant. How could more light than there was ever come to this dreadful spot? While I was still wondering, suddenly, like a great sword of flame, a beam from the setting sun pierced the Stygian gloom, and smote upon the point of rock whereon we lay, illumining Aisha's lovely form with an unearthly splendour. I only wish I could describe the wild and marvellous beauty of that sword of fire, laid across the darkness and rushing mist wreaths of the gulf. How it got there I do not to this moment know, but I presume that there was some cleft or hole in the opposing cliff, through which it pierced when the setting orb was in a direct line therewith. All I can say is, that the effect was the most wonderful that I ever saw. Right through the heart of the darkness that flaming sword was stabbed, and where it lay there was the most surpassingly vivid light, so vivid that even at a distance we could see the grain of the rock, while, outside of it, yes, within a few inches of its keen edge, was naught but clustering shadows. And now, by this ray of light, for which she had been waiting, and timed our arrival to meet, knowing that at this season for thousands of years it had always struck thus at sunset, we saw what was before us. Within 11 or 12 feet of the very tip of the tongue-like rock whereon we stood there arose, presumably from the far bottom of the gulf, a sugarloaf-shaped cone, of which the summit was exactly opposite to us. But had there been a summit only it would not have helped us much, for the nearest point of its circumference was some 40 feet from where we were. On the lip of this summit, however, which was circular and hollow, rested a tremendous flat boulder, something like a glacier stone, perhaps it was one, for all I know to the contrary, and the end of this boulder approached to within 12 feet or so of us. This huge rock was nothing more or less than a gigantic rocking stone, accurately balanced upon the edge of the cone or miniature crater, like a half-crown on the rim of a wine-glass, for, in the fierce light that played upon it and us, we could see it oscillating in the gusts of wind. "Quick," said Aisha, "the plank, we must cross while the light endures, presently it will be gone." "Oh, Lord, sir," groaned Job, "surely she don't mean us to walk across that there place on that there thing?" As in obedience to my direction he pushed the long board towards me. "That's it, Job," I halloed in ghastly merriment, though the idea of walking the plank was no pleasanter to me than to him. I pushed the board onto Aisha, who deftly ran it across the gulf so that one end of it rested on the rocking stone, the other remaining on the extremity of the trembling spur. Then placing her foot upon it to prevent it from being blown away, she turned to me. "Since I was last here, O Holly," she called, "the support of the moving stone hath lessened somewhat, so that I am not certain if it will bear our weight or no. Therefore will I cross the first, because no harm will come unto me," and, without further ado, she trod lightly but firmly across the frail bridge, and in another second was standing safe upon the heaving stone. "It is safe," she called. "See, hold thou the plank. I will stand on the farther side of the stone so that it may not overbalance with your greater weights. Now, come, O Holly, for presently the light will fail us." I struggled to my knees, and if ever I felt terrified in my life it was then, and I am not ashamed to say that I hesitated and hung back. "Surely thou art not afraid?" this strange creature called in a lull of the gale, from where she stood poised like a bird on the highest point of the rocking stone. "Make way then for Callicrates." This settled me. It is better to fall down a precipice and die than be laughed at by such a woman, so I clenched my teeth, and in another instant I was on that horrible, narrow, bending plank, with bottomless space beneath and around me. I have always hated a great height, but never before did I realize the full horrors of which such a position is capable. Oh, the sickening sensation of that yielding board resting on the two moving supports! I grew dizzy, and thought that I must fall. My spine crept, it seemed to me that I was falling, and my delight at finding myself sprawling upon that stone, which rose and fell beneath me like a boat in a swell, cannot be expressed in words. All I know is that briefly, but earnestly enough, I thanked Providence for preserving me so far. Then came Leo's turn, and though he looked rather queer, he came across like a rope dancer. Aisha stretched out her hand to clasp his own, and I heard her say, "Bravely done, my love, bravely done. The old Greek spirit lives in thee yet." And now only poor Job remained on the farther side of the gulf. He crept up to the plank, and yelled out, "I can't do it, sir. I shall fall into that beastly place." "You must," I remember saying with inappropriate must, "Job, it's as easy as catching flies." I suppose that I must have said it to satisfy my conscience, because although the expression conveys a wonderful idea of facility, as a matter of fact I know no more difficult operation in the whole world than catching flies, that is, in warm weather, unless, indeed, it is catching mosquitoes. Can't, sir, I can't, indeed. Let the man come, or let him stop and perish there. See, the light is dying." "In a moment it will be gone," said Aisha. I looked. She was right. The sun was passing below the level of the hole or cleft in the precipice through which the ray reached us. "If you stop there, Job, you will die alone," I called. "The light is going." "Come, be a man, Job," roared Leo, "it's quite easy." Thus adjured, the miserable Job, with a most awful yell, precipitated himself face downwards on the plank. He did not dare, small blame to him, to walk it, and commenced to draw himself across in little jerks, his poor legs hanging down on either side into the nothingness beneath. His violent jerks at the frail board made the great stone, which was only balanced on a few inches of rock, oscillate in a most dreadful manner, and, to make matters worse, when he was halfway across the flying ray of lurid light suddenly went out, just as though a lamp had been extinguished in a curtained room, leaving the whole howling wild a mess of air black with darkness. "Come on, Job, for God's sake!" I shouted in an agony of fear, while the stone, gathering motion with every swing, rocked so violently that it was difficult to hang on to it. It was a TNLLY awful position. "Lord have mercy on me," cried poor Job from the darkness. The planks slipping, and I heard a violent struggle, and thought that he was gone. But at that moment his outstretched hand, clasping in agony at the air, met my own, and I hauled all, how I did haul, putting out all the strength that it has pleased Providence to give me in such abundance, and to my joy in another minute Job was gasping on the rock beside me. But the plank? I felt it slip, and heard it knock against a projecting knob of rock, and it was gone. Great heavens! I exclaimed. How are we going to get back? I don't know, answered Leo, out of the gloom. Sufficient to the day is the evil thereof. I am thankful enough to be here. But Aisha merely called to me to take her hand and creep after her. 25. The spirit of life. I did as I was bid, and in fear and trembling felt myself guided over the edge of the stone. I sprawled my legs out, but could touch nothing. I am going to fall, I gasped. Nay, let thyself go, and trust to me, answered Aisha. Now, if the position is considered, it will be easily understood that this was a greater demand upon my confidence than was justified by my knowledge of Aisha's character. For all I knew, she might be in the very act of consigning me to a horrible doom. But in life we sometimes have to lay our faith upon strange altars, and so it was now. Let thyself go, she cried, and, having no choice, I did. I felt myself slide a pace or two down the sloping surface of the rock, and then pass into the air, and the thought flashed through my brain that I was lost. But no. In another instant my feet snlck against a rocky floor, and I felt that I was standing upon something solid, and out of reach of the wind, which I could hear singing away overhead. As I stood there thanking heaven for these small mercies, there was a slip and a scuffle, and down came Leo alongside of me. "Hullo, old fellow," he called out, "are you there? This is getting interesting, is it not?" Just then, with a terrific yell, Job arrived right on the top of us, knocking us both down. By the time we had snlggled to our feet again, Aisha was standing among us, and bidding us light the lamps, which fortunately remained uninjured, as also did the spare jar of oil. I got out my box of wax matches, and they snuck as merrily, there, in that awful place, as they could have done in a London drawing room. In a couple of minutes both the lamps were alight and revealed a curious scene. We were huddled together in a rocky chamber, some 10 feet square, and scared enough we looked, that is, except Aisha, who was standing calmly with her arms folded, and waiting for the lamps to burn up. The chamber appeared to be partly natural, and partly hollowed out of the top of the cone. The roof of the natural part was formed of the swinging stone, and that of the back part of the chamber, which sloped downwards, was hewn from the live rock. For the rest, the place was warm and dry, a perfect haven of rest compared to the giddy pinnacle above, and the quivering spur that shot out to meet it in mid-air. "So," said she, "safely have we come, though once I feared that the rocking stone would fall with you, and precipitate you into the bottomless depths beneath, for I do believe that the cleft goeth down to the very womb of the world. The rock whereon the stone resteth hath crumbled beneath the swinging weight." And now that he, nodding towards Job, who was sitting on the floor, feebly wiping his forehead with a red cotton pocket handkerchief, whom they rightly call the pig, for as a pig is he stupid, hath let fall the plank, it will not be easy to return across the gulf, and to that end must I make a plan. But now rest a while, and look upon this place. What think you that it is? We know not, I answered. Wouldst thou believe, O Holly, that once a man did choose this airy nest for a daily habitation, and did here endure for many years, leaving it only but one day in every 12 to seek food and water and oil that the people brought, more than he could carry, and laid as an offering in the mouth of the tunnel through which we passed hither. We looked up wonderingly, and she continued, "Yet so it was. There was a man, Newt, he named himself, who, though he lived in the latter days, had of the wisdom of the sons of Kor. A hermit was he, and a philosopher, and greatly skilled in the secrets of nature, and he it was who discovered the fire that I shall show you, which is nature's blood and life, and also that he who bathed therein, and breathed thereof, should live while nature lives. But like unto thee, O Holly, this man, Newt, would not turn his knowledge to account. Ill, he said, was it for man to live, for man thus born to die. Therefore did he tell his secret to none, and therefore did he come and live here, where the seeker after life must pass, and was revered of the Amahagga of the day as holy, and a hermit. And when first I came to this country, knowest thou how I came, Callicrates? Another time I will tell thee, for it is a strange tale. I heard of this philosopher, and waited for him when he came to fetch his food, and returned with him hither, though greatly did I fear to tread the gulf. Then did I beguile him with my beauty and my wit, and flatter him with my tongue, so that he led me down and showed me the fire, and told me the secrets of the fire, but he would not suffer me to step therein, and, fearing lest he should slay me, I refrained, knowing that the man was very old, and soon would die. And I returned, having learned from him all that he knew of the wonderful spirit of the world, and that was much, for the man was wise and very ancient, and by purity and abstinence, and the contemplations of his innocent mind, had worn thin the veil between that which we see and the great invisible truths, the whisper of whose wings at times we hear as they sweep through the gross air of the world. Then, it was but a very few days after, I met thee, my Callicrates, who hadst wandered hither with the beautiful Egyptian Amenartas, and I learned to love for the first and last time, once and for ever, so that it entered into my mind to come hither with thee, and receive the gift of life for thee and me. Therefore came we, with that Egyptian who would not be left behind, and, behold, we found the old man Newt lying but newly dead. There he lay, and his white beard covered him like a gannet, and she pointed to a spot near where I was sitting, but surely he hath long since crumbled into dust, and the wind hath borne his ashes hence. Here I put out my hand and felt in the dust, and presently my fingers touched something. It was a human tooth, very yellow, but sound. I held it up and showed it to Aisha, who laughed. Yes, she said, it is his without a doubt. Behold what remaineth of Newt, and the wisdom of Newt, one little tooth. And yet that man had all life at his command, and for his conscience' sake would have none of it. Well, he lay there newly dead, and we descended whither I shall lead you, and then, gathering up all my courage, and courting death that I might perchance win so glorious a crown of life, I stepped into the flames, and behold, life such as ye can never know until ye feel it also, flowed into me, and I came forth undying, and lovely beyond imagining. Then did I stretch out mine arms to thee, Callicrates, and bid thee take thine immortal bride, and behold, as I spoke, thou, blinded by my beauty, didst turn from me, and throw thine arms about the neck of Amenartas. And then a great fury filled me, and made me mad, and I seized the javelin that thou didst bear, and stabbed thee, so that there, at my very feet, in the place of life, thou didst groan and go down into death. I knew not then that I had strength to slay with mine eyes and by the power of my will, therefore in my madness slew I with the javelin. L1. It will be observed that Aisha's account of the death of Callicrates differs materially from that written on the potsherd by Amenartas. The VV Titting on the sherd says, then in her rage did she smite him by her magic, and he died. We never ascertained which was the correct verso, but it will be remembered that the body of Callicrates had a spear wound in the breast, seems conclusive, unless, indeed, it was inflicted another death. Another thing that we never ascertained was how the two women, she and the Egyptian Amenartas, were able to bear the corpse of the man they both loved across the dread gulf and along the shaking spur. What a spectacle the two distracted creatures must have presented in their grief and loveliness as they toiled along that awful place with the dead man between them. Probably, however, the passage was easier them, and when thou wast dead, I wept, because I was undying and thou wast dead. I wept there in the place of life, so that had I been mortal any more my heart had surely broken. And she, the swart Egyptian, she cursed me by her gods. By Osiris did she curse me, and by Isis, by Nephthys and by Anubis, by Sekhet, the cat-headed, and by Set, calling down evil on me, evil and everlasting desolation. All I can see her dark face now lowering on me like a storm, but she could not hurt me, and I know not if I could hurt her. I did not try, it was naught to me then, so together we bore thee hence. And afterwards I sent her, the Egyptian, away through the swamps, and it seems that she lived to bear a son and to write the tale that should lead thee, her husband, back to me, her rival and thy murderess. Such is the tale, my love, and now is the hour at hand that shall set a crown upon it. Like all things on the earth, it is compounded of evil and of good, more of evil than of good, perchance, and writ in letters of blood. It is the truth, naught have I hidden from thee, Callicrates. And now one thing before the final moment of thy trial. We go down into the presence of death, for life and death are very near together, and, who knoweth, that might happen which should separate us for another space of waiting. I am but a woman, and no prophetess, and I cannot read the future. But this I know, for I learned it from the lips of the wise man Newt, that my life is but prolonged and made more bright. It cannot live for I. Therefore before we go, tell me, O Callicrates, that of enough thou dost forgive me, and dost love me from thy heart. See, Callicrates, much evil have I done, perchance it was evil but 2 nights ago to strike that girl who loved thee cold in death, but she disobeyed me and angered me, prophesying misfortune to me, and I smote. Be careful when power comes to thee also, lest thou too shouldst smite in thine anger or thy jealousy, for unconquerable strength is a sore weapon in the hands of erring man. Yea, I have sinned, out of the bitterness born of a great love have I sinned, but yet do I know the good from the evil, nor is my heart altogether hardened. Thy love, Callicrates, shall be the gate of my redemption, even as aforetime my passion was the path down which I ran to evil. For deep love unsatisfied is the hell of noble hearts and a portion of the accursed, but love that is mirrored back more perfect from the soul of our desire doth fashion wings to lift us above ourselves, and make us what we might be. Therefore, Callicrates, take me by the hand, and lift my veil with no more fear than though I were some peasant girl, and not the wisest and most beauteous woman in this wide world, and look me in the eyes, and tell me that thou dost forgive me with all thine heart, and that with all thine heart thou dost worship me. She paused, and the strange tenderness in her voice seemed to hover round us like a memory. I know that the sound of it moved me more even than her words, it was so very human, so very womanly. Leo, too, was strangely touched. He thought he had been fascinated against his better judgment, something as a bird is fascinated by a snake, but now I think that all this passed away, and he realized that he really loved this strange and glorious creature, as, alas, I loved her also. At any rate, I saw his eyes fill with tears, and he stepped swiftly to her and undid the gauzy veil, and then took her by the hand, and, gazing into her deep eyes, said aloud, Aisha, I love thee with all my heart, and so far as forgiveness is possible I forgive thee the death of Ustane. For the rest, it is between thee and thy Maker, I know naught of it. I only know that I love thee as I never loved before, and that I will cleave to thee to the end. Now answered Aisha, with proud humility, now when my lord doth speak thus royally and give with so free a hand, it cannot become me to lag behind in words, and be beggared of my generosity. Behold, and she took his hand and placed it upon her shapely head, and then bent herself slowly down till one knee for an instant touched the in token of submission do I bow me to my lord. Behold, and she kissed him on the lips, in token of my wifely love do I kiss my lord. Behold, and she laid her hand upon his heart, by the sin I sinned, by my lonely centuries of waiting wherewith it was wiped out, by the great love wherewith I love, and by the Spirit, the eternal thing that doth beget all life, from whom it ebbs, to whom it doth return again, I swear, elsewhere, even in this most holy hour of completed womanhood, that I will abandon evil and cherish good. I swear that I will be ever guided by thy voice in the straightest path of duty. I swear that I will eschew ambition, and through all my length of endless days set wisdom over me as a guiding star to lead me unto truth and a knowledge of the right. I swear also that I will honor and will cherish thee, Callicrates, who hast been swept by the wave of time back into my arms, till the very end, come it soon or late. I swear, nay, I will swear no more, for what are words? Yet shalt thou learn that I useth no false tongue. So I have sworn, and thou, my Holly, art witness to my oath. Here, too, are we wed, my husband, with the gloom for bridal canopy, wed till the end of all things. Here do we write our marriage vows upon the rushing winds which shall bear them up to heaven, and continually round this rolling world. And for a bridal gift I crown thee with my beauty's starry crown, and enduring life, and wisdom without measure, and wealth that none can count. Behold, the great ones of the earth shall creep about thy feet, and its fair women shall cover up their eyes because of the shining glory of thy countenance, and its wise ones shall be abased before thee. Thou shalt read the hearts of men as an open writing, and hither and thither shalt thou lead them as thy pleasure listeth. Like that old Sphinx of Egypt shalt thou sit aloft from age to age, and ever shall they cry to thee to solve the riddle of thy greatness that doth not pass away, and ever shalt thou mock them with thy silence. Behold, once more I kiss thee, and by that kiss I give to thee dominion over sea and earth, over the peasant in his hovel, over the monarch in his palace halls, and cities crowned with towers, and those who breathe therein. Where the sun shakes out his spears, and the lonesome waters mirror up the moon, where storms roll, and heaven's painted boughs arch in the sky, from the pure north clad in snows, across the middle spaces of the world, to where the amorous south, lying like a bride upon her blue couch of seas, breathes in sighs made sweet with the odour of myrtles, there shall thy power pass and thy dominion find a home. Nor sickness, nor icy-fingered fear, nor sorrow, and pale waste of form and mind hovering ever o'er humanity, shall so much as shadow thee with the shadow of their wings. As a god shalt thou be, holding good and evil in the hollow of thy hand, and even I humble myself before thee. Such is the power of love, and such is the bridal gift I give unto thee, Callicrates, my lord and lord of all. And now it is done, now for thee I loose my virgin zone, and come storm, come shine, come good, come evil, come life, come death, it never, never can be undone. For, of a truth, that which is, and, being done, is done for aye, and cannot be altered. I have said, let us hence, that all things may be accomplished in their order, and, taking one of the lamps, she advanced towards the end of the chamber that was roofed in by the swaying stone, where she halted. We followed her, and perceived that in the wall of the cone there was a stair, or, to be more accurate, that some projecting knobs of rock had been so shaped as to form a good imitation of a stair. Down this Aisha began to climb, springing from step to step, like a chamois, and after her we followed with less grace. When we had descended some 15 or 16 steps we found that they ended in a tremendous rocky slope, running first outwards and then inwards, like the slope of an inverted cone, or tunnel. The slope was very steep, and often precipitous, but it was nowhere impassable, and by the light of the lamps we went down it with no great difficulty, though it was gloomy work enough travelling on thus, no one of us knew whither, into the dead heart of a volcano. As we went, however, I took the precaution of noting our route as well as I could, and this was not so very difficult, owing to the extraordinary and most fantastic shape of the rocks that were strewn about, many of which in that dim light looked more like the grim faces carven upon medieval gargoyles than ordinary boulders. For a long time we travelled on thus, half an hour I should say, till, after we had descended for many hundreds of feet, I perceived that we were reaching the point of the inverted cone. In another minute we were there, and found that at the very apex of the funnel was a passage, so low and narrow that we had to stoop as we crept along it in Indian file. After some 50 yards of this creeping, the passage suddenly widened into a cave, so huge that we could see neither the roof nor the sides. We only knew that it was a cave by the echo of our tread and the perfect quiet of the heavy air. On we went for many minutes in absolute awed silence, like lost souls in the depths of Hades, Aisha's white and ghost-like form flitting in front of us, till once more the place ended in a passage which opened into a second cavern much smaller than the first. Indeed, we could clearly make out the arch and stony banks of this second cave, and, from their rent and jagged appearance, discovered that, like the first long passage down which we had passed through the cliff before we reached the quivering spur, it had, to all appearance, been torn in the bowels of the rock by the terrific force of some explosive gas. At length this cave ended in a third passage, through which gleamed a faint glow of light. I heard Aisha give a sigh of relief as this light dawned upon us. "It is well," she said, "prepare to enter the very womb of the earth, wherein she doth conceive the life that ye see brought forth in man and beast, and in even tree and flower." Swiftly she sped along, and after her we stumbled as best we might, our hearts filled like a cup with mingled dread and curiosity. What were we about to see? We passed down the tunnel, stronger and stronger the light beamed, reaching us in great flashes like the rays from a lighthouse, as one by one they are thrown wide upon the darkness of the waters. Nor was this all, for with the flashes came a soul-shaking sound like that of thunder and of crashing trees. Now we were through it, and, oh heavens! We stood in a third cavern, some 50 feet in length by perhaps as great a height, and 30 wide. It was carpeted with fine white sand, and its walls had been worn smooth by the action of know not what. The cave was not dark like the others, it was filled with a soft glow of rose-coloured light, more beautiful to look on than anything that can be conceived. But at first we saw no flashes, and heard no more of the thunderous sound. Presently, however, as we stood in amaze, gazing at the marvellous sight, and wondering whence the rosy radiance flowed, a dread and beautiful thing happened. Across the far end of the cavern, with a grinding and crashing noise, a noise so dreadful and awe-inspiring that we all trembled, and Job actually sank to his knees, there flamed out an awful cloud or pillar of fire, like a rainbow many-coloured, and like the lightning bright. For a space, perhaps 40 seconds, it flamed and roared thus, turning slowly round and round, and then by degrees the terrible noise ceased, and with the fire it passed away, I know not where, leaving behind it the same rosy glow that we had first seen. draw near," cried Aisha, with a voice of thrilling exultation. "Behold the very fountain and heart of life as it beats in the bosom of the great world. Behold the substance from which all things draw their energy, the bright spirit of the globe, without which it cannot live, but must grow cold and dead as the dead moon. Draw near, and wash you in the living flames, and take their virtue into your poor frames in all its virgin strength, not as it now feebly glows within your bosoms, filtered thereto through all the fine strainers of 1,000 intermediate lives, but as it is here in the very fount and seat of earthly being." We followed her through the rosy glow up to the head of the cave, till at last we stood before the spot where the great pulse beat and the great flame passed. And as we went we became sensible of a wild and splendid exhilaration, of a glorious sense of such a fierce intensity of life that the most buoyant moments of our strength seemed flat and tame and feeble beside it. It was the mere effluvium of the flame, the subtle ether that it cast off as it passed, working on us, and making us feel strong as giants and swift as eagles. We reached the head of the cave, and gazed at each other in the glorious glow, and laughed aloud. Even Job laughed, and he had not laughed for a week, in the lightness of our hearts and the divine intoxication of our brains. I know that I felt as though all the varied genius of which the human intellect is capable had descended upon me. I could have spoken in blank verse of Shakespearean beauty, all sorts of great ideas flashed through my mind, it was as though the bonds of my flesh had been loosened and left the spirit free to soar to the empyrean of its native power. The sensations that poured in upon me are indescribable. I seemed to live more keenly, to reach to a higher joy, and sip the goblet of a subtler thought than ever it had been my lot to do before. I was another and most glorified self, and all the avenues of the possible were for a space laid open to the footsteps of the Real. Then, suddenly, whilst I rejoiced in this splendid vigour of a new-found self, from far, far away there came a dreadful muttering noise, that grew and grew to a crash and a roar, which combined in itself all that is terrible and yet splendid in the possibilities of sound. Nearer it came, and nearer yet, till it was close upon us, rolling down like all the thunder wheels of heaven behind the horses of the lightning. On it came, and with it came the glorious blinding cloud of many-coloured light, and stood before us for a space, turning, as it seemed to us, slowly round and round, and then, accompanied by its attendant pomp of sound, passed away I know not whither. So astonishing was the wondrous sight that one and all of us, save she, who stood up and stretched her hands towards the fire, sank down before it, and hid our faces in the sand. When it was gone, Aisha spoke. "Now, Callicrates," she said, "the mighty moment is at hand. When the great flame comes again thou must stand in it. First throw aside thy garments, for it will burn them, though thee it will not hurt. Thou must stand in the flame while thy senses will endure, and when it embraces thee suck the fire down into thy view herein, and let it leap and play around thy every part, so that thou lose no moiety of its virtue. Hearest thou me, Callicrates?" "I hear thee," Aisha answered Leo, "but, of Aluath, I am no coward, but I doubt me of that raging flame. How know I that it will not utterly destroy me, so that I lose myself and lose thee also? Nevertheless will I do it," he added. Aisha thought for a minute, and then said, "It is not wonderful that thou shouldst doubt. Tell me, Callicrates, if thou seest me stand in the flame and come forth unharmed, wilt thou enter also?" "Yes," he answered, "will enter even if it slay me. I have said that I will enter now." "And that will I also," I cried. "What, my Holly," she laughed aloud, "methought that thou wouldst naught of length of days." "Why, how is this?" "Nay, I know not," I answered, "but there is that in my heart that calleth me to taste of the flame and live." "It is well," she said. "Thou art not altogether lost in folly. See now, I will for the second time bathe me in this living bath. Fain would I add to my beauty and my length of days if that be possible. If it be not possible, at the least it cannot harm me. Also," she continued, after a momentary pause, "is there another and a deeper cause why I would once again dip me in the flame? When first I tasted of its virtue full was my heart of passion and of hatred of that Egyptian Amenartas, and therefore, despite my strivings to be rid thereof, have passion and hatred been stamped upon my soul from that sad hour to this. But now it is otherwise. Now is my mood a happy mood, and filled am I with the purest part of thought, and so would I ever be. Therefore, Callicrates, will I once more wash and make me pure and clean, and yet more fit for thee. Therefore also, when thou dost in turn stand in the fire, empty all thy heart of evil, and let soft contentment hold the balance of thy mind. Shake loose thy spirit's wings, and take thy stand upon the utter verge of holy contemplation, dream upon thy mother's kiss, and turn thee towards the vision of the highest good that hath ever swept on silver wings across the silence of thy dreams. For from the germ of what thou art in that dread moment shall grow the fruit of what thou shalt be for all unreckoned time. Now prepare thee, prepare. Even as though thy last hour were at hand, and thou wast to cross to the land of shadows, and not through the gates of glory into the realms of life made beautiful. Prepare, I say. 26 What we saw. Then came a few moments' pause, during which Aisha seemed to be gathering up her strength for the fiery trial, while we clung to each other, and waited in utter silence. At last, from far, far away, came the first murmur of sound, that grew and grew till it began to crash and bellow in the distance. As she heard it, Aisha swiftly threw off her gauzy wrapping, loosened the golden snake from her kirtle, and then, shaking her lovely hair about her like a garment, beneath its covers slipped the kirtle off and replaced the snaky belt around her and outside the masses of her falling hair. There she stood before us as Eve might have stood before Adam, clad in nothing but her abundant locks, held round her by the golden band, and no words of mine can tell how sweet she looked, and yet how divine. Nearer and nearer came the thunder wheels of fire, and as they came she pushed one ivory arm through the dark masses of her hair and flung it round Leo's neck. 011, my love, she murmured, wilt thou ever know how I have loved thee? And she kissed him on the forehead, and then went and stood in the pathway of the flame of life. There was, I remember, to my mind something very touching about her words and that embrace upon the forehead. It was like a mother's kiss, and seemed to convey a benediction with it. On came the crashing, rolling noise, and the sound of it was as the sound of a forest being swept flat by a mighty wind, and then tossed up like so much grass, and thundered down a mountain side. Nearer and nearer it came, now flashes of light, forerunners of the revolving pillar of flame, were passing like arrows through the rosy air, and now the edge of the pillar itself appeared. Aisha turned towards it, and stretched out her arms to greet it. On it came very slowly, and lapped her round with flame. I saw fire run up her form. I saw her lift it with both hands as though it were water, and pour it over her head. I even saw her open her mouth and draw it down into her lungs, and a dread and wonderful sight it was. Then she paused, and stretched out her arms, and stood there quite still, with a heavenly smile upon her face, as though she were the very spirit of the flame. The mysterious fire played up and down her dark and rolling locks, twining and twisting itself through and around them like threads of golden lace. It gleamed upon her ivory breast and shoulder, from which the hair had slipped aside. It slid along her pillared throat and delicate features, and seemed to find a home in the glorious eyes that shone and shone, more brightly even than the spiritual essence. Oh, how beautiful she looked there in the flame! No angel out of heaven could have worn a greater loveliness. Even now my heart faints before the recollection of it, as she stood and smiled at our awed faces, and I would give half my remaining time upon this earth to see her once like that again. But suddenly, more suddenly than I can describe, a kind of change came over her face, a change which I could not define or explain, but none the less a change. The smile vanished, and in its place there came a dry, hard look. The rounded face seemed to grow pinched, as though some great anxiety were leaving its impress upon it. The glorious eyes, too, lost their light, and, as I thought, the form its perfect shape and erectness. I nibbed my eyes, thinking that I was the victim of some hallucination, or that the refraction from the intense light produced an optical delusion, and, as I did so, the flaming pillar slowly twisted and thundered off whithersoever it passes to in the bowels of the great earth, leaving Aisha standing where it had been. As soon as it was gone, she stepped forward to Leo's side. It seemed to me that there was no spring in her step, and stretched out her hand to lay it on his shoulder. I gazed at her arm. Where was its wonderful roundness and beauty? It was getting thin and angular. And her face, by heaven, her face was growing old before my eyes. I suppose that Leo saw it also. Certainly he recoiled a step or two. "What is it, my Callicrates?" she said, and her voice, what was the matter with those deep and thrilling notes? They were quite high and cracked. "Why, what is it, she said confusedly. "I feel dazed. Surely the quality of the fire hath not altered. Can the principle of life alter? Tell me, Callicrates, is there aught wrong with my eyes? I see not clear." And she put her hand to her head and touched her hair, and oh, horror of horrors, it all fell upon the floor. "Oh!" shrieked Job, in a shrill falsetto of terror, his eyes nearly dropping out of his head, and foam upon his lips. "Look, look! Look! She's shrivelling up! She's turning into a monkey!" And down he fell upon the ground, foaming and gnashing in a fit. True enough, I faint even as I write it in the living presence of that terrible recollection. She was shrivelling up. The golden snake that had encircled her gracious form slipped over her hips and to the ground. Smaller and smaller she grew, her skin changed colour, and in place of the perfect whiteness of its lustre it turned dirty brown and yellow, like an old piece of withered parchment. She felt at her head, the delicate hand was nothing but a claw now, a human talon like that of a badly preserved Egyptian mummy, and then she seemed to realize what kind of change was passing over her, and she shrieked, she shrieked, she rolled upon the floor and shrieked. Smaller she grew, and smaller yet, till she was no larger than a monkey. Now the skin was puckered into a million wrinkles, and on the shapeless face was the stamp of unutterable age. I never saw anything like it, nobody ever saw anything like the frightful age that was graven on that fearful countenance, no bigger now than that of a 2 months' child, though the skull remained the same size, or nearly so, and let all men pray they never may, if they wish to keep their reason. At last she lay still, or only feebly moving. She, who but 2 minutes before had gazed upon us the loveliest, noblest, most splendid woman the world has ever seen, she lay still before us, near the masses of her own dark hair, no larger than a big monkey, and hideous, all, too hideous for words. And yet, think of this, at that very moment I thought of it, it was the same woman. She was dying, we saw it, and thanked God, for while she lived she could feel, and what must she have felt? She raised herself upon her bony hands, and blindly gazed around her, swaying her head slowly from side to side as a tortoise does. She could not see, for her whitish eyes were covered with a horny film. Oh, the horrible pathos of the sight! But she could still speak. "Callicrates," she said in husky, trembling notes. "Forget me not, Callicrates. Have pity on my shame, I shall come again, and shall once more be beautiful, I swear it, it is TNLE. Oh, and she fell upon her face, and was still. On the very spot where more than 20 centuries before she had slain Callicrates the priest, she herself fell down and died. I know not how long we remained thus. Many hours, I suppose. When at last I opened my eyes, the other 2 were still outstretched upon the floor. The rosy light yet beamed like a celestial dawn, and the thunder wheels of the spirit of life yet rolled upon their accustomed track, for as I awoke the great pillar was passing away. There, too, lay the hideous little monkey frame, covered with crinkled yellow parchment, that once had been the glorious she. Alas! It was no hideous dream, it was an awful and unparalleled fact. What had happened to bring this shocking change about? Had the nature of the life-giving fire changed? Did it, perhaps, from time to time send forth an essence of death instead of an essence of life? Or was it that the frame once charged with its marvellous auchu could bear no more, so that were the process repeated, it mattered not at what lapse of time, the 2 impregnations neutralized each other, and left the body on which they acted as it was before it ever came into contact with the very essence of life? This, and this alone, would account for the sudden and terrible aging of Aisha, as the whole length of her 2,000 years took effect upon her. I have not the slightest doubt myself but that the frame now lying before me was just what the frame of a woman would be if by any extraordinary means life could be preserved in her till she at length died at the age of 22 centuries. But who can tell what had happened? There was the fact. Often since that awful hour I have reflected that it requires no great imagination to see the finger of Providence in the matter. Aisha, locked up in her living tomb waiting from age to age for the coming of her lover, worked but a small change in the order of the world. But Aisha, strong and happy in her love, clothed in immortal youth and goddess beauty, and the wisdom of the centuries, would have revolutionized society, and even perchance have changed the destiny of mankind. Thus she opposed herself against the eternal law, and, strong though she was, by it was swept back to nothingness, swept back with shame and hideous mockery. For some minutes I lay faintly turning these tenors over in my mind, while my physical strength came back to me, which it quickly did in that buoyant atmosphere. Then I bethought me of the others, and staggered to my feet, to see if I could arouse them. But first I took up Aisha's kirtle and the gauzy scarf with which she had been wont to hide her dazzling loveliness from the eyes of men, and, averting my head so that I might not look upon it, covered up that dreadful relic of the glorious dead, that shocking epitome of human beauty and human life. I did this hurriedly, fearing lest Leo should recover, and see it again. Then, stepping over the perfumed masses of dark hair that lay upon the sand, I stooped down by Job, who was lying upon his face, and tummed him over. As I did so his arm fell back in a way that I did not like, and which sent a chill through me, and I glanced sharply at him. One look was enough. Our old and faithful servant was dead. His nerves, already shattered by all he had seen and undergone, had utterly broken down beneath this last dire sight, and he had died of terror, or in a fit brought on by terror. I had only to look at his face to see it. It was another blow, but perhaps it may help people to understand how overwhelmingly awful was the experience through which we had passed. We did not feel it much at the time. It seemed quite natural that the poor fellow should be dead. When Leo came to himself, which he did with a groan and trembling of the limbs about 10 minutes afterwards, and I told him that Job was dead, he merely said, "Oh." And, mind you, this was from no heartlessness, for he and Job were much attached to each other, and he often talks of him now with the deepest regret and affection. It was only that his nerves would bear no more. A harp can give out but a certain quantity of sound, however heavily it is smitten. Well, I set myself to recovering Leo, who, to my infinite relief, I found was not dead, but only fainting, and in the end I succeeded, as I have said, and he sat up, and then I saw another dreadful thing. When we entered that awful place his curling hair had been of the ruddiest gold, now it was turning grey, and by the time we reached the outer air it was snow white. Besides, he looked 20 years older. "What is to be done, old fellow?" he said in a hollow, dead sort of voice, when his mind had cleared a little, and a recollection of what had happened forced itself upon it. "Try and get out, I suppose," I answered, "that is, unless you would like to go in there," and I pointed to the column of fire that was once more rolling by. "I would go in if I were sure that it would kill me," he said with a little laugh. "It was my cursed hesitation that did this. If I had not been doubtful she might never have tried to show me the road. But I am not sure. The fire might have the opposite effect upon me. It might make me immortal, and, old fellow, I have not the patience to wait a couple of 1,000 years for her to come back again as she did for me. I had rather die when my hour comes, and I should fancy that it isn't far off either, and go my ways to look for her. Do you go in if you like." But I merely shook my head. My excitement was as dead as ditch water, and my distaste for the prolongation of my mortal span had come back upon me more strongly than ever. Besides, we neither of us knew what the effects of the fire might be. The result upon she had not been of an encouraging nature, and of the exact causes that produced that result we were, of course, ignorant. "Well, my boy," I said, "we cannot stop here till we go the way of those two," and I pointed to the little heap under the white garment and to the stiffening corpse of poor Job. "If we are going we had better go. But, by the way, I expect that the lamps have bumped out," and I took one up and looked at it, and sure enough it had. "There is some more oil in the vase," said Leo. "It is not broken, at least." I examined the vessel in question. It was intact. With a trembling hand I filled the lamps. Luckily there was still some of the linen wick unburnt. Then I lit them with one of our wax matches. While I did so we heard the pillar of fire approaching once more as it went on its never-ending journey, if, indeed, it was the same pillar that passed and repassed in a circle. "Let's see it come once more," said Leo. "We shall never look upon its like again in this world." It seemed a bit of idle curiosity, but somehow I shared it, and so we waited till, turning slowly round upon its own axis, it had flamed and thundered by, and I remember wondering for how many thousands of years this same phenomenon had been taking place in the bowels of the inn, and for how many more thousands it would continue to take place. I wondered also if any mortal eyes would ever again mark its passage, or any mortal ears be thrilled and fascinated by the swelling volume of its majestic sound. I do not think that they will. I believe that we are the last human beings who will ever see that unearthly sight. Presently it had gone, and we too turned to go. But before we did so we each took Job's cold hand in ours and shook it. It was a rather ghastly ceremony, but it was the only means in our power of showing our respect to the faithful dead and of celebrating his obsequies. The heap beneath the white garment we did not uncover. We had no wish to look upon that terrible sight again. But we went to the pile of rippling hair that had fallen from her in the agony of that hideous change which was worse than 1,000 natural deaths, and each of us drew from it a shining lock, and these locks we still have, the sole memento that is left to us of Aisha as we knew her in the fullness of her grace and glory. Leo pressed the perfumed hair to his lips. She called to me not to forget her, he said hoarsely, and swore that we should meet again. By heaven! I never will forget her. Here I swear that if we live to get out of this, I will not for all my days have anything to say to another living woman, and that wherever I go I will wait for her as faithfully as she waited for me. Yes, I thought to myself, if she comes back as beautiful as we knew her. But supposing she came back like one, mad, a terrible reflection it is, by the way, that nearly all our deep love for women who are not our kindred depends, at any rate, in the first instance, upon their personal appearance. If we lost and found them again dreadful to look on, though otherwise they were the very same, should we still love them? Well, and then we went. We went, and left those two in the presence of the very well and spring of life, but gathered to the cold company of death. How lonely they looked as they lay there, and how ill-assorted. That little heap had been for 2,000 years the wisest, loveliest, proudest creature, I can hardly call her woman, in the whole universe. She had been wicked, too, in her way, but, alas! Such is the frailty of the human heart, her wickedness had not detracted from her charm. Indeed, I am by no means certain that it did not add to it. It was after all of a grand order. There was nothing mean or small about Aisha. And poor Job too. His presentiment had come true, and there was an end of him. Well, he has a strange burial place, no Norfolk hind ever had a stranger, or ever will, and it is something to lie in the same sepulchre as the poor remains of the imperial she. We looked our last upon them and the indescribable rosy glow in which they lay, and then with hearts far too heavy for words we left them, and crept thence broken down men, so broken down that we even renounced the chance of practically immortal life, because all that made life valuable had gone from us, and we knew even then that to prolong our days indefinitely would only be to prolong our sufferings. For we felt, yes, both of us, that having once looked Aisha in the eyes, we could not forget her for ever and ever while memory and identity remained. We both loved her now and for all time, she was stamped and carven on our hearts, and no other woman or interest could ever raise that splendid die. And there lies the sting, I had and have no right to think thus of her. As she told me, I was naught to her, and never shall be through the unfathomed depths of time, unless, indeed, conditions alter, and a day comes at last when two men may love one woman, and all be happy in the fact. It is the only hope of my broken-heartedness, and a rather faint one. Beyond it I have nothing. I have paid down this heavy price, all that I am worth here and hereafter, and that is my sole reward. With Leo it is different, and often I bitterly envy him his happy lot, for if she was right, and her wisdom and knowledge did not fail her at the last, which, arguing from the precedent of her own case, I think most unlikely, he has some future to look forward to. But I have none, and yet, mark the folly and the weakness of the human heart, and let him who is wise lean wisdom from it, yet I would not have it otherwise. I mean that I am content to give what I have given and must always give, and take in payment those crumbs that fall from my mistress's table, the memory of a few kind words, the hope one day in the far-dreamed future of a sweet smile or two of recognition, a little gentle friendship, and a little show of thanks for my devotion to her, and Leo. If that does not constitute true love, I do not know what does, and all I have to say is that it is a very bad state of affairs for a man on the wrong side of middle age to fall into. 27. We leap. We passed through the caves without trouble, but when we came to the slope of the inverted cone, two difficulties stared us in the face. The first of these was the laborious nature of the ascent, and the next the extreme difficulty of finding our way. Indeed, had it not been for the mental notes that I had fortunately taken of the shape of various rocks, I am sure that we never should have managed it at all, but have wandered about in the dreadful womb of the volcano, for I suppose it must once have been something of the sort, until we died of exhaustion and despair. As it was, we went wrong several times, and once nearly fell into a huge crack or crevasse. It was terrible work creeping about in the dense gloom and awful stillness from boulder to boulder, and examining it by the feeble light of the lamps to see if I could recognize its shape. We rarely spoke, our hearts were too heavy for speech, we simply stumbled about, falling sometimes and cutting ourselves, in a rather dogged sort of way. The fact was that our spirits were utterly crushed, and we did not greatly care what happened to us. Only we felt bound to try and save our lives whilst we could, and indeed a natural instinct prompted us to it. So for some 3 or 4 hours, I should think, I cannot tell exactly how long, for we had no watch left that would go, we blundered on. During the last 2 hours we were completely lost, and I began to fear that we had got into the funnel of some subsidi cone, when at last I suddenly recognized a very large rock which we had passed in descending but a little way from the top. It is a marvel that I should have recognized it, and, indeed, we had already passed it going at right angles to the proper path, when something about it struck me, and I turned back and examined it in an idle sort of way, and, as it happened, this proved our salvation. After this we gained the rocky natural stair without much further trouble, and in due course found ourselves back in the little chamber where the benighted newt had lived and died. But now a fresh terror stared us in the face. It will be remembered that owing to Job's fear and awkwardness, the plank upon which we had crossed from the huge spur to the rocking stone had been whirled off into the tremendous gulf below. How were we to cross without the plank? There was only one answer: we must try and jump it, or else stop there till we starved. The distance in itself was not so very great, between 11 and 12 feet I should think, and I have seen Leo jump over 20 when he was a young fellow at college, but then, think of the conditions. 2 weary, worn-out men, one of them on the wrong side of 40, a rocking stone to take off from, a trembling point of rock some few feet across to land upon, and a bottomless gulf to be cleared in a raging gale. It was bad enough, God knows, but when I pointed out these things to Leo, he put the whole matter in a nutshell, by replying that, merciless as the choice was, we must choose between the certainty of a lingering death in the chamber and the risk of a swift one in the air. Of course, there was no arguing against this, but one thing was clear: we could not attempt that leap in the dark. The only thing to do was to wait for the ray of light which pierced through the gulf at sunset. How near to or how far from sunset we might be, neither of us had the faintest notion. All we did know was, that when at last the light came it would not endure more than a couple of minutes at the outside, so that we must be prepared to meet it. Accordingly, we made up our minds to creep on to the top of the rocking stone and lie there in readiness. We were the more easily reconciled to this course by the fact that our lamps were once more nearly exhausted. Indeed, one had gone out bodily, and the other was jumping up and down as the flame of a lamp does when the oil is done. So, by the aid of its dying light, we hastened to crawl out of the little chamber and clamber up the side of the great stone. As we did so the light went out. The difference in our position was a sufficiently remarkable one. Below, in the little chamber, we had only heard the roaring of the gale overhead. Here, lying on our faces on the swinging stone, we were exposed to its FFLL force and fury, as the great draught drew first from this direction and then from that, howling against the mighty precipice and through the rocky cliffs like 10,000 despairing souls. We lay there hour after hour in terror and misery of mind so deep that I will not attempt to describe it, and listened to the wild storm voices of that Tartarus, as, set to the deep undertone of the spur opposite against which the wind hummed like some awful ham, they called to each other from precipice to precipice. No nightmare dreamed by man, no wild invention of the romancer, can ever equal the living horror of that place, and the weird crying of those voices of the night, as we clung like shipwrecked mariners to a raft, and tossed on the black, unfathomed wilderness of air. Fortunately, the temperature was not a low one, indeed, the wind was warm, or we should have perished. So we clung and listened, and while we were stretched out upon the rock a thing happened which was so curious and suggestive in itself, though doubtless a mere coincidence, that, if anything, it added to, rather than deducted from, the burden on our nerves. It will be remembered that when Aisha was standing on the spur, before we crossed to the stone, the wind tore her cloak from her, and whirled it away into the darkness of the gulf. We could not see whither. Well, I hardly like to tell the story, it is so strange. As we lay there upon the rocking stone, this very cloak came floating out of the black space, like a memory from the dead, and fell on Leo, so that it covered him nearly from head to foot. We could not at first make out what it was, but soon discovered by its feel, and then poor Leo, for the first time, gave way, and I heard him sobbing there upon the stone. No doubt the cloak had been caught upon some pinnacle of the cliff, and was thence blown hither by a chance gust, but still, it was a most curious and touching incident. Shortly after this, suddenly, without the slightest previous warning, the great red knife of light came stabbing the darkness through and through, struck the swaying stone on which we were, and rested its sharp point upon the spur opposite. "Now for it," said Leo, "now or never." We rose and stretched ourselves, and looked at the cloud wreaths stained the colour of blood by that red ray as they tore through the sickening depths beneath, and then at the empty space between the swaying stone and the quivering rock, and, in our hearts, despaired, and prepared for death. Surely we could not clear it, desperate though we were. "Who is to go first?" said I. "Do you, old fellow," answered Leo. "El will sit upon the other side of the stone to steady it. You must take as much run as you can, and jump high, and God have mercy on us, say El." I acquiesced with a nod, and then I did a thing I had never done since Leo was a little boy. I turned and put my arm round him, and kissed him on the forehead. It sounds rather French, but as a fact I was taking my last farewell of a man whom I could not have loved more if he had been my own son twice over. "Goodbye, my boy," I said, "I hope that we shall meet again, wherever it is that we go to." The fact was I did not expect to live another 2 minutes. Next I retreated to the far side of the rock, and waited till one of the chopping gusts of wind got behind me, and then I ran the length of the huge stone, some 3 or 34 feet, and sprang wildly out into the dizzy air. Oh! The sickening terrors that I felt as I launched myself at that little point of rock, and the horrible sense of despair that shot through my brain as I realized that I had jumped short. But so it was, my feet never touched the point, they went down into space, only my hands and body came in contact with it. I gripped at it with a yell, but one hand slipped, and I swung right round, holding by the other, so that I faced the stone from which I had sprung. Wildly I stretched up with my left hand, and this time managed to grasp a knob of rock, and there I hung in the fierce red light, with thousands of feet of empty air beneath me. My hands were holding to either side of the underpan of the spur, so that its point was touching my head. Therefore, even if I could have found the strength, I could not pull myself up. The most that I could do would be to hang for about a minute, and then drop down into the bottomless pit. If any man can imagine a more hideous position, let him speak. All I know is that the torture of that half-minute nearly turned my brain. I heard Leo give a cry, and then suddenly saw him in mid-air spring up and out like a chamois. It was a splendid leap that he took under the influence of his terror and despair, clearing the horrible gulf as if it were nothing, and, landing well onto the rocky point, he threw himself upon his face, to prevent his pitching off into the depths. I felt the spur above me shake beneath the shock of his impact, and as it did so I saw the huge rocking stone, that had been violently depressed by him as he sprang, fly back when relieved of his weight till, for the first time during all these centuries, it got beyond its balance, fell with a most awful crash right into the rocky chamber which had once served the philosopher Newt for a hermitage, and, I have no doubt, forever sealed the passage that leads to the place 0F life with some hundreds of tons of rock. All this happened in a second, and curiously enough, notwithstanding my terrible position, I noted it involuntarily, as it were. I even remember thinking that no human being would go down that dread path again. Next instant I felt Leo seize me by the right wrist with both hands. By lying flat on the point of rock he could just reach me. "You must let go and swing yourself clear," he said in a calm and collected voice, "and then I will try and pull you up, or we will both go together. Are you ready?" By way of answer I let go, first with my left hand and then with the right, and, as a consequence, swayed out clear of the overshadowing rock, my weight hanging upon Leo's arms. It was a dreadful moment. He was a very powerful man, I knew, but would his strength be equal to lifting me up till I could get a hold on the top of the spur, when owing to his position he had so little purchase? For a few seconds I swung to and fro, while he gathered himself for the effort, and then I heard his sinews cracking above me, and felt myself lifted up as though I were a little child, till I got my left arm round the rock, and my chest was resting on it. The rest was easy. In 2 or 3 more seconds I was up, and we were lying panting side by side, trembling like leaves, and with the cold perspiration of terror pouring from our skins. And then, as before, the light went out like a lamp. For some half-hour we lay thus without speaking a word, and then at length began to creep along the great spur as best we might in the dense gloom. As we drew towards the face of the cliff, however, from which the spur sprang out like a spike from a wall, the light increased, though only a very little, for it was night overhead. After that the gusts of wind decreased, and we got along rather better, and at last reached the mouth of the first cave or tunnel. But now a fresh trouble stared us in the face. Our oil was gone, and the lamps were, no doubt, CNLSHED to powder beneath the fallen rocking stone. We were even without a drop of water to stay our thirst, for we had drunk the last in the chamber of Newt. How were we to see to make our way through this last boulder-strewn tunnel? Clearly all that we could do was to trust to our sense of feeling, and attempt the passage in the dark, so in we crept, fearing that if we delayed to do so our exhaustion would overcome us, and we should probably lie down and die where we were. Oh, the horrors of that last tunnel! The place was strewn with rocks, and we fell over them, and knocked ourselves up against them till we were bleeding from a score of wounds. Our only guide was the side of the cavern, which we kept touching, and so bewildered did we grow in the darkness that we were several times seized with the terrifying thought that we had tumbled, and were travelling the wrong way. On we went, feebly, and still more feebly, for hour after hour, stopping every few minutes to rest, for our strength was spent. Once we fell asleep, and, I think, must have slept for some hours, for, when we woke, our limbs were quite stiff, and the blood from our blows and scratches had caked, and was hard and dry upon our skin. Then we dragged ourselves on again, till at last, when despair was entering into our hearts, we once more saw the light of day, and found ourselves outside the tunnel in the rocky fold on the outer surface of the cliff that, it will be remembered, led into it. It was early morning, that we could tell by the feel of the sweet air and the look of the blessed sky, which we had never hoped to see again. It was, so near as we knew, an hour after sunset when we entered the tunnel, so it followed that it had taken us the entire night to crawl through that dreadful place. "One more effort, Leo," I gasped, "and we shall reach the slope where Bilali is, if he hasn't gone. Come, don't give way," for he had cast himself upon his face. He rose, and, leaning on each other, we got down that 50 feet or so of cliff, somehow, I have not the least notion how. I only remember that we found ourselves lying in a heap at the bottom, and then once more began to drag ourselves along on our hands and knees towards the grove where she had told Bilali to wait her re-arrival, for we could not walk another foot. We had not gone 50 yards in this fashion when suddenly one of the mutes emerged from the trees on our left, through which, I presume, he had been taking a morning stroll, and came running up to see what sort of strange animals we were. He stared, and then held up his hands in horror, and nearly fell to the ground. Next, he started off as hard as he could for the grove some 200 yards away. No wonder that he was horrified at our appearance, for we must have been a shocking sight. To begin, Leo, with his golden curls turned a snowy white, his clothes nearly rent from his body, his worn face and his hands a mass of bruises, cuts, and blood-encrusted filth, was a sufficiently alarming spectacle, as he painfully dragged himself along the ground, and I have no doubt that I was little better to look on. I know that 2 days afterwards when I inspected my face in some water I scarcely recognized myself. I have never been famous for beauty, but there was something beside ugliness stamped upon my features that I have never got rid of until this day, something resembling that wild look with which a startled person wakes from deep sleep more than anything else that I can think of. And really it is not to be wondered at. What I do wonder at is that we escaped at all with our reason. Presently, to my intense relief, I saw old Bilaley hurrying towards us, and even then I could scarcely help smiling at the expression of consternation on his dignified countenance. 011, my baboon! My baboon, he cried, my dear son, is it indeed thee and the lion? Why, his mane that was ripe as corn is white like the snow. Whence come ye? And where is the pig, and where too she who must be obeyed? Dead, both dead, I answered, but ask no questions, help us, and give us food and water, or we too shall die before thine eyes. Seest thou not that our tongues are black for want of water? How, then, can we talk? Dead, he gasped. Impossible. She who never dies, dead, how can it be? And then, perceiving, I think, that his face was being watched by the mutes who had come running up, he checked himself, and motioned to them to carry us to the camp, which they did. Fortunately when we arrived some broth was boiling on the fire, and with this Bilaley fed us, for we were too weak to feed ourselves, thereby I firmly believe saving us from death by exhaustion. Then he bade the mutes wash the blood and grime from us with wet cloths, and after that we were laid down upon piles of aromatic grass, and instantly fell into the dead sleep of absolute exhaustion of mind and body. 28. Over the mountain. The next thing I recollect is a feeling of the most dreadful stiffness, and a sort of vague idea passing through my half-awakened brain that I was a carpet that had just been beaten. I opened my eyes, and the first thing they fell on was the venerable countenance of our old friend Bilaley, who was seated by the side of the improvised bed upon which I was sleeping, and thoughtfully stroking his long beard. The sight of him at once brought back to my mind a recollection of all that we had recently passed through, which was accentuated by the vision of poor Leo lying opposite to me, his face knocked almost to a jelly, and his beautiful crowd of curls turned from yellow to white, and I shut my eyes again and groaned. 1. Curiously in a glue Leo's hair has lately been to some extent regaining its colour, that is to say, it is now a yellowish grey, and I am not without hopes that it will in time come quite right. Thou hast slept long, my baboon, said old Bilaley. How long, my father? I asked. A round of the sun and a round of the moon, a day and a night hast thou slept, and the lion also. See, he sleepeth yet. Blessed is sleep, I answered, for it swallows up recollection. Tell me, he said, what hath befallen you, and what is this strange story of the death of her who dieth not? Bethink thee, my son, if this be true, then is thy danger and the danger of the lion very great, nay, almost is the pot red wherewith ye shall be potted, and the stomachs of those who shall eat ye are already hungry for the feast. Knowest thou not that these Amahaga, my children, these dwellers in the caves, hate ye? They hate ye as strangers, they hate ye more because of their brethren whom she put to the torment for your sake. Assuredly, if once they learn that there is naught to fear from Higher, from the terrible one who must be obeyed, they will slay ye by the pot. But let me hear thy tale, my poor baboon. Thus adjured, I set to work and told him, not everything, indeed, for I did not think it desirable to do so, but sufficient for my purpose, which was to make him understand that she was really no more, having fallen into some fire, and, as I put it, for the real thing would have been incomprehensible to him, been burnt up. I also told him some of the horrors we had undergone in effecting our escape, and these produced a great impression on him. But I clearly saw that he did not believe in the report of Aisha's death. He believed indeed that we thought that she was dead, but his explanation was that it had suited her to disappear for a while. Once, he said, in his father's time, she had done so for 12 years, and there was a tradition in the country that many centuries back no one had seen her for a whole generation, when she suddenly reappeared, and destroyed a woman who had assumed the position of queen. I said nothing to this, but only shook my head sadly. Alas! I knew too well that Aisha would appear no more, or at any rate that Bilali would never see her again. And now, concluded Bilali, what wouldst thou do, my baboon? Nay, I said, I know not, my father. Can we not escape from this country? He shook his head. It is very difficult. By Kor ye cannot pass, for ye would be seen, and as soon as those fierce ones found that ye were alone, well, and he smiled significantly, and made a movement as though he were placing a hat on his head. But there is a way over the cliff whereof I once spake to thee, where they drive the cattle out to pasture. Then beyond the pastures are 3 days' journey through the marshes, and after that I know not, but I have heard that 7 days' journey from thence is a mighty river, which floweth to the black water. If ye could come thither, perchance ye might escape, but how can ye come thither? Bilali, I said, once, thou knowest, I did save thy life. Now pay back the debt, my father, and save me mine and my friends, the lions. It shall be a pleasant thing for thee to think of when thine hour comes, and something to set in the scale against the evil doing of thy days, if perchance thou hast done any evil. Also, if thou be right, and if she doth but hide herself, surely when she comes again she shall reward thee. My son the baboon, answered the old man, think not that I have an ungrateful heart. Well do I remember how thou didst rescue me when those dogs stood by to see me drown. Measure for measure will I give thee, and if thou canst be saved, surely I will save thee. Listen, by dawn tomorrow be prepared, for litters shall be here to bear ye away across the mountains, and through the marshes beyond. This will I do, saying that it is the word of she that it be done, and he who obeyeth not the word of she, food is he for the hyenas. Then when ye have crossed the marshes, ye must strike with your own hands, so that perchance, if good fortune go with you, ye may live to come to that black water whereof ye told me. And now, see, the lion wakes, and ye must eat the food I have made ready for you. Leo's condition when once he was fairly aroused proved not to be so bad as might have been expected from his appearance, and we both of us managed to eat a hearty meal, which indeed we needed sadly enough. After this we limped down to the spring and bathed, and then came back and slept again till evening, when we once more ate enough for 5. Bilali was away all that day, no doubt making arrangements about litters and bearers, for we were awakened in the middle of the night by the arrival of a considerable number of men in the little camp. At dawn the old man himself appeared, and told us that he had by using she's dreadful name, though with some difficulty, succeeded in getting the necessary men and 2 guides to conduct us across the swamps, and that he urged us to start at once, at the same time announcing his intention of accompanying us so as to protect us against treachery. I was much touched by this act of kindness on the part of that wily old barbarian towards 2 utterly defenceless strangers. A 3, or in his case, for he would have to return, 6 days' journey through those deadly swamps was no light undertaking for a man of his age, but he consented to do it cheerfully in order to promote our safety. It shows that even among those dreadful Amahaga, who are certainly with their gloom and their devilish and ferocious rites by far the most terrible savages that I ever heard of, There are people with kindly hearts. Of course, self-interest may have had something to do with it. He may have thought that she would suddenly reappear and demand an account of us at his hands, but still, allowing for all deductions, it was a great deal more than we could expect under the circumstances, and I can only say that I shall for as long as I live cherish a most affectionate remembrance of my nominal parent, old Billaly. Accordingly, after swallowing some food, we started in the litters, feeling, so far as our bodies went, wonderfully like our old selves after our long rest and sleep. I must leave the condition of our minds to the imagination. Then came a terrible pull up the cliff. Sometimes the ascent was more natural, more often it was a zigzag roadway cut, no doubt, in the first instance by the old inhabitants of Kor. The Amahaggas say they drive their spare cattle over it once a year to pasture outside. All I know is that those cattle must be uncommonly active on their feet. Of course the litters were useless here, so we had to walk. By midday, however, we reached the great flat top of that mighty wall of rock, and grand enough the view was from it, with the plain of Kor, in the centre of which we could clearly make out the pillared minutes of the Temple of Truth to the one side, and the boundless and melancholy marsh on the other. This wall of rock, which had no doubt once formed the lip of the crater, was about 1.5 miles thick, and still covered with clinker. Nothing grew there, and the only thing to relieve our eyes were occasional pools of rain water, for rain had lately fallen, wherever there was a little hollow. Over the flat crest of this mighty rampart we went, and then came the descent, which, if not so difficult a matter as the getting up, was still sufficiently breakneck, and took us till sunset. That night, however, we camped in safety upon the mighty slopes that rolled away to the marsh beneath. On the following morning, about 11 o'clock, began our dreary journey across those awful seas of swamps which I have already described. For 3 whole days, through stench and mire, and the all-prevailing flavour of fear, did our bearers strggle along, till at length we came to open rolling ground quite uncultivated, and mostly treeless, but covered with game of all suns, which lies beyond that most desolate, and without guides utterly impracticable, district. And here on the following morning we bade farewell, not without some regret, to old Billaly, who stroked his white beard and solemnly blessed us. "Farewell, my son the baboon," he said, "and farewell to thee too, O lion. I can do no more to help you. But if ever ye come to your country, be advised, and venture no more into lands that ye know not, lest ye come back no more, but leave your white bones to mark the limit of your journeyings. Farewell once more, often shall I think of you, nor wilt thou forget me, my baboon, for though thy face is ugly thy heart is TNLE. And then he tummed and went, and with him went the tall and sullen-looking bearers, and that was the last that we saw of the Amahagga. We watched them winding away with the empty litters like a procession bearing dead men from a battle, till the mists from the marsh gathered round them and hid them, and then, left utterly desolate in the vast wilderness, we turned and gazed round us and at each other. 3 weeks or so before 4 men had entered the marshes of Kor, and now 2 of us were dead, and the other 2 had gone through adventures and experiences so strange and terrible that death himself hath not a more fearful countenance. 3 weeks, and only 3 weeks. Truly time should be measured by events, and not by the lapse of hours. It seemed like 30 years since we saw the last of our whaleboat. "We must strike out for the Zambesi, Leo," I said, "but God knows if we shall ever get there." Leo nodded. He had become very silent of late, and we started with nothing but the clothes we stood in, a compass, our revolvers and express rifles, and about 200 rounds of ammunition, and so ended the history of our visit to the ancient ruins of mighty and imperial Kor. As for the adventures that subsequently befell us, strange and varied as they were, I have, after deliberation, determined not to record them here. In these pages I have only tried to give a short and clear account of an occurrence which I believe to be unprecedented, and this I have done, not with a view to immediate publication, but merely to put on paper while they are yet fresh in our memories the details of our journey and its result, which will, I believe, prove interesting to the world if ever we determine to make them public. This, as at present advised, we do not intend should be done during our joint lives. For the rest, it is of no public interest, resembling as it does the experience of more than one Central African traveller. Suffice it to say, that we did, after incredible hardships and privations, reach the Zambesi, which proved to be about 170 miles south of where Bilali left us. There we were for 6 months imprisoned by a savage tribe, who believed us to be supernatural beings, chiefly on account of Leo's youthful face and snow-white hair. From these people we ultimately escaped, and crossing the Zambesi, wandered off southwards, where, when on the point of starvation, we were sufficiently fortunate to fall in with a half-caste Portuguese elephant hunter who had followed a troop of elephants farther inland than he had ever been before. This man treated us most hospitably, and ultimately through his assistance we, after innumerable sufferings and adventures, reached Delago Bay, more than 18 months from the time when we emerged from the marshes of Kor, and the very next day managed to catch one of the steamboats that run round the Cape to England. Our journey home was a prosperous one, and we set our foot on the quay at Southampton exactly 2 years from the date of our departure upon our wild and seemingly ridiculous quest, and I now write these last words with Leo leaning over my shoulder in my old room in my college, the very same into which some 22 years ago my poor friend Vincy came stumbling on the memorable night of his death, bearing the iron chest with, and that is the end of this history so far as it concerns science and the outside world. But its end will be as regards Leo and myself is more than I can guess at. But we feel that is not reached yet. A story that began more than 2,000 years ago may stretch a long way into the dim and distant future. Is Leo really a reincarnation of the ancient Callicrates of whom the inscription tells? Or was Aisha deceived by some strange hereditary resemblance? The reader must form his own opinion on this as on many other matters. I have mine, which is that she made no such mistake. Often I sit alone at night, staring with the eyes of the mind into the blackness of unborn time, and wondering in what shape and form the great drama will be finally developed, and where the scene of its next act will be laid. And when that final development ultimately occurs, as I have no doubt it must and will occur, in obedience to a fate that never swerves and a purpose that cannot be altered, what will be the part played therein by that beautiful Egyptian Amenartas, the princess of the royal race of the pharaohs, for the love of whom the priest Callicrates broke his vows to Isis, and, pursued by the inexorable vengeance of the outraged goddess, fled down the coast of Libya to meet his doom at Kor. The end.